Chapter 1735. Xiaohua stealthily released a trace of his Buddhist sense and was actually able to detect the true situation of the blood array. The black gas of the blood array had a corrosive effect on divine sense but had no effect on Buddhist sense. Thus, Xiaohua was overjoyed and used the magical ability of the mighty Vajra Dharma body. Sure enough, this Buddhist Dharma body was the nemesis of devil cultivators. Just now, the incomparably powerful black gas was actually scattered by the incomplete fist of the Vajra Dharma body. It simply couldn't get close to Xiaohua. Zhang Qingxiao saw this situation that she had never encountered before and was even more shocked. She was stunned for a moment with her mouth wide open. It was also at this moment that Xiaohua's figure swept across the space of the hall like lightning and arrived below Zhang Qingxiao and Xiao Jingming Bell. Although Zhang Qingxiao knew that Xiaohua's flying talisman was extremely fast, she also didn't think that Xiaohua's flying technique could be this fast. Almost without any movement, Xiaohua very strangely took out a huge black object and without any explanation, continuously hit the defensive light barrier of the Jingming Bell. When Zhang Qingxiao saw the huge object in Xiaohua's hand, she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It was a giant devil hammer. Peng peng peng, a series of sounds rang out. The giant devil hammer in Xiaohua's hand was like paper. However, every time this paper-like object hit the light barrier of the Jingming Bell, the light barrier would violently shake. After a few times, the Jingming Bell actually let out a sorrowful cry and the light it scattered gradually dimmed. Good, this guy actually has a devil tool. Zhang Qingxiao couldn't help but groan. She knew how strong Xiaohua was, and now it seemed that Xiaohua's strength was much greater than what she remembered. Xiaohua saw that the giant devil hammer was effective and was overjoyed. After all, the cloud-suppressing seal needed magic power and heaven and earth spirit chi to move, but this giant devil hammer only needed strength. He lacked everything but strength. Go! Xiaohua then waved the giant devil hammer and at the same time used his divine sense to move the cloud-suppressing seal, smashing it at the place where the giant devil hammer was ravaging. Rumble. A loud sound rang out. The incomparably tough defensive light barrier of the Jingming Bell finally broke under the attack of the cloud-suppressing seal and the giant devil hammer. This large hole rapidly expanded in all directions. Motherfucker, you're really amazing. Zhang Qingxiao could not help but exclaim in admiration. With a wave of her hand, the array flag was activated, and a fishnet-like black gas fell from the top of her head. Who? Just as she was waving the array flag, Zhang Qingxiao's expression suddenly changed. She shouted and turned her head to look in a certain direction. Xiaohua, who was facing Zhang Qingxiao, was ecstatic when he saw Zhang Qingxiao's bright scenic bell being destroyed. He waved his sledgehammer and blocked in front of his body. He instantly used the awakening lightning escape and flew towards Zhang Qingxiao's chest. As he flew closer, the consumable magic tool was already stored in his mouth. Once he got close enough, he would use the giant demonic hammer's attack to shoot out the magic tool. In Xiaohua's opinion, even if this magic tool couldn't kill the heavenly devil sect master whose name he didn't know, it could at least severely injure him. Relying on the giant devil hammer and the Dream Slayer flying sword, he might be able to break this blood formation. But just as Xiaohua controlled the cloud-suppressing seal to fly above his head to block the black gas and was about to spit out the magic tool in his mouth, he heard Zhang Qingxiao's angry shout. Xiaohua originally thought that this was Zhang Qingxiao's plan to lure the enemy, but his Buddhist sense naturally swept towards the direction Zhang Qingxiao was looking at. This sweep did not matter, but Xiaohua's mind was greatly shaken. He saw countless black gas gushing out from the corpse that was previously lying on the ground. This black gas was extremely similar to the black gas of the blood formation, but it was even denser. This black gas quickly wrapped around the black gas, and a doubtful and cold voice sounded, This is the Buddhist sect's Dharma body? Motherfucker, another heavenly devil sect disciple. This young master's life is in danger today. As this voice sounded, a powerful divine sense swept through the black gas, and a pressure comparable to the middle stage of Foundation establishment also came pressing down. Xiaohua could not help but secretly complain. He hesitated, not knowing whether to spit out the magic tool in his mouth. "Who are you?" Zhang Qingxiao sneered. The pressure that she had not released all this time was also released at this time, and in an instant, it blocked that pressure. The pressure of two middle-stage foundation establishment cultivators collided with each other, causing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the hall to become chaotic. Even the black gas that was spilling down from the sky was scattered. Of course, the pressure that just pressed down on Xiao Hua was also blocked by Zhang Qingxiao. Huh? These two people don't know each other? Xiao Hua was stunned, and the magic tool in his mouth stopped. Soon after, Xiao Hua's Buddhist sense swept out, and he saw the two people's pressure colliding with each other, causing the black gas of the blood formation to become chaotic. His eyes immediately lit up, and his figure suddenly turned, flying towards the place where the two people's pressure collided with each other at a speed several times faster than before. Zhang Qingxiao's eyes were fixed on the black gas above the hazy corpse, and she did not see Xiao Hua's escape in the slightest. And inside the black gas, besides the words just now, there was also the pressure released. For a moment, there was no movement, but the black gas was rolling like boiling water. Bang, bang, bang. A series of more than 10 sounds rang out. This time, Xiao Hua used all of his strength. He swung his arm, and the giant devil hammer was like a dozen or so afterimages, hitting the blood formation that was disturbed by the pressure just now. Then, with a rumbling sound, the cloud-suppressing seal finally flew over and hit the place where the giant devil hammer hit. Hua, several cracks suddenly appeared on the black gas that was like a water surface. Xiao Hua laughed loudly, and urged the mighty Vajra Dharma body, and a punch hit the location of the cracks. With a pang sound, a hole the size of a person was punched out. Xiao Hua did not say anything. His figure leapt up, and he used the awakening lightning escape, drilling towards the hole. "Where do you think you're going?" A cold voice came from the rolling black gas. At the same time, a wisp of thick black gas separated from the mass of black gas and quickly shot towards Xiao Hua. "Damn it, of course, I am in charge of my blood formation. If I don't let him go, then I naturally won't let him go. Who made you worry? If you want to keep him, then I will let him go." Zhang Qingxiao sneered and shouted loudly. She waved the formation flag, and the hole in the blood formation became bigger. Moreover, several wisps of black gas also flew out and condensed into a cloud behind Xiao Hua, blocking that wisp of black gas. With a muffled boom, that wisp of black gas pierced into the black cloud like a sharp thorn. The black cloud swelled, and then it was scattered by the black gas. Eh? Zhang Qingxiao's expression was even more strange, and she shouted, "You are not a disciple of the Blue Li sect, you, which demonic cultivator are you?" Although that wisp of black gas passed through the black cloud, it was blocked by the black cloud. Moreover, Xiao Hua's awakening lightning escape was so fast. When the black gas flew to the hole in the blood formation, Xiao Hua's figure had already disappeared outside the hole. Ga, a strange sound came from the rolling black gas. "How can you know who I am? You little demonic cultivator, where did you get this demonic cultivation method? It's actually so pure. Which demonic cultivator are you? My heavenly demonic sect is the only demonic sect in the Dawn Rain continent. You are just a lonely ghost. Why don't you hurry up and seek refuge under my sect?" How could Zhang Qingxiao answer him? With a wave of his hand, the formation flag repaired the blood formation. His other hand patted his forehead, and an inch-long flying sword flew out from his mouth. It was blood-red in color and floated in front of him. The only demonic sect in the Dawn Rain continent? Ha 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 ha! Following this loud and clear voice, a human figure twice the size of an ordinary cultivator slowly stood up from the black gas. When this person stood steadily, the boiling black gas from before had already gradually entered his body. The place where the black gas entered actually revealed a pitch-black demonic armor. This demonic armor faintly had some enchanting runes on it, and the gaps between the runes were faintly blood-red, as if it was smeared with fresh blood. That demonic armor covered most of this person's body, and the arms and shoulders that were exposed outside of the demonic armor were thick and bulky muscles. "You. You are Yin Meng? Zhang Qingxiao saw that his face had already turned green, but his previous appearance could still be vaguely seen, and she couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Is it important whether I am Yin Meng or not? Yin Meng said with a smile, and his voice was still sharp. I only know that you are a frog at the bottom of a well. You created a heavenly demonic sect in the country of Xi and you claim to be #1 in the world. Ha ha ha, truly laughable. Originally, I wanted to look for the sect master of this heavenly demonic sect to discuss the development of our demonic cultivators, but now it seems that there is no need for that. Zhang Qingxiao's expression changed slightly. He narrowed his eyes and stared at Yin Meng for a long time, then said coldly, then tell me, what other demonic sects are there in the Dawn Rain continent? Aren't Extreme Yin sect, Coitus sect, and 6 Levels sect all famous demonic sects? Not to mention the other small sects that are not even worth mentioning. Yin Meng said contemptuously with a faint smile hanging on the corner of his mouth. What? So many? Zhang Qingxiao was stunned, but then he thought of something, and his eyes widened as he said anxiously, fellow Daoist Yin, could it be that, outside the Million Meng Mountains? Hearing the hesitation and probing in Zhang Qingxiao's tone, Yin Meng laughed loudly and said, so fellow Daoist Yin is not completely ignorant. This old man thought that you had the same origin as me, but unexpectedly. Ha ha ha, fellow Daoist Yin was actually able to establish the heavenly demonic sect and do things that this old man and the others couldn't do. This old man really admires you. Wait. Zhang Qingxiao frowned slightly, then cupped his fists and said, this sect master is Qing Fengmin. How should I address you? This sect master is naturally Yin Meng. Yin Meng smiled, then looked around and said, Sect Master Qing, why haven't you put away this blood formation? Could it be, as Yin Meng spoke, the demonic armor on his body flashed with brilliance. Hee, fellow Daoist Yin, you're overthinking. Zhang Qingxiao pondered for a moment, then the formation flag in his hand swayed. Wisps of blood-black smoke rose from the walls of the hall and flew toward the formation flag. Zhang Qingxiao said, this blood formation was set up by my vice sect master to avenge his past enmity. This sect master is just here to take a look, and I have no other intentions. I didn't expect to actually meet fellow Daoist Yin here. This is the great fortune of my heavenly demonic sect. Chapter 1736. Ever since I learned about the heavenly demon sect, I've been looking for an opportunity to contact Sect Master Qing. It's just a coincidence today. I didn't expect my wish to come true. It's my honor. Seeing Zhang Qingxiao put away the blood formation, Yin Meng also recited a strange incantation. The demon realm slowly turned into wisps of black gas and was absorbed into Yin Meng's body. At the same time, his figure also slowly shrank. When the black gas around him disappeared, a normal Yin Meng appeared in front of Zhang Qingxiao. May I know, which sect are you from? Zhang Qingxiao thought for a moment and asked softly. There's no need to rush. This old man is out on official business. Now that all of my disciples are dead, this old man has the time to discuss this matter with Sect Master Qing. We can talk about this later. Yin Meng said with a smile. Good. Zhang Qingxiao clapped and said, that's exactly what I want to ask for. I don't dare. I also have something to ask of Sect Master Qing. Yin Meng cupped his fists and said, if Sect Master Qing can complete my task, you'll be the main contributor to my demon sect unifying the Dawn Rain continent. Unifying the Dawn Rain continent? Zhang Qingxiao frowned and asked curiously, millions of demon cultivators from Meng Mountains. That's why we're here. Yin Meng only said one sentence and didn't say anything else. He just looked at the hole in the hall and said with a puzzled face, which sect's disciple is that cultivator who escaped just now? How can he be so powerful? I remember that everyone in this hall is Lonely sect's disciple, and they're all at Qi refining stage. Not only can this disciple use magic treasures, but he also has the legendary Buddhist Dharma body divine ability. What Buddhist Dharma body divine ability? Zhang Qingxiao pretended to be surprised and said, could it be the Buddhist sect that's the nemesis of my demon sect? This. I'm not sure. Yin Meng said awkwardly, I was using my sect's secret technique just now, so I couldn't see or hear clearly. I only took a glance and can't be sure. If Sect Master Qing didn't get angry with me just now and let him stay, I could use the soul-searching technique to learn something. A cold light flashed on Zhang Qingxiao's face, and she sneered, Are you blaming this sect? Ha ha ha, I wouldn't dare. Yin Meng waved his hands repeatedly, It's all this old man's fault. When this old man saw that there was actually a devil cultivator's blood array here, I had the idea of waiting for him to show up. If I had revealed my true form at that time, how could there have been such a misunderstanding between us? Then, Sect Master Qing won't let a disciple of the Buddhist sect escape so easily. Hee, it's no wonder, it's all my fault. Zhang Qingxiao changed her expression and said, This cultivator's mouth is very tight, he didn't reveal a single word. Moreover, the disciples in the hall are all dead. The disciples of Ling Pei Mountain Villa. Hee, they are all gone. I'm afraid it will be difficult to find the origin of this disciple. Forget it. The Buddhist sect has already been dead for tens of thousands of years. Even if a Daoist sect disciple managed to obtain a little of it, he would not be able to accomplish much. Moreover, I'm afraid that the Daoist sect wants to destroy the Buddhist sect even more than we do, right? Yin Meng laughed. Zhang Qingxiao rolled her eyes and shook her head, This. I don't know. Please enlighten me, fellow Daoist. Well said. Yin Meng looked at the hall's door that was already open and said with a smile, This old man will tell you everything he knows. Please. Zhang Qingxiao raised her hand and looked at the hole in the hall. There was a thoughtful look in her eyes. As for Xiao Hua, who had just escaped from the blood formation in the hall, he didn't dare to tarry in the slightest. Without even looking, he used the lightning escape to escape in a certain direction. However, two voices berated him at the same time, Where did this brat come from? Following that voice, a heavenly demon sect disciple under the starlight waved the long banner in his hand, and an incomparably fishy bloody light swept over. Next to this heavenly demon sect disciple, there was a slightly taller one. He held a thick black stick in his hand, and he was also swinging it down. As the stick was swung, there was actually a heart-wrenching howl of the dead. It was clearly refined from the souls of living people. Following the berating of these two people, many figures appeared in the distance. Xiao Hua swept with his Buddhist awareness but didn't find any trace of Sun Shu and the others. Therefore, a cold light flashed in his eyes and the giant devil hammer in his left hand that hadn't been put into the space smashed towards the stick in a thunderous manner. At the same time, he opened his mouth and a green and red brilliance flashed. The Dream Slayer flying sword flew out and flew towards the bloody light. When the two heavenly demon sect disciples saw this, they were not alarmed but happy. Their magic tools were refined from the souls and blood of living people. As long as ordinary magic tools were contaminated, they would immediately be corroded and lose their effectiveness. This cultivator didn't know what was good for him and used his magic tool like this. Wasn't it falling into their hands? Who would have thought that with a loud pang, the turbid substance on the stick didn't corrode the giant devil hammer? Instead, under the heavy blow of the giant devil hammer, it was smashed into two pieces. Not only that, but the giant devil hammer's remaining power was not exhausted. Not only did the head of the hammer smash into the disciple's body, but the other half of the stick also stabbed into his body. The other disciple was even more miserable. Just as he heard the loud sound, the Dream Slayer flying sword pierced through the bloody light. An indescribable fear rose from the bottom of his heart. Before he could scream, the Dream Slayer flying sword pierced through his throat and flew into the night sky. As the Dream Slayer flying sword flew past the disciple's corpse, Xiaohua's figure was also holding the cloud-suppressing seal in his hand. Since he easily killed the two disciples, Xiaohua stretched out his hand and caught the long banner that fell from the sky. Afterwards, he urged his remaining magic power to use the awakening lightning escape with all his strength. Like an afterimage, he flashed under the starlight and disappeared. When the other heavenly demon sect disciples found him, how could they still see Xiaohua's trace? The heavenly demon sect master, is very strange. How could he let me escape? Although Xiao Hua escaped from Lingpei Mountain Manor, the fear and doubt in his heart didn't disappear at all. He still thought to himself, even if it was because of that Yin Meng's casual interference, he wouldn't have let me go so easily, right? Hey, what are you thinking about? Even if he didn't let me go, could it be that he could keep me here? Xiao Hua spat out, the heavenly demon sect's blood array was personally broken by me. Only, I didn't think that Yin Meng actually didn't die, and is also a devil cultivator. Granny, I even gave my life to that heavenly demon sect master, but in the end, I still don't know his name. AI, how can I be so unlucky? This Lingpei Mountain Manor's blood array clearly wasn't aimed at me, but at Sun Shu. How did I become the scapegoat? The sect leader of the heavenly demon sect. Will he issue a sect leader's order to arrest this young master? Chapter 1737. Also, Yin Meng is a cultivator of the Blue Li sect. Will he reveal the fact that I know the Buddhist sect's cultivation method? Then, where should I go from here? Xiao Hua was very angry after thinking about it. If he dares to reveal it, I will tell him that he is a demonic cultivator. But, what if he doesn't reveal it? Will I still reveal the secret of him being a demonic cultivator? Xiao Hua suddenly thought again. Unconsciously, Xiao Hua was a little hesitant. Yin Meng was a cultivator of the foundation establishment stage. His status was much higher than his. If he really revealed it, would they believe him or him? Forget it, let's wait and see. Xiao Hua shook his head gloomily. At this time, he had already flown hundreds of miles away from Jianghu city. Xiao Hua didn't pay attention to the direction of escape at all. The moonlight sprinkled on the grassland like water, and the cool wind blew. Countless light and darkness were reflected on the boundless ground. Xiao Hua's shadow was cast on the light and darkness, passing by like a wisp of smoke. It should be safe. Xiao Hua swept his Buddhist consciousness behind him with all his might, but he didn't find any signs of pursuit. Then, he carefully looked around him for a long time, but he didn't find any signs of spiritual sense. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. Senior Sister Sun and the others escaped before me. I don't know if they fell into the hands of the heavenly demon sect. Xiao Hua thought to himself, we are just disciples of the Qi refinement stage. We came out to gain experience. Even if we die for the sect, we won't care. It's just that this Lingpei Mountain Villa is involved with the heavenly demon sect. If I send a message back to the sect, they might come to rescue us. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua clapped his hand and took out a communication talisman. He thought to himself, let me see if Senior Sister and the others are captured first. The crimson communication talisman was sent out. It only paused in mid-air for a moment, and then flew quickly in a direction, and that direction wasn't where Lingpei Mountain Villa was. Great. Seeing this, Xiao Hua was overjoyed. He immediately flew in the direction where the communication talisman disappeared. In the time it took to finish a meal, 3 figures appeared in the air opposite him. A surprised voice sounded, Is it junior brother Xiao? Senior Sister Sun, you guys really escaped. Xiao Hua laughed loudly and shouted. You also escaped. Sun Shu's voice was choked with emotion as tears fell from the corners of his eyes. Senior Sun, look at you. You've already cried just now. Now that junior brother Xiao is safe and sound, why do you have to do this? Qian Diheng's voice sounded again. I. Sun Shu's lips curled into a smile, but he couldn't finish his sentence. Junior brother Xiao, you are really amazing. At this time, Qian Diheng had already arrived in front of Xiao Hua. He didn't have any intention of stopping. He directly rushed towards Xiao Hua and gave him a bear hug as he shouted, you were able to kill that person from the heavenly demon sect by yourself. Moreover, you were able to escape from the formation, cough cough. Xiao Hua's heart felt warm, but he still pushed away Qian Diheng's enthusiasm and said with a smile, this little brother was just lucky. Luck? Damn it, why can't I be so lucky? Qian Diheng let go of Xiao Hua and said, "This time, I owe you a big favor." Xiao Hua asked curiously, "Why do you owe this little brother a favor again?" "Sai, do you still need to say it?" Qian Diheng looked at Xiao Hua very affectionately. Originally, the first one to escape should be junior brother Xiao. But junior brother Xiao let me, senior sister Kuan and senior sister Sun all come out. Only you came out last. If this isn't a big favor, then what is? Xiao Hua scratched his head and said with a smile, "Unfortunately, that hole was too small. It could only allow one person to escape. Otherwise, this little brother would have also escaped. Junior brother Qian, junior brother Xiao, this is not a place to talk. We should leave this place as soon as possible." Kuan Fian looked quietly at the side and suddenly said, "If the heavenly demon sect disciples catch up, we will be in trouble." "Exactly. Junior brother Xiao, we should hurry and leave." Sun Shu also woke up. She wiped away the tears on her cheeks and said hurriedly. So the three of them picked a direction and headed west. They didn't sleep or rest and flew for 3 days straight. They found a secluded place and entered a cave. Then, they used a formation to seal the cave and cultivated for 2 days. Only then did they start their journey again. When they were escaping, Sun Shu had already asked Xiao Hua who was the cultivator who sealed the formation after she escaped. Xiao Hua originally wanted to tell her the truth. However, when he thought about how the heavenly demon sect sovereign's cultivation was too high, it was understandable that she escaped from the hands of a middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator. However, if she escaped from a middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator's formation, there was no way he could justify himself. Moreover, this matter involved Yin Meng. He had already decided not to reveal that Yin Meng was a devil cultivator. Naturally, he couldn't drag Yin Meng, who was already killed in the eyes of Sun Shu and the others, into this matter. He could only say that it was a heavenly demon sect disciple and that he didn't know him. Sun Shu naturally trusted Xiao Hua. Whatever Xiao Hua said was the truth. She didn't ask any more questions. Even if Xiao Hua escaped, she didn't want to ask a single word. She was afraid that if she recalled a little more, it would make her sad. On the other hand, Kuan Fian was very curious. He asked one question after another, as if he wanted to know the truth. After being asked too many questions, Xiao Hua just turned his head and smiled. "Senior sister Sun, do you still remember what that heavenly devil sect disciple said when you had just escaped?" "What did he say?" Sun Shu's face turned slightly red. Lowering her head, she said, "I only cared about escaping. How could I have the mind to think about anything else? Hee, although we were unlucky and encountered the internal strife of Spirit Pay Mountain Manor. But, the person that the heavenly devil sect disciple was looking for in the end seemed to be senior sister Sun." Xiao Hua chose his words carefully, otherwise, after senior sister Sun escaped, the heavenly devil sect wouldn't have let this little brother escape so easily. What? The heavenly devil sect was looking for senior sister Sun? Qian Diheng was greatly shocked. Looking at Sun Shu, he asked, "Senior sister, which disciple of the heavenly devil sect did you offend? You were actually being hunted down? And with such a huge formation at that?" How would I know?" Sun Shu thought for a long time and couldn't help but shake her head, saying, "Although I had long known about devil cultivators, the name heavenly devil sect was also something that I had just heard about. How could I have possibly offended them? Not to mention offending any devil cultivators. Along the way. It seems that you only had some conflicts with a group of cultivators in Weeping Moon City." Kuan Fian frowned. "That's right, that day didn't they say that they were looking for senior brother Chang who didn't appear?" Xiao Hua suddenly thought. Could this senior brother Chang be Chang Huan? Xiao Hua glanced at Sun Shu. Sun Shu also seemed to have thought of it, but her eyes were still blank. She said in a low voice, "I and those cultivators. I don't know any of them. AI, forget it. Who cares who they are?" Xiao Hua said with a smile, "Left and right, they either died or ran away. Who knows? That's right, who did that condensed knowledge treasure belong to in the end? Kun Fian asked again, his eyes staring at Xiaohua. Xiaohua thought for a while and said, no one got it. That devil cultivator forcefully broke through the restriction of Qingwu. Qingwu self-destructed. That condensed knowledge treasure should have been destroyed too. Ah. Qian Diheng roared, that's a condensed knowledge treasure. Those devil cultivators, they didn't use it and instead casually destroyed it. It's really, really hateful. Hee, left and right, it's not ours. If it's destroyed, then it's destroyed. Xiaohua curled his lips, it's already not bad that we were able to escape. That's right, and the 4 of us escaped without any injuries. Sun Shu said with a gratified smile, I'm afraid that those Lonely sect disciples are all dead. This is all thanks to junior brother Xiao. Qian Diheng said with a smile, when we return from our travels, I will definitely tell master. Cough, cough, many thanks, many thanks. I will definitely give little brother some benefits. Xiaohua also said with a smile. Don't worry, Xiaohua. When we return to the Imperial Thunder sect, whatever you want, I will give it to you. Qian Diheng naturally knew that it was Xiaohua who helped him escape with his life. He was not stingy at all. Great. Xiaohua clapped his hands and said, this is what I need. Sun Shu covered her mouth and smiled, her eyes filled with joy. Although Kun Fian smiled, there was some hesitation in his eyes. After that, the 3 of them flew for dozens of days. Seeing that they were close to the Luofeng mountain, Xiaohua began to secretly plan. Seeing that they were flying over a hill, Xiaohua stopped. Since Xiaohua safely escaped from the Lingpei mountain villa, the 3 of them had already faintly followed Xiaohua's lead. Seeing Xiaohua land for no reason, everyone's heart trembled. They naturally thought of Xiaohua's vigilance when he returned from the Feather Immortal Assembly. Their faces changed slightly. Qian Diheng even tried to release his spirit sense and said in a low voice, what's wrong? Junior brother Xiao, is there any danger ahead? Hearing this, Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. But then his heart moved and he nodded slightly, I feel that something is wrong ahead. It seems that I have some trouble ahead. But whether it has anything to do with me, I can't say for sure. Then, let's take a detour. Sun Shu said without hesitation. Xiaohua shook his head, no, if it's really related to me, I'd better go and take a look. I can't implicate 3 senior brothers because of this matter. No, let's go together. Sun Shu refused again without hesitation. How could Xiaohua let them go to the Luofeng mountain? After thinking for a while, he said, my flying speed is extremely fast. If there is any danger, I can escape. If senior sister Sun follows, I'm afraid I can't take care of both of you. Sun Shu's face was full of disappointment. He forced a smile and said reluctantly, junior brother Xiao is right. I will only be a burden to you if I go. It's better for junior brother Xiao to arrange it. Xiaohua smiled at Sun Shu happily. Looking at Qian Diheng and Kun Fian, he said, 3 senior brothers, let's take a detour for 100 miles. I'll send a message 10 days later. How about that? Qian Diheng glanced at Kun Fian, and Kun Fian nodded slightly. Thus, he said with a smile, all right, junior brother Xiao, I will listen to your arrangements. You must be careful. Chapter 1738. Listening to Kun Fian and Qian Diheng's warning, and looking at Sun Shu's extremely concerned gaze, Xiaohua was quite unhappy, but he had no other choice. Although this Luofeng Mountains matter was very simple, it might involve his own origin. This kind of matter was of the highest importance, and even the people closest to him couldn't be revealed. He could only say some lies. However, fortunately, the 3 of them listened to Xiaohua's words. What Xiaohua said wasn't considered a lie, and every word was true. It was just that he didn't say his true purpose. When the 3 figures disappeared from sight, Xiaohua didn't rush forward. He found a secluded place, dug out a cave, entered it, and laid down a formation. Then, he stretched out his hand and took out the long banner that was covered in a layer of black gas. There were faint sounds of ghosts crying and wolves howling. This thing was casually taken from the heavenly demon sect disciple of Ling Pei Mountain Villa, and he didn't have time to examine it. This long banner was divided into two parts. One part was a 1 zhang long pole. The surface was black and shiny, and there were strange runes on it. They were different from the runes that Xiao Hua usually saw. On top of the pole was a long banner. It was 1 qi wide and 2 qi long. It was unknown what material the banner was made of. A thick layer of black qi stuck to both sides of the banner. From time to time, a very frightening ghost face would appear from the black qi. Is this a devil cultivator's devil artifact? Xiao Hua didn't dare to use his divine sense to examine it, and released his Buddhist sense. The black gas in the long banner seemed to be afraid of the Buddhist sense, and as the Buddhist sense went deeper, they all moved aside. Z. With a long sound, the Buddhist sense came into contact with a faintly discernible thing, and that thing let out an ear-piercing scream. Ah! This sound was incomparably loud, and it seemed to resound in Xiao Hua's mind. Then, Xiao Hua's Buddhist sense suddenly became hot, and this hot feeling was transmitted to the Buddha Sarira through the Buddhist sense. I.O. This devil artifact is actually a trick. Xiao Hua was shocked, and hurriedly wanted to withdraw his Buddhist sense, but it was already too late. An inexplicable feeling came from the Buddha Sarira, and Xiao Hua's eyes seemed to suddenly change, and his whole body disappeared. When he came back to his senses, he had already become another old man, leaning on a walking stick, coughing and staggering with difficulty. Where am I? Xiao Hua was shocked. He tried his best to struggle, but he seemed to be trapped in the old man's body. He couldn't move and could only follow the old man. Afterwards, the old man did many things. Although Xiao Hua was anxious, he could only watch from the side. In the end, when the old man and his clansmen were traveling far away, in an inn, they met someone Xiao Hua was familiar with. This person was none other than the owner of the long banner that Xiao Hua had previously killed in Ling Pei Mountain Villa. I understand now. When he saw this person, Xiao Hua suddenly realized that this old man was probably the vengeful spirit of the long banner, and his Buddhist sense had probably encountered this vengeful spirit. Sure enough, when night fell, the disciples of the heavenly demon sect actually executed a spell outside the inn, killing all the living people in the inn and absorbing their souls into the long banner. Damn it! When Xiao Hua saw that the old man's soul was about to leave his body and he himself was about to be sucked into the long banner, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. At the same time, he thought of the exquisite Leaf Sutra, so he immediately activated the Buddhist sect's mental cultivation method in midair. Xiao Hua's mind blossomed with golden light that was 10 zhang, in midair, gradually transforming into a golden Buddha body. Many thanks, Venerable One. When the golden Buddha body flashed in midair, all the illusions disappeared. The old man's soul also stopped in front of the golden Buddha body. With a face full of satisfaction and gratitude, he prostrated himself in front of the golden Buddha body. Lin. The golden Buddha body formed a seal with its hands, emitting a golden light that was 10 zhang long. As it shouted, the golden Lin word actually flew out of the Buddha's mouth. It seemed like a rune, yet it wasn't. It hit the old man's soul, and the soul gradually dissipated, turning into an extremely small speck of dust and disappearing. At the same time the old man's soul disappeared, an extremely brilliant dot of light lit up in Xiao Hua's Buddhist heart, and the Buddhist fire lit up a little. Excellent. The golden Buddha body sighed and withdrew the seal. Its entire body turned into golden light, and for a moment, it lit up the entire world. When all the light disappeared, Xiao Hua's mind returned to his physical body. Transcendence. Xiao Hua suddenly opened his eyes, and they were full of compassion. He had cultivated this Buddha Sarira for so long, and he finally cultivated the first layer of the Buddhist sect's golden body divine ability. A divine ability that was completely useless in battle. This heavenly demon sect is indeed sinister, They even want to kill ordinary people in the secular world in order to capture their souls to refine this demonic artifact. If this young master's cultivation is successful in the future, this young master will definitely personally destroy this heavenly demon sect. Xiaohua thought fiercely, but immediately, Zhang Qingxiao's image appeared in Xiaohua's mind, causing him to hesitate a little. But why does that heavenly demon sect master look so dignified? His actions can also be considered open and upright. I'm afraid he's just a superficial person. When Xiaohua finished thinking, he pointed his hand, and the long banner floated in the air. Xiaohua closed his eyes and entered a meditative state. His hands were forming the seal for the Lin character. The swastika character on his forehead slowly rotated, and a golden brilliance entered the long banner's black aura. Within the black aura, the golden body of a Buddha Sarira flashed and appeared. This golden body was the same as Xiaohua, withdrawing the seal and opening its mouth. The golden Lin character slowly flew out. 8 days later, Xiaohua flew out of the cave. His face was very tired, but his expression was also extremely satisfied. In these 6 days and 6 nights, Xiaohua didn't slack off in the slightest. He transcended the more than 300 vengeful souls in the demonic banner. What surprised him was that there were actually several dozen vengeful souls of low-level aura refining cultivators. The more than 200 vengeful souls of the secular world were very easy to transcend, but these several dozen vengeful souls of low-level aura refining cultivators were much more difficult. Fortunately, Xiaohua's mind was firm, and he also bemoaned the state of the universe and pitied the fate of mankind. His heart was always compassionate, so although it was difficult, it wasn't too dangerous. Just a moment ago, Xiaohua transcended the vengeful soul of a 9th-layer aura refining cultivator. Although Xiaohua wanted to rest for a day, it was a good day. The sword competition at Luofeng Mountain had already begun. If he didn't go now, the group of martial artists would scatter and his plan to find a new body would fail. Therefore, he immediately came out of the cave, activated the awakening lightning escape, and flew in the direction of Luofeng Mountain. These 8 days of hard work didn't go to waste. The exquisite Leaf Sutra has made great progress. It's much better than the usual hard work of studying it. Moreover, the black gas on the demonic banner hasn't weakened. It's just that there aren't many living souls inside, so it seems to have lost its power. Xiaohua flew in the air, and secretly calculated in his heart. What makes this young master the happiest is that this young master has finally obtained the first layer of the Buddhist divine ability. However, this divine ability is really useless. Chapter 1739. When Xiaohua flew to Luofeng Mountain, it was dusk. At this time, the red sun was setting in the west, and the sky was filled with rosy clouds, covering the entire western horizon. Reflecting the rosy clouds, the green pines, green bamboo, deep water, and shallow streams of Luofeng Mountain were especially beautiful. Xiaohua's body was illuminated by the multicolored clouds, as if he was flying on multicolored divine light. From afar, he looked very mighty. Ah! The sunset I usually see is blood red, but the sunset of Luofeng Mountain is actually multicolored. How wonderful! Xiaohua squinted his eyes and looked at the beautiful scenery outside the sky. He secretly smiled and said, instead of calling this mountain Luofeng Mountain, it's better to call it Rosy Clouds Mountain. Immediately, Xiaohua released his divine sense and searched the mountain. Immediately, a smile appeared on his face. He flew over several mountain ridges and landed next to one of the tallest mountain peaks. This was the main peak of Luofeng Mountain, Sunset Mountain. The mountain was hundreds of feet high, and not only was it extremely dangerous, there was only one mountain path from the foot of the mountain to the top. At this time, on the mountain path, every few feet, there was a burly man or a dignified man holding all kinds of weapons guarding there. Xiaohua originally wanted to land on the top of Sunset Mountain, but at this time, there were many martial arts experts on the mountain. If he went up, it would inevitably shock the world. His purpose was only to find out his roots, so there was no need to show off. Therefore, Xiaohua walked slowly. Before he reached the mountain path, a burly man with a steel sword blocked his way and scolded, "Where did this arrogant student come from? This place has already been occupied by Luo Feng gang, so you can't go up the mountain to enjoy the scenery. Why don't you quickly retreat?" Xiaohua didn't get angry, and said with a smile, I came to participate in the Luofeng Mountain Sword Conference, please make an exception." You want to participate in the Luofeng Mountain Sword Conference? That burly man's face was full of surprise, and then he laughed and pointed, "You think you're a Zhong Yi Miang Zhong? What time is it? The Luofeng Mountain Sword Conference rankings must have already been announced. Even if you can go up, who will want to compete with you?" Then, he looked him up and down and said, "Look at your elegant face, you don't have the strength to truss a chicken. You must have read some wuxia gossip and had a dream of becoming a sword immortal, so you came to Luofeng Mountain to pursue your dream. Forget it, forget it. A scholar like you should quickly go back and study behind closed doors. Properly study the way of governing the world so that you can achieve great things in the future. Even if you can't bring prosperity to the people, you should still find a gentle little wife and live a good life with her. Don't be like me who only knows how to fight." Hee. Seeing the fierce and ferocious face of the burly man in front of him, Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for your advice, great hero. I appreciate your good intentions, but I am indeed not a scholar. Fine. Then come over here. If you can defeat me, you can go up the Luofeng Mountain." The big man raised his arm. The muscles on his body moved up and down as if they were moving. Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He asked, "If I knock you down, can I directly go up the mountain?" You really took it seriously?" The big man laughed and said, "I am only a small soldier guarding the mountain path. Don't you see how many heroes are on the mountain path? You have to defeat them one by one. Forget it. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. He rubbed his nose and turned to leave. "Little scholar, study hard. Find a little wife and give birth to a little scholar. Live a good life. Don't have any improper thoughts or unrealistic actions." The big man shouted behind him. These burly men are really interesting. When Xiaohua heard this, he turned around and saluted. "Thank you for the reminder." The big man had a smile on his face. Although it was sincere, his fierce face was full of ill intentions. "I originally wanted to take the normal path, but unfortunately, I can't do as I wish. I can only go up by myself." Xiaohua walked for a while. Seeing that there was no one around, he made a hand seal and entered the ground. He went straight to the peak of the Sunset Mountain. At this time, there were many heroes sitting on the ground at the peak of the Sunset Mountain. They were in groups of 2 or 3. They were all silent, and their eyes were fixed on the open space at the peak of the mountain. The open space at the peak of the mountain was about 10 zhang in radius. It was surrounded by people in a circle. At the center of the circle, there were 5 chairs. At this time, there were 3 people sitting on the chairs. In front of the chairs, there were 2 people tossing and turning, using all their means to compete. Xiaohua went to the peak of the mountain and revealed himself behind the crowd. He scanned with his divine sense and found Zhang Shuyang among the crowd. At this time, Zhang Shuyang was sitting far away from the crowd. He looked excited and anxious. From time to time, he would look at the mountain path. He was probably waiting for Xiaohua's arrival. Xiaohua was not in a hurry to go up. Instead, he looked at the 2 people fighting in the field. There was a man and a woman on the field. The man was about 50 years old. He was tall and had a rosy face. However, that rosy face was too coquettish, extremely abnormal. His opponent was a woman about 60 years old. There were some wrinkles on her face, but they were very small. Even her hair was oily black. However, this woman's face was a little green, a kind of faint green. At this time, the 2 people were fighting back and forth. They were evenly matched. Xiaohua released his divine sense and watched silently. Slowly, his brows began to wrinkle. These two people were obviously using some low-level mental cultivation methods in their meridians. These mental cultivation methods were somewhat similar to chi refinement cultivation methods. However, in reality, they were fundamentally different. They were not drawing the world's spiritual chi into their body to refine it. Instead, they were simply using it. In other words, when they used the world's spiritual chi, it could slightly refine the meridians in their body. Looking at the woman again, when she used her cultivation method, she could control the water-type world's spiritual chi. She rarely used other types of spiritual chi. On the contrary, the man could control the fire-type world's spiritual chi. He did not use other types of spiritual chi. And this man should be the northern fire Ma Ming. This woman should be the western rainwater Yu Tiao. Xiao Hua thought to himself. But their cultivation method seems to be different from my Qing Gong. Then, Xiao Hua looked at the three people sitting on the chairs. In the center of the three people was a man with a strong build. He was also an old man in his 50s. His face was white and clean. He had 3 strands of long beard on his lower jaw. A pair of tiger-like eyes were staring at the field. This old man's left hand was a bald middle-aged man. He was incomparably thick and strong. His hands and feet were big, comparable to a door god. The old man's right hand was a lean middle-aged man. This person was really thin, like a bag of bones. It seemed like a gust of wind could blow him away. Moreover, this person had shifty eyebrows and a mouse-like beard hanging on his chin. He looked very wretched. Come on, this old man in the middle must be the Yin Yang Wang Chong. The one on the left must be Eastern Thunder's Lei Hu Ming. The one on the right should be Southern Wind's Su Bingyi. Hey, this Zhang Xiang, he actually compared this young master to Southern Wind. Is this young master that ugly? Xiao Hua smacked his lips. Seeing that Ma Ming and Shui Yu Tiao's breathing was no longer steady, Xiao Hua knew that the two people's fight was coming to an end. He looked around and slowly walked toward Zhang Xiang. Everyone in the field was watching attentively. Xiao Hua's walk naturally attracted a lot of supercilious looks. But everyone looked at Xiao Hua and thought that he was a younger generation brought by some family. They all glared at him and ignored him. Hero Zhang. Xiao Hua walked behind Zhang Xiang and lightly patted him. He whispered. Oh, benefactor Xiao, you finally came. Zhang Xiang saw that Xiao Hua's face was filled with joy. His voice unconsciously became louder. Cough cough. Someone next to him immediately coughed twice. Benefactor Xiao. Zhang Xiang quickly apologized to the person next to him. Then he pulled Xiao Hua's hand and said in a low voice, Unfortunately, why did you come so late? This Luofeng Mountain Sword Conference is already over. A few days ago, there were many outstanding martial artists who challenged the 5 immortals of Wulin. Unfortunately, they were all defeated. At this time, the 5 immortals will be seated. Benefactor Xiao. I'm afraid you don't have a chance. Zhang Xiang said with a face full of regret. It's okay, Xiao Hua smiled and comforted him in a low voice. At this time, a loud sound was heard. A gust of wind blew through the field, blowing everyone's eyes closed. When everyone opened their eyes again, they saw that in the center of the open space, Ma Ming and Shui Yu Tiao's palms were pressed against each other. Ma Ming's face was so red that it seemed like it was going to drip blood. Shui Yu Tiao's face gradually turned green, green like the green bamboo in the mountain stream. Oh no! Zhang Xiang exclaimed from the side. Their lives are in danger? Why? Xiao Hua looked around and saw that everyone's face was full of panic and excitement. West Rain Yu Tiao lost to East Thunder Lei Hu Ming. North Fire Ma Ming also lost to South Wind Su Bingyi by half a move. This time, both of them don't want to be ranked last. They want to win a move or two, but their martial arts are equal. Now they are competing with their internal strength. Zhang Xiang's eyes were also full of excitement, and this internal strength competition is the most dangerous. Whoever's cultivation is a little bit weaker will immediately lose their life. These two people's cultivation seems to be about the same. Xiao Hua said while pinching his chin. That's even worse. Zhang Xiang said, in the end, the two of them will be injured and need to rest for several years to recover. In the end, their internal strength will be exhausted and they will die. No way. Xiao Hua was shocked. It's just an empty title, and they are risking their lives. The most important thing in Wulin is reputation, benefactor Xiao, and this is a ranking that is held once every 10 years. Zhang Xiang said with a longing face, these are the 5 immortals of Wulin. No one wants to be ranked last. Xiao Hua was speechless. The cultivation world, isn't it the same? At this moment, Zhang Chong and the other two also stood up in shock. They also had other expressions on their faces. Zhang Chong said in a deep voice, Hero Lei, Hero Su, this matter is a little tricky. Yeah, we just competed. The meridians in our bodies are not full yet. The two people's cultivation is only a little bit lower than ours. No matter who goes up, I'm afraid we won't be able to separate them, right? Su Bingyi said while blinking his small eyes. Chapter 1740. But, if the two of us go forward and separate them, we can't use our internal strength at the same time. Then the one who uses his internal strength first will be seriously injured. Lei Huming touched his bald head and said loudly. Wang Chang's face was uncertain. His internal strength was the highest, but he couldn't compete with Shui Yutiao and Ma Ming in the field. The problem was, if he didn't do it, who else could do it? Moreover, if he didn't do it, his title as the first in Wulin, and all the previous glory, would be discounted. And this year's Luofeng Mountain Sword Conference would become a laughing stock in the future. Forget it. Wang Chong smiled bitterly in his heart and was about to go forward. Hero Wang. Lei Huming pulled him back. If you go forward, your life will be in danger. Wang Chong smiled and flicked his sleeve. A strong force bounced Lei Huming's hand away. He looked up and laughed. I know I can't do it, but if I don't do it, who can? If I don't go to hell, who will? Hero Wang. Everyone's faces were filled with reverence when they heard his name. Ha ha ha, who said only you can be a good person? Can't other people do it? A hearty laugh rang out from behind the crowd. Everyone's vision blurred as they saw a tall and skinny young man flying over their heads like a wisp of smoke, landing on the empty ground in the middle of the field. Hey, you little kid, you're still wet behind the ears. How dare you be arrogant in front of Hero Wang? A gray-haired old man immediately scolded. However, when they saw Xiao Hua standing upright in the wind, Wang Chong and Su Bingyi's eyes lit up. They couldn't see through Xiao Hua's internal energy, but the lightness skill he displayed just now was far from what Su Bingyi could compare with. Xiaoxia, how should I address you? Wang Chong said with a fist salute. Xiao Hua didn't answer. He looked at Shui Yutiao and Ma Ming and said with a smile, this is not the time to chat. It's better for me to separate them first. Xiaoxia, let me do it. Wang Chong couldn't let Xiao Hua go forward. It's better if I come down. Xiao Hua smiled. His body moved slightly, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the two. He extended the middle finger of his right hand and flicked it between Shui Yutiao and Ma Ming's palms. The two immediately felt a suction force coming from their palms. Their palms involuntarily turned and slapped towards Xiao Hua's body. Xiaoxia, dodge. When Wang Chong saw that Xiao Hua was rash and didn't know how to dodge, he sighed in his heart and hurriedly reminded him. Just as he spoke, Nanfeng Su Bingyi's body swayed and he reached out to grab Xiao Hua's shoulder, wanting to pull him away. But just as Su Bingyi's hand fell on Xiao Hua's body, he heard two muffled sounds. Shui Yutiao and Ma Ming's palms hit Xiao Hua's body at the same time. Shui Yutiao and Ma Ming naturally knew the seriousness of the matter, but they couldn't speak just now. At this time, their internal force was transferred to Xiao Hua's body. Their faces were ugly. Not only were their meridians injured, but they also felt that their palms were like rotten wood. There was no trace of internal force to counterattack. Xiaoxia. The two were about to speak, but at the same time, a sweet and fishy smell came up. The two didn't dare to be negligent. They made a prompt decision and sat cross-legged, running their own internal force to adjust their breath. Wang Chong also stepped forward and reached out to grab Xiaohua's wrist. He said, "Xiaoxia, are you seriously injured? Let me see." How could Xiaohua let him grab his wrist? He raised his hand and blocked it. He smiled and said, "Thank you, Hero Wang. I'm not injured." "Xiaoxia, it's better to use your internal force to take a look." Su Bingyi awkwardly took back his hand and took out a jade bottle. He said, "This is a holy healing medicine that I got before. If Xiaoxia needs it, please take it." Xiaohua shook his head, it's okay. Benefactor Xiao. Zhang Xiang jumped out in time and shouted. "Oh, Xiaoxia Xiao." Wang Chong heard and cupped his fist. Xiaoxia's internal force is strong. I really admire it. I don't know where Xiaoxia Xiao's sect is. Xiaohua smiled and said, "This is the reason why I came to Luofeng Mountain today." Wang Chong didn't understand and asked, "What does Xiaoxia Xiao mean?" Xiaohua smiled and said, "Hee, no other reason. I just came to compare notes with you heroes." Wang Chong smiled and said, "Xiaoxia Xiao's internal force is superb. I'm afraid I can't compare. Hero Wang is joking." Xiaohua smiled and cupped his fist towards Su Bingyi. "I want to compete with Senior Su in Qinggong." Hee, Xiaoxia Xiao, I have seen your skill just now. I am ashamed of my inferiority. Su Bingyi said tactfully. "You little brat, the 5 seniors have already used up a lot of internal force. If you compete with them now, you won't win with honor." The white-haired old man said again. Humph. Xiaohua felt sick in his heart. He slightly tilted his head and coldly glanced at the old man. Ouch. The old man suddenly felt an aura like a mountain pressing down on him. His vision turned black and he almost fell to the ground. Hee, if Xiaoxia Xiao only wants to compete in Qinggong, I can also do my best to accompany you. Su Bingyi obviously thought that Xiaohua wanted to use this opportunity to show his talent in Jianghu and said with a smile. Please. Xiaohua didn't say much. He stretched out his hand and said, Hero Su will be in front and I will be behind. If I can't catch up to Hero Su in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, then I lose. Good, Xiaoxia Xiao is indeed a straightforward person. Su Bingyi was slightly taken aback. Then, his figure flashed in the air, leaving behind an afterimage as he headed for the other parts of the Sunset Mountain. Good. Xiaohua praised and used ethereal steps to chase behind. However, the two figures ran around the entire peak of Sunset Mountain. Xiaohua's figure only hung behind Su Bingyi and didn't lead at all. It didn't look like a competition at all. Su Bingyi was also surprised. After waiting for an incense stick to burn, the two people landed on the field one after another. At this time, Su Bingyi's face was flushed and his chest was heaving up and down. He must have used up all his internal force. But when he looked at Xiaohua again, his complexion was normal, as if he had never used Qinggong. Admirable, admirable. Su Bingyi cupped his fists and said, Xiaoxia Zhao's Qinggong is astonishing and his style is restrained. Just now, you gave me a lot of face. I'm afraid I can't compare to Xiaoxia Xiao. Hiss, at this time, the people who had been looking down on Xiaohua's Qinggong in their hearts all sucked in a breath of cold air. Hero Lei, can I ask for your advice? Xiaohua didn't directly look for Wang Chong. Hee, of course. Xiaoxia Xiao saved Heroine Water and Hero Ma and just defeated Hero Su. This match should be between you and me. Lei Hu smiled brightly and assumed a stance. I am using external hard body skills. Xiaoxia Xiao, be careful. Seeing Lei Hu's stance, Xiaohua's eyes lit up. This stance seems a bit familiar. Chapter 1741. Lei Huming's posture was familiar to Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua's eyes lit up, but he didn't answer. He swung his fists and followed up, fighting with Lei Huming. Ah! Everyone was shocked again. Even Wang Chang's eyes flashed with extraordinary splendor. He thought that Xiao Hua's internal strength was profound, and that he was a rare youth in the martial arts world. But now, he saw him fight with Lei Huming with open fists. His appearance was like a tiger stirring up the wind. A rare dual cultivator in the martial arts world? Which family's disciple is this? Wang Chong unconsciously swept his gaze over the crowd of martial artists at Sunset Peak. Xiao Hua didn't care about the astonishment of the bystanders. At this moment, his heart was filled with joy. This Lei Huming's fist technique was indeed extraordinary. Xiao Hua had concealed his cultivation, and only relied on his physical body and some fist techniques in his memory to fight with him. At first, he was repeatedly hit and fell into a disadvantage. But as Lei Huming's fist techniques appeared from time to time, Xiao Hua's memories were awakened, and some familiar moves slowly flashed in his mind. As Xiao Hua recalled his moves, Lei Huming was gradually equalized by Xiao Hua, and then fell into a disadvantage again. It's really the martial arts world's new generation replacing the old. Lei Huming sighed in his heart. The wind from his fists began to weaken, as if it wanted to end. But how could Xiao Hua let him succeed? One fist was faster than the other, and one move followed another. Every move was slightly different from what Lei Huming had seen, but every move was incomparably marvelous. I'll also let you experience this old man's power. Lei Huming also had a competitive spirit. The wind from his fists changed, and a set of incomplete fist techniques that he had learned in his early years was displayed. Xiao Hua saw this and was even more overjoyed. The wind from his fists looked even more familiar. Xiao Hua had just recalled some things, and even more moves came from his mind. Watch eyes moves. Xiao Hua shouted loudly. He pulled back his fists, and immediately after, a complete set of fist techniques was displayed. This fist technique was like mercury flowing down the ground, without any flaws. It forced Lei Huming to only be able to parry, without the slightest strength to counterattack. A warm current also appeared from the tip of Xiao Hua's left foot, and along with the fist technique, it began to temper his bones. After the 108 moves of the fist technique were finished, Xiao Hua once again followed the momentum of the finishing move and performed another round in reverse. Only then did he stop, his heart full of vigor. Big Dipper Fist. This fist technique is the Big Dipper Divine Fist. Xiao Hua was ecstatic. When Lei Huming saw that Xiao Hua had stopped, he cupped his fists and said with a bitter smile, Xiao, this set of fist techniques of yours is like an antelope hanging its horn, without a trace to be found. It's also like the Milky Way spilling out from beyond the heavens, without a trace. Even though this old man knows that you've executed it from beginning to end, I just can't find a flaw. Just this alone, this old man is not your match. Thanks for letting me win. Xiao Hua was very carefree inside. How could he care about such a false reputation? He waved his hand and said, Hero Lei, we're only tied. There's no clear winner or loser between us. How can you say we're not opponents? Lei Huming glanced at Wang Chong and smiled bitterly. Xiao, it seems like this old man has to make a move. Wang Chong said with a smile, even though we've already fought here for many days and the challengers have already been defeated, since Xiao can consecutively defeat the three of us, this old man is convinced that you're the world's number one. No need. Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, this one only wants to ask Hero Wang a question. As for the matter of the battle, there's no need to mention it. Wang Chong asked curiously, what's the matter? Xiao, please speak. The fist technique that this one used just now, I wonder if Hero Wang has seen it before? After Xiao Hua finished speaking, he looked at Wang Chong expectantly. Wang Chong's eyes flashed with a trace of confusion. He shook his head and said, this old man has never seen the fist technique that Xiao used. It seems similar to Hero Lei's fist technique, but it's completely different. Forgive this old man for not recognizing it. Sigh, forget it. Xiao Hua looked at the crowd and said loudly, which hero has seen this fist technique before? The crowd murmured, but no one answered. Forget it, Hero Wang, this one will take his leave. Xiao Hua cupped his hands and was about to leave. Where is Xiao going? Wang Chong asked curiously. Xiao still has a battle to fight. It's fine if you don't want to fight. This one just wanted to come here to find his master. Xiao Hua was somewhat disinterested. A trace of anger appeared on Wang Chong's face. He was so angry that he laughed and said, Xiao, this old man knows that your martial arts are powerful, and I'm afraid that you're the world's number one. However, we are currently at the Luofeng Mountain Sword Conference. If you didn't come, then so be it. Since you're here, then let's fight to the end. If you turn around and leave like this, where will this old man's face be? Where will this world's hero's face be? How will we establish ourselves in the world of Jianghu in the future? Oh, that's right. Xiao Hua suddenly realized. He bowed and said, many thanks for senior's reprimand. This junior understands. This is my fault. As he spoke, Xiao Hua took a stance and used the fist of the North Star. Very good. Wang Chong's face revealed a gratified expression. His body floated, he spread out his palms and used the 9 yin and 9 yang internal energy. Although Wang Chong's martial arts were high, he was still only a Xiantian master. Compared to Xiao Hua, he was still lacking. Although Xiao Hua only used the fist of the North Star, his skin was rough and his flesh was thick. How could Wang Chong's internal energy injure him? Xiao Hua fought with him for a while, but he didn't seem to recall anything. He casually raised his shoulder, and like a street brawl, his shoulder landed on Wang Chong's chest. This move was very ingenious, it dodged Wang Chong's palms. Wang Chong only felt an unparalleled force coming towards him, as if a huge rock was pressing down on him. No matter how he circulated his internal energy, he was unable to resist. Wang Chong could only hurriedly retreat. He wanted to disperse this force. Unfortunately, this force was too strong. Wang Chong lost his balance and fell to the ground. Wang Chong was very anxious, but he immediately thought of a solution. He stretched out his hand, one hand supporting himself on the ground, the other hand casually grabbing the broken stones on the ground. He circulated his internal energy and threw them behind him. He even shouted, "Look at my hidden weapon." Although the rocks and other objects Wang Chong threw over were extremely powerful and comparable to crossbows, they were not worth mentioning in Xiao Hua's eyes. Xiao Hua smiled and raised his hand, about to use his strength to smash them down. However, when he swept his gaze over, he saw that there was a small green bottle in the middle of the rocks. There was a tightly sealed stopper at the top of the bottle, and there were some exquisite dark green leaf-shaped patterns on the body of the bottle. What is this? It looks very strange. Xiao Hua thought and stretched out his hand to grab it. But just as he stretched out his hand, the green bottle suddenly fell. With a "pa" sound, it actually disappeared from the ground. Xiao Hua was greatly alarmed. He quickly released his divine sense and swept it towards the place where the bottle disappeared. Unfortunately, the bottle disappeared like a ghost. There was no trace of it. Even if Xiao Hua grabbed the broken stones again and released his Buddhist sense, he still did not find anything. Strange, could it be some kind of divine object? Xiao Hua secretly sighed. At this time, there was a burst of thunderous cheers on Sunset Peak. When Xiao Hua came back to his senses, he saw that everyone was actually cheering for him. Xiao, you are indeed a dragon among men. Wang Chong jumped up from the ground and laughed. This old man still has one last flying sword technique. If Xiao can solve it, this old man's title of number one in the martial arts world will fall to Xiao. When Xiao Hua saw the mysterious bottle disappear, he felt somewhat disappointed. He knew that he was not on the same side as Wang Chong and the others. It was useless to stay here any longer. Thus, he cupped his hands and said, Hero Wang's internal strength is profound. This one is not your opponent. Then, he raised his head and shouted, Heroes present, which one of you has seen this Xiao before? Unfortunately, other than envy, jealousy, and enthusiasm in everyone's eyes, no one answered, even if Xiao Hua shouted 3 times in a row. Just as Xiao Hua sighed and was about to leave, a rough voice came from the mountain path, I know who you are. Xiao Hua was overjoyed at first, but when his divine sense swept over, his face turned from joy to anger. The voice said again, You are the frog at the bottom of the well who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. After practicing martial arts for a few days, you think you are number 1 in the world. Who are you? Xiao Hua did not speak, but Wang Chong shouted with a cold face. I am the person who came to teach you the immensity of heaven and earth. I will let you know what a true divine ability is. As the voice spoke, it walked out from the mountain path. When everyone saw the owner of the voice, they could not help but cry out in shock. They saw a large tiger with white eyes and a white forehead coming out from the mountain path. This tiger seemed to be suspended in the air, and on top of the tiger sat a pale old man. This old man's cultivation was around the 7th layer of qi refining. His face was very kind, and his hair and beard were snow white. However, his kind face could not hide the disdain and contempt in his eyes. What shocked everyone the most was that the old man was holding a few bloody heads in his hand. One of them was the burly man Xiao Hua saw at the bottom of the mountain. Daoist Yuna, where did you come from? Although the people of Jianghu were chivalrous, they also had the courage to fight. A few of the heroes standing on the periphery waved the weapons in their hands and blocked in front of the old man. They angrily shouted, This is the location of the Luo Feng Mountain Sword Conference. How can you trespass into Setting Sun Mountain and kill our mountain guards? Ha ha ha, you are just a group of self-righteous pitiful worms. The old man sneered and used his cold eyes to sweep the crowd. He casually clapped his hands and threw out several fireball talismans. Damn! Xiao Hua was greatly alarmed. He hurriedly slapped his forehead, wanting to send out his fastest flying sword. However, he was still far away. Before his flying sword could fly out, he heard a series of rumbling sounds. Those fireball talismans had already smashed into the bodies of those brave men blocking in front of the old man. Several miserable screams sounded. Needless to say, these people were all killed by the fireballs. Their broken bodies and limbs flew all over the ground. To be continued. Chapter 1742. Seeing several people being killed by this immortal-like old man with a raise of his hand, the surrounding people were shocked and involuntarily took a few steps back, creating an empty space. Sir, is the legendary immortal? Seeing this, Wang Chang's face was extremely angry, but he still asked very carefully. I am the immortal you all speak of. The old man smiled as he urged the tiger to slowly walk into the field. The surrounding people hurriedly made a wide path for him. Since you are an immortal, then don't lower yourself to the same level as us mortals. The corpses in the hands of immortals are all living people with flesh and blood. How can immortals take people's lives so easily? Wang Chong said forcefully, and just now, several fellow martial artists were just asking about the origin of immortals, yet they were killed by immortals? Good. Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and almost gave Wang Chong a thumbs up. A man should have some fears and some fears. Under justice, even the strong have to be questioned. Ha ha ha, in this immortal's eyes, you all are just ants. What is wrong with this immortal casually crushing a few of you? The old man still smiled as he replied, then looked at Xiao Hua. Just now, I heard you shout loudly. You have the highest martial arts here? Without waiting for Xiao Hua to speak, Wang Chong hurriedly said, This old man is Yin Yang, the #1 person in the martial arts world. Xiao Xianxia just lost a challenge. Since it's not you, then what are you howling for? Finished speaking, he slapped his hand and took out a flying sword talisman from his storage bag. Seeing an old Qi refining stage 7 cultivator showing off in front of him, Xiaohua only sneered and raised his hand again. Since you know this old man is the #1 person in the martial arts world, does a mortal want to teach me? Wang Chong quickly walked to the chair he was sitting on and picked up a long sword from it, coldly looking at the old man. Hee, just you? The old man's mouth showed disdain. His hand formed a seal and urged his magic power. The flying sword talisman flew into the air and turned into a flying sword, floating in the air. When Wang Chong saw this, he felt bitter in his mouth. He hurriedly activated the genuine qi in his body. With a sound of a sword flew out of the scabbard in his hand like a swimming dragon. It also flew into the air. I didn't expect you to know about flying swords too. The old man smiled and pointed with his finger. The flying sword talisman streaked across the sky and flew towards Wang Chong's flying sword. Wang Chong also tried his best to circulate his inner energy. His flying sword also flew towards the old man shakily. Ka! With a light sound, the flying sword talisman cut the sword into two. The old man laughed wantonly. You call this a flying sword? As he spoke, he pointed his finger again, and the flying sword talisman shot towards Wang Chong's throat like a bolt of lightning. Sigh, forget it. Sigh. Wang Chong knew that he couldn't escape in time, so he closed his eyes and sighed. You call this a flying sword? Just as Wang Chong was in despair, Xiaohua's voice sounded. Xiaohua opened his mouth and a small green and red sword chased after the flying sword talisman. This small sword was very strange. It grew with the wind and in an instant, it was a foot long. With a k'chi sound, the Dream Slayer caught up to the flying sword talisman and cut it into two pieces. Which sect are you from? The old man immediately shouted. I am Bai Ming of the Spirit Husbandry sect. I don't care which sect you are from. Since you take others to be ants, little do you know that you're similarly an ant in the eyes of this young master. Xiaohua sneered, and he didn't pay the slightest attention to the old man's begging for mercy as he urged his flying sword to stab towards Bai Ming. Bai Ming felt his heart palpitate and his expression changed. He didn't dare to be careless. He threw away the head in his hand and slapped his storage bag, taking out several yellow talismans. At the same time, he slapped the big tiger under him. The big tiger roared and pounced towards Xiaohua. A fishy wind rose. You're courting death. How could Xiaohua care about the man and the tiger? The Dream Slayer turned into two in the air. One stabbed at Bai Ming and the other at the big tiger. Let's go. Bai Ming held back the indescribable fear in his heart. He flicked the yellow talisman in his hand, and several fireballs appeared to block the flying sword. He used a flying talisman on himself and urged his magic power to escape. Rumble. The fireball talisman exploded. But how could the fireballs block the Dream Slayer? The Dream Slayer's cold light pierced through the flames and went straight for Bai Ming. Bai Ming saw the Dream Slayer coming and waved his hand again. An ice talisman blocked it. However, the Dream Slayer shook again and another identical flying sword flew out. When Bai Ming's body flew up about 10 feet, the flying sword stabbed at his throat. Fellow, please spare me, Bai Ming was shocked. His godlike face was distorted in fear. He shouted, I have a secret. I will tell you now, please, secret? Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. However, when he thought of the burly man who warned him 2 hours ago at the foot of Sunset Mountain, Xiaohua's Dream Slayer paused for a moment and swept past Bai Ming's throat. Bai Ming's throat flickered with light. However, under the Dream Slayer, it couldn't resist at all and was immediately annihilated. At the same time, the big tiger didn't even have the strength of a first-rank spirit beast. Naturally, it couldn't resist the Dream Slayer. The sword flashed and passed through the white spot on its forehead. After a loud roar, it fell to the ground. Effortlessly, a 7th-layer Qi refining cultivator and his spirit beast were annihilated by Xiaohua with a wave of his hand. The green-red Dream Slayer circled around Sunset Mountain and turned into another. Although the Dream Slayer didn't target the men of Jianghu, the boundless karma contained in the sword was so powerful that even cultivators would find it difficult to resist. These people who only knew martial arts felt that the end of the world had come. Seeing the Dream Slayer being swallowed by Xiao Hua, the pressure in everyone's souls disappeared. At this time, they didn't know how to face Xiao Hua. Xiao. Spiritual Master. Thank you for saving my life. Wang Chong shouted and was about to kneel on the ground. Wang Chong's face was deathly pale. It was obvious that he was heavily injured from using the flying sword. However, there was a trace of redness on his face. It should be due to the excitement of facing Xiao Hua, the immortal they called Xiao Hua. How could Xiao Hua let him kneel? He waved his hand and stopped him with a smile. Hero Wang, there's no need to be so courteous. You and I have become friends through martial arts. Please rise, please rise. Spiritual Master Xiao, we thank Senior Immortal for saving our lives. Lei Huming and Su Bingyi also knelt on the ground. Similarly, everyone else present also knelt on the ground. They knew that with the ruthlessness of Bai Ming's attack just now, if it weren't for Xiao Hua, they wouldn't have been able to survive. I forget it, Xiao Hua looked at this group of hot-blooded and chivalrous mortals. He clapped his hands and took out a jade bottle, throwing it into Wang Chong's hands. Your inner strength has succeeded, but your meridians have been damaged. Your lifespan shouldn't be far. This is my Daoist's marrow cleansing pill. It should be useful for you. Chapter 1743. Soon after, Xiao Hua looked around and saw the people kneeling on the ground. He smiled and said, "It's fate that brought us together. This poor Daoist doesn't have anything good, so these pills are for everyone. I hope that everyone will remember the word chivalrous, and always put kindness first. Don't bully the weak because you're strong." With that, he waved his hand and the remaining pills of the lowest level were divided into several portions. He pointed his finger and the pills flew out like a fairy scattering flowers. There was one in front of everyone. Thank you, Daoist Xiao. Everyone was overjoyed and shouted in unison. Their voices shook the entire Sunset Peak. I'm leaving. Xiao Hua smiled and shouted in a low voice. At the same time, he waved his hand and took away the storage pouch and a spirit storage pouch on Bai Ming's waist. The big tiger's corpse was also put into the storage pouch. When Xiao Hua's figure flew into the air, another strand of true Samadhi fire fell on Bai Ming's corpse. In a short moment, it was completely burned. Farewell, Daoist Xiao. Everyone led by Wang Chong cupped their hands and bowed deeply in the direction Xiao Hua flew away. Only after Xiao Hua's figure had disappeared for a long time did Wang Chong and the others withdraw their gazes. Wang Chong looked at the crowd and said loudly, "Fellow Wulin friends, we have always defeated others with martial strength. Who hasn't done anything outrageous before? Even this old man doesn't dare to say that everything I do is based on my own benevolence and that kindness is the most important thing. Now that we have met Daoist Xiao, it is a great opportunity for us. It is also the time for us to reflect and find a new path. In the future, we will follow Daoist Zhao's instructions and help the weak. We will walk the Jianghu with chivalry. We will listen to Daoist Wang's instructions and follow Daoist Zhao's instructions." Everyone shouted in unison. Good, we have received Daoist Zhao's kindness. This Luofeng Mountain Sword Conference is really perfect. Wang Chong held the jade bottle given by Xiao Hua and said, "We don't need to go down the mountain. First, we will take the pills given by Daoist Xiao in case there is an accident. Before I take the pills, I have to make a hard oath that I will follow Daoist Zhao's example and follow Daoist Zhao's good deeds. I hope that everyone in Jianghu will also make a hard oath." Good. We will follow. At this moment, everyone's blood was boiling. How could they not follow? Even if he had objections in his heart, he probably wouldn't disobey. Wang Chong distributed the medicinal pills in the jade bottle to Lei Huming and the others. Zhang Shuyang was next to the five of them, and since there were no medicinal pills in front of him, Wang Chong naturally gave him a portion of the medicinal pills. After everyone had made their hard oaths, they took the pills on the spot and adjusted their internal energy. Xiaohua had already flown far away. After doing a good deed, his mood was always very happy. However, Xiaohua still felt some pity for the life of that burly man. That burly man looked very fierce, but his heart was quite kind. Moreover, Wang Chong and the others gave Xiaohua a very good impression, so he gave them the pills that he didn't need. Of course, Xiaohua also had a sense of propriety. These pills would only be beneficial to them and would not harm them. And then what is the secret that Bai Ming spoke of? Xiaohua's mind slightly moved. It's a pity that he acted ruthlessly. As a cultivator, although he has heaven-defying divine abilities, he still has to treat others kindly. Not to mention Jianghu people with internal energy, even children without the strength to truss a chicken have to smile. A secret exchanged with the lives of these people, this young master disdains it beneath contempt. It's a pity that this young master doesn't know any soul-searching techniques, otherwise, I could use it on this guy. Xiaohua's mouth hung a cold smile. This guy is so fierce, who knows how many vengeful souls he has on his hands. If I use the soul-searching technique on him, even the heavens would be happy. At this moment, an extremely comfortable feeling suddenly came from the Buddha's Saraira. Xiaohua couldn't help but be greatly alarmed. He didn't dare to let his imagination run wild and immediately descended from the sky, looking for a secret place to investigate. When Xiaohua inspected the Buddha's heart of the Buddha's Saraira, he couldn't help but be dumbstruck. Previously, this Buddha's heart had some brilliance similar to fire, but this brilliance was different in brightness and darkness, and the color was also different. But now, this brilliance was more than 100 times more. Moreover, it was already divided into 9 colors, like a cluster of lively Buddha's fire. The dream execution, cloud-suppressing seal, the 8 sword pills, and the shabby small bucket that was thrown to the side were all enveloped by the Buddha's fire. What surprised Xiaohua the most was that at the root of the Buddha's fire, there was actually a strand of faintly discernible golden thread. Why did the immeasurable karmic fire suddenly change so much? Xiaohua sat cross-legged, pinched his chin, and was rather puzzled. Moreover, what is this golden thread? This golden thread seems to be within the immeasurable karmic fire, but it also doesn't seem to be within it. It should have just been formed, right? Alas, I'm afraid that if I have time in the future, I'll have to make a trip to the Buddhist sect's ruins. I don't know if this immeasurable karmic fire is a good thing or not. It's not a good thing to always be in the Buddha's Saraira. I need to find a proper way to thoroughly understand the secrets of the Buddhist sect. Xiaohua thought to himself, and then thought for a long time. He didn't find anything useful from the exquisite leaf scripture, so Xiaohua could only fly out from the hidden place and continue to fly towards the west. However, Xiaohua didn't know that the formation of this immeasurable karmic fire was related to specific karma, and not related to the cultivator's cultivation. Xiaohua saving a 9th layer qi refining cultivator was the same as saving an ordinary person, and the karma of killing an early stage foundation establishment cultivator was also the same as killing an ordinary person. He just saved so many Wulin people from Bai Ming's hands. How could this kind of good karma be small? Moreover, Xiaohua's good deeds also affected these powerful heroes in the Wulin, and their good deeds were also Xiaohua's karma. This kind of karma had a huge impact. In particular, Wang Chong was afraid that the medicinal pills given by Xiaohua would make others do bad things, so he actually made everyone swear a hard oath. What was this hard oath? It was the condensation of one's thoughts. Wang Chong also wanted everyone to follow Xiaohua's example, and Xiaohua was an immortal in everyone's eyes, so this was the condensation of one's beliefs. Under these coincidences, under the effect of Xiaohua's Buddhist sex karma, a strand of golden thread was born in his Buddhist heart. As for what the golden thread was, Xiaohua would probably only know after arriving at the Buddhist sect's ruins. After flying for a few more hours, Xiaohua saw that they were already far away from Luofeng Mountain, and the sky was also bright. Xiaohua clapped his hand, and a thunder sound transmitting talisman was sent out. The yellow talisman flew into the air, and with the sound of thunder, it actually flew towards the north. Why is that? Xiaohua was a bit puzzled. Should we wait here for a while? Xiao Hua still remembered the agreement with Sun Shu and the others. However, after waiting for only the time it takes to burn an incense stick, he didn't see Sun Shu and the others coming. Instead, a transmission talisman was sent over, and there were only 4 short words in the transmission talisman: "Quickly come and help." Xiao Hua was shocked. Sun Shu's voice in the transmission talisman was very panicked. Obviously, they were in a critical moment. Xiao Hua didn't dare to be negligent. He used the awakening thunder escape. After flying a few hundred li to the north, he actually heard bursts of thunder and the sound of fireballs exploding in the distant mountain forest. Xiao Hua's Buddhist awareness swept over, and he unconsciously frowned. He saw that in the valley between 2 mountain ranges, Sun Shu and the other 2 were surrounded by 6 cultivators who were also at the 12th layer of qi refining. The 6 cultivators were wearing the same attire, and they took turns to attack the 3 of them. Among them, there were also high-grade yellow talismans like fireball talismans thrown out. Looking at Sun Shu and the other 2, Sun Shu's thunder lock and Kuan Fian's thunder trapping bead were both raised above their heads, and a defensive brilliance protected them. Qian Diheng's body was suffused with a faint brilliance. Obviously, it was his defensive magic treasure. Under the attack of so many magic treasures, the defensive brilliance had already dimmed a lot. Moreover, Sun Shu and the others' attacks were also barely enough. The fireball talismans and icicle talismans were also thrown out in the gaps of the defense. They were far from being a threat to the other 3. What surprised Xiao Hua the most was that in the valley, other than the 3 disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect and the 6 enemy disciples, there was also a centipede-like spiritual insect flying in the air. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws, and flew to Qian Diheng's side to attack from time to time. Qian Diheng's defensive magic treasure was very powerful, but every time the centipede flew in front of the brilliance, it would shoot out sticky black water from its body. This black water was obviously very corrosive, and could always corrode the brilliance of the magic treasure a little. Damn it, could these 6 cultivators be from the spirit husbandry sect? Xiao Hua instantly thought of the spirit husbandry sects by Ming that he met last night. There's also the corpse of a spiritual beast over there. Xiao Hua's Buddhist consciousness could see that not far from where the 9 people were fighting, there was the corpse of a monster that was 10 feet in size. This monster looked like a rhinoceros, and there was a single horn on its head that pierced into the stone wall at an angle, hanging the entire corpse on the stone wall. The back of the corpse was charred black, and it was obviously killed by a thunder attribute magic treasure. Xiao Hua's Buddhist consciousness scanned the corpse, and he understood the reason in his heart. At this moment, a few spiritual wills swept over from the valley, and it must be the disciples of the spirit husbandry sect who were alerted. Thus, Xiao Hua's lips curled into a cold smile, and his body suddenly descended, burrowing into the ground. Haha, in the valley, a disciple of the spirit husbandry sect laughed loudly. Fellow Daoists from the Imperial Thunder sect, there's no need to struggle anymore, it's all useless. Look at how long you've been waiting for your message talisman, and you still haven't seen your fellow disciples coming over. I'm afraid they've already escaped when they saw us here, right? Pui, when Sun Shu heard this, she was already furious, and she spat. You little thieves from the spirit husbandry sect, you're usually very respectful, and in front of the Imperial Thunder sect, you're as obedient as a grandson. Why did you change your face the moment you got the chance? If I knew this, I would have. When Sun Shu was distracted, her thunder lock immediately couldn't hold on any longer. The defensive light flashed, and the entire thunder lock seemed like it was going to fall from midair. The spirit husbandry sect's cultivators were obviously trying to distract her, and when they saw this, a cultivator immediately separated from Qian Diheng's side. He pointed his finger, and a cone-shaped magic treasure pierced the thunder lock. If you like this work, you're welcome to vote for it at Qidian. Com. Chapter 1744. See la la, the sharp all-magical treasure actually created a black hole in the light of the lightning lock. Sun Shu was shocked when she saw this and did not dare to say anything to the spirit husbandry sect disciple. She raised her head and spat out a mouthful of blood essence. Immediately after, she quickly formed hand seals and hit the lightning lock that had just absorbed her blood essence. Pa pa pa, there was also a series of crackling sounds. Purple lightning shot out from the lightning lock and hit the sharp all-magical treasure. Different from the previous lightning, this purple lightning easily destroyed the sharp all-magical treasure. It turned around and was about to fall from the sky. The spirit husbandry sect disciple who took out the magical treasure was not shocked but happy. He pointed his finger and the sharp all-magical treasure flew back into the sky. He smiled and said, "This girl has already used her final move. Junior brothers, let's work harder and take care of these three little things first. Then, we will wait for their other disciples to fall into the trap." "Ha, that's right." The other disciples also laughed. The Imperial Thunder Sect disciples have always been known for having many treasures. Look at this disciple, he actually has a defensive magical treasure on him. The storage bags of the other two female disciples should also have some good stuff, right? That's right. The Spirit Husbandry Sect disciples roared with laughter. Sun Shu collected her thoughts and did not dare to be distracted anymore. However, she prayed in her heart, "Junior brother Shao, I was wrong just now. I should not have called you over. You must not come over." Different from Sun Shu, Qian Diheng had been looking out of the valley. He seemed to be very confident in Xiao Hua. Even if the other party had 6 disciples who had the same cultivation as them, as long as Xiao Hua arrived, these disciples would immediately become useless. "Damn it, junior brother Xiao, why aren't you here yet? If you still don't come, I will become a lonely ghost." Although Qian Diheng had a defensive magical treasure, he could not withstand the attacks of 3 Spirit Husbandry Sect disciples. Furthermore, there was also a spiritual insect with martial arts. The magic power in his body was getting weaker and weaker. Just as Qian Diheng patted his storage pouch and swallowed another elixir to replenish his vital energy, a black centipede flew out from somewhere in the valley. The centipede's body was pitch black, and the tentacles in front of its head were swaying violently. It was actually charging towards the centipede-like spirit insect in front of Qian Diheng in an overbearing manner. "Oh my, Herculean centipede?" The disciples of the Spirit Husbandry Sect obviously knew about this creature as they exclaimed in shock. Then, they controlled the centipede-like spirit insect to fly over. They immediately acted according to their plan. 2 of the disciples flew 5 feet into the air and used their spiritual senses to scan the area where the Herculean centipede flew out. "Junior brother Shao, don't come over." Sun Shu's face was pale. He knew where the divine power centipede came from and couldn't help but shout. With Sun Shu's shout, his magic power clearly stagnated. The cultivator holding the sharp all-magic tool grinned and pushed his magic power to the limit. The sharp all suddenly elongated like a flying sword. With a pu sound, the lightning lock's brilliance was finally broken. Sun Shu's magic power was exhausted and he fell to the ground. At the same time, the lightning lock also lost its brilliance and fell from the sky. Wang, a sharp buzzing sound was heard. From the side where Sun Shu fell, the cloud-suppressing seal flew out from the ground. Countless amounts of spiritual energy gathered on it and shot towards the sharp all. Quick, the moment the cloud-suppressing seal appeared from the ground, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. The disciples of the Spirit Husbandry Sect obviously didn't expect Xiao Hua to escape from the ground. The disciple who attacked Sun Shu shouted and rubbed his hands. The sharp all also made a loud noise and a green gas shot out from it towards the cloud-suppressing seal. At the same time, the other disciple who attacked Sun Shu also stopped attacking Sun Shu and used his magic tool to smash towards the side of the cloud-suppressing seal. The 2 disciples who flew into the air and looked at the Herculean centipede were also stunned. They looked at each other and flew towards the left and right of the cloud-suppressing seal. There were actually 4 disciples who wanted to pincer attack Xiao Hua who escaped from the ground. However, when the 2 disciples flew less than 3 meters, a green and red flying sword suddenly flew out from the stone wall behind one of the disciples. The moment the flying sword appeared in the air, it had a terrifying aura and quickly pierced towards the disciple's armpit. Ah! The disciple was obviously panicking. This panic came from the bottom of his heart. The flying sword was too close and too fast. Before he could retrieve his magic tool, the flying sword had already pierced his waist. Quick! The disciple clearly also had a secret technique. Seeing that he couldn't block the flying sword, he clenched his teeth and swung his left hand downward. A 3-inch-long thunder palm shot out from his hand and struck the flying sword. He wanted to destroy the flying sword. With a crisp sound, the thunder palm hit the flying sword. However, just as the disciple relaxed, he immediately turned pale. The flying sword didn't turn into a talisman like he expected. Instead, a green light flowed out and pierced through the thunder palm, piercing his waist. Another "pa-pa" sound rang out. The defensive yellow talisman that the disciple had placed on his body was easily pierced by the execution dream. After a few flashes of light, the execution dream pierced through the disciple's body and came out. That unlucky spirit husbandry sect disciple seemed to be very unwilling to accept this. He turned his head to look at the stone wall where the flying sword had pierced through. He wanted to see who was so ruthless. Unfortunately, when he fell from mid-air, he still didn't see Xiaohua's figure. Shit! When the disciples heard their junior brothers scream, they were all shocked. The person who worked together with this disciple was a short and fat cultivator. When he saw the dream slayer piercing through his junior brother's body and flying towards him, he quickly put away his magic tool that looked like a jade scepter. With his magic power, the jade scepter immediately shot out a string of white balls of light, blocking the flying sword. The dream slayer was very brave and didn't stop at all. The green and red light flashed. Pu-pu-pu. With a series of soft sounds, the balls of light were pierced by the dream slayer. However, as the balls of light exploded, the speed of the dream slayer also decreased. When the last ball of light exploded, the dream slayer actually stopped in front of a ball of light the size of a fist. Seeing that his magic weapon had blocked the flying sword, the short and stout disciple smiled. However, just as he smiled, he saw his senior brother, who had attacked Xian Diheng, looking at him with a horrifying gaze and his half-open mouth. What's going on? The short and fat disciple looked over with a questioning gaze, behind. At this moment, the senior brother called out. Shit! Just as this thought appeared in the short and fat disciple's mind, he felt a pain in his chest. When he lowered his head to look, he saw a black spear protruding from his chest. Only then did he feel the intense pain. Who? The short and fat disciple was just like the disciple who was killed by the dream slayer. He really wanted to turn his head back to take a look. However, before he could do so, his vision turned black and he fell from the sky. Chapter 1745. The remaining 4 disciples of spirit husbandry sect gasped at the same time. They looked at Xiaohua, who had a calm expression on his face and had just pulled out his hand from their junior brother's back. They had made preparations and made many backup plans. However, they never expected Xiaohua to use the earth escape technique to appear. Furthermore, before he even appeared, he had already used so many baits to distract them. Furthermore, before Xiaohua even appeared, he had already killed one of their junior brothers. Furthermore, in mid-air beside them, the spiritual insects of spirit husbandry sect were being suppressed by the god power centipede. They were being attacked by the god power centipede until they couldn't tell which direction was north. Even if they spat out poisonous silk, they couldn't hit the god power centipede. Go! Although the 4 of them were timid, their gazes swept over the corpse of the monster on the ground, and their eyes unconsciously revealed a fanatical look. They exchanged glances with each other, and all of them waved their hands at the same time. Their hands formed seals, and they did their best to activate the artifacts in the air for the final battle. In contrast to the disciples of spirit husbandry sect, Sun Shu and the others were extremely surprised. Previously, they were being suppressed by 6 opponents. The moment Xiaohua appeared, he killed 2 of them. Now, it was 4 against 4. However, under the cover of Xiaohua's cloud-suppressing seal, Sun Shu could only protect himself. It wasn't a one-on-one situation yet. However, Would Xiaohua care about this at this moment? Xiaohua pointed his finger and the cloud-suppressing seal made a buzzing sound. It flipped in mid-air and smashed towards the spirit husbandry sect disciple who used a sharp all-magical artifact just now. Ah! An incomparable fear rose in the spirit husbandry sect disciple's heart. It was as if there were many small invisible hands in the cloud-suppressing seal grabbing at his soul. The spirit husbandry sect disciple slapped his hand and the spiritual insects that he hadn't taken out all this time came out from his storage bag. These spiritual insects were the size of 3 fists. They had 6 wings on both sides of the spiritual insects. Their oval-shaped heads were also pitch black and took up more than half of their bodies. Furthermore, there was only one eye on each of their heads. Below the eye, there was a slender spike sticking out of the slender mouth. The blue glow on the spike indicated that it was extremely poisonous. These spiritual insects were none other than Du Ming. However, when the 3 Du Ming flew out of the storage bag, they didn't fly out in all directions and attack Xiaohua according to their master's orders like before. Instead, Du Ming seemed to be extremely afraid of the cloud-suppressing seal's power. He flapped his wings and tried to fly back into the storage bag. Quick! How could the spirit husbandry sect disciple allow Du Ming to return? He slapped his hand and took out an old yellow talisman. He spat a mouthful of blood on it and activated the disciple's magic power. Instantly, it turned into a ball of bright red light. Following which, the spirit husbandry sect disciple chanted an incantation. This ball of light split into 3 and landed on the 3 Du Ming. The 3 Du Ming instantly gave off a red glow and seemed to have increased in size. They flapped their wings and circled in the air, avoiding the cloud-suppressing seal and flying towards Xiaohua. Haha! Seeing this, Xiaohua couldn't help but laugh coldly. He didn't summon Little Yellow or Little Silver. He pointed at the cloud-suppressing seal and smashed it towards the spirit husbandry sect disciple. At the same time, he activated the execution dream and stabbed it towards Du Ming. Humph! Seeing that Xiaohua was using his flying sword to stab Du Ming, the spirit husbandry sect disciple couldn't help but laugh coldly in his heart. Not only was Du Ming's poison powerful, his black shell was also famous. How could a flying sword and talisman pierce through it? He only needed to dodge the cloud-suppressing seal and control the sharp awl to cooperate with Du Ming and his senior brother to attack Xiaohua. Seeing the cloud-suppressing seal smashing towards him, the spirit husbandry sect disciple clapped his hands and tried his best to activate his flying talisman. He wanted to escape from the range of the cloud-suppressing seal's power. However, at this moment, he heard Xiaohua shout, "Then stay here." Following Xiaohua's words, the cloud-suppressing seal suddenly increased its speed and smashed towards the spirit husbandry sect disciple. It turned out that the cloud-suppressing seal's slow speed was done by Xiaohua on purpose. He waited until it was within his range of control before suddenly exerting force. As the power of the cloud-suppressing seal approached, the powerful pressure from the cloud-suppressing seal crushed the flying talisman on the spirit husbandry sect disciple's body. Furthermore, the defensive yellow talismans around the disciple's body flickered a few times before they were destroyed. They turned into talisman papers and fell from the sky like the disciple. Naturally, when Xiaohua attacked the disciple, the other spirit husbandry sect disciple also flew towards Xiaohua. A triangular magic treasure flashed with a yellow glow and smashed towards Xiaohua's forehead. The spirit husbandry sect disciple saw that Xiaohua was attacking his junior brother with all his strength and he was unable to help. He could only think of killing Xiaohua first. Perhaps this would be of use to besiege Wei to rescue Zhao. However, would Xiaohua give him the chance to do so? Seeing that this triangular magic tool was very similar to his own black dust from before, Xiaohua understood its attack method. Without waiting for the earthen yellow light beam to strike, he clapped his hands, and similarly, his black dust flew out. First, a light beam went up to meet the attack. Seeing that Xiaohua had taken out another magic treasure, the spirit husbandry sect disciple was completely stunned. They were both Qi refinement stage level 12 cultivators, but they could at most take out 2 magic treasures for attack and defense. Not only was their spiritual force insufficient, even the dermic powers around them were turbid. However, Xiaohua had already taken out a magic treasure and a flying sword talisman and took out another magic treasure that had the same function as his own magic treasure. Is this still a Qi refinement stage cultivator? The disciple didn't dare to be slow. He activated his dermic powers and shot out a yellow light beam. Pu pu pu, a series of muffled sounds rang out as the two light beams collided. The light beam from Xiaohua's whisk dust seemed to have hit a piece of rotten wood as it broke the light beam from his opponent's magic treasure. In the blink of an eye, it hit the main body of the magic treasure. This time, there wasn't any sound. Under the attack of the light beam, the magic treasure suddenly flew backwards and crashed into the stone wall of the valley with a peng, creating a huge hole. Run, the spirit husbandry sect disciple's magic treasure was damaged and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Immediately, a thought appeared in the spirit husbandry sect disciple's mind. If two different magic treasures collided, it would be impossible to tell how strong the other's dermic powers were. However, the magic treasure of the spirit husbandry sect disciple was clearly the same as Xiaohua's magic treasure. In this clash, the difference between the two was immediately revealed. Xiaohua's dermic powers were much stronger than his. Pa, at this moment, a loud sound rang out. It was the sound of the cloud-suppressing seal landing on the ground. The entire ground shook. As for the disciple who was hit by the cloud-suppressing seal, although he didn't cry out in pain, no matter if it was the spirit husbandry sect disciple or the imperial thunder sect disciple, they didn't think that he could escape alive. Ha ha ha. Go and die. This time, it was Qian Diheng who laughed sinisterly. He had been holding back for a long time and finally got the chance when the spirit husbandry sect disciple was distracted. He activated his halberd and two colored balls of light under the cover of a slightly larger ball of light hit his opponent's heart. Following Qian Diheng's laughter, the balls of light exploded. Not only did they explode his opponent's defensive light shield, they even blew a bowl-sized hole in his body. Blood and flesh flew everywhere and it was obvious that he wouldn't be able to survive. This was great. Out of the 6 spirit husbandry sect disciples, 4 had died in an instant and only 2 were left. The disciple who was fighting with Xiaohua didn't even turn his head to look. The moment he heard the loud sound of the cloud-suppressing seal, he immediately formed hand seals and flew towards the sky. He wanted to use his flying speed to escape. Junior brother Xiao, quickly chase after him. Qian Diheng was also infuriated by the spirit husbandry sect disciple. As he waved his halberd to help Kun Fian, he immediately shouted when he saw the disciple escaping. Haha, can he escape? Xiaohua laughed loudly but his body didn't move at all. The spirit husbandry sect disciple was slightly delighted when he scanned with his spiritual will. However, before he could fly another 10 feet, an indescribable feeling pressed down on his head. He only scanned with his spiritual will and his soul immediately flew out of his body. The dream executioner who was fighting with Du Ming just now had unknowingly flown to the top of his head. The green and red sword light flashed and pierced through his head. Ha, junior brother Xiao, your flying sword talisman is really useful. Qian Diheng laughed as he fought with Kun Fian against the last spirit husbandry sect disciple. Of course, I found this flying sword talisman in a shop in Weeping Moon City. I spent a lot of spiritual stones on it. Xiaohua didn't say anything. With a wave of his hand, the dream executioner landed in his hand. With a wave of his hand, he kept the dream executioner into his Buddha heart. After that, Xiaohua looked at the last spirit husbandry sect disciple who had a pale face. He then looked at the spiritual insects whose bodies had been destroyed by the divine power centipede. With a wave of his hand, the cloud-suppressing seal slowly shrunk and landed in his hand. Not far from him, the 3 Du Ming were already cut into 6 pieces by the dream executioner. Although Xiaohua wanted to keep Du Ming just now, Du Ming, who had been activated by the spirit husbandry sect disciple's essence blood, seemed to have entered a crazy state and wouldn't stop until he was dead. Senior sister Sun, are you injured? Xiaohua landed beside Sun Shu. At this moment, Sun Shu's pale face was slightly red and sickly. I'm all right. Thank goodness junior brother rushed over in time. Sun Shu's beautiful eyes were filled with an indescribable feeling. There was respect and also shock. She didn't expect Xiao Hua, who was in the 10th level of qi refining 10 years ago, to be so much stronger than her now. Although Xiao Hua hadn't built his foundation yet, a 12th level qi refining cultivator wasn't his opponent. This doesn't make sense. Sun Shu thought, we're both in the 12th level of qi refining, but Xiao Hua only failed to build his foundation once. Furthermore, he entered the 12th level of qi refining later than me. How can he be so strong? Although Sun Shu was shocked that Xiao Hua escaped from the blood formation in Lingpei Mountain Village, she didn't see it with her own eyes. Today, Xiao Hua killed 4 12th level qi refining cultivators in front of her. This had long surpassed Sun Shu's understanding. How could she not be moved? Chapter 1746. Seeing the expression in Sun Shu's eyes, Xiao Hua frowned. He didn't want to reveal too much of his abilities, but the cloud-suppressing seal was too inconvenient and inflexible. It would be fine if it was against one opponent, but against 3 opponents, it would take a lot of time. Sun Shu was already in danger, so Xiao Hua didn't dare to hold back. Xiao Hua was slightly embarrassed. He glanced to the side and knew that Qian Diheng and Kuan Fian had the upper hand. He said, Senior Sun, you should take the pill first. I will protect you. Thank you, junior brother Xiao. Sun Shu smiled sweetly and placed the pill into her mouth. She immediately sat down cross-legged and dissolved the medicinal power of the pill, activating her heart technique to heal her injuries. It can't be. She won't even take out her lightning lock? Seeing Sun Shu being so confident in him, Xiao Hua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He clapped his hands and took out the black dust to protect Sun Shu. He then looked at the battle in the distance. At this moment, Qian Diheng and Kuan Fian had deep hatred on their faces. They didn't hesitate to attack the remaining spirit husbandry sect disciple with their magic weapons. The disciple was tall and his cultivation was between the two of them. Although he had the upper hand when he was fighting against 4, he didn't expend much of his magic power. However, he was already exhausted from dealing with the two of them. Furthermore, there was a person who had killed 4 people of the same cultivation level as him and was staring at him from afar. How could this spirit husbandry sect disciple be in a good mood? Fellow Daoists. The spirit husbandry sect disciple dodged an attack from Qian Diheng and Kuan Fian and shouted anxiously, I have a secret to tell both of you. What secret? Is it to exchange for your life? Qian Diheng was already furious. If he didn't have a protective magic weapon, he would be in a worse state than Sun Shu. Now that he saw his enemy begging for mercy, he couldn't help but laugh coldly. Fellow Daoists, as long as you make a hard oath to let I go, I will tell all of you the secret of why I used this dust-repelling beast and where I used it. Qian Diheng's hand paused as he looked at Kuan Fian. Kuan Fian had the same hesitation in her eyes. If it was before today, she could make the decision. But today, there was a trace of fear in her heart. When she saw Qian Diheng looking at her, she immediately gave Xiao Hua a look. Qian Diheng immediately understood and hurriedly shouted at Xiao Hua, Junior apprentice brother Xiao, you come over first. This guy wants to use the dust-warding beast's secret to exchange for his life. When Xiao Hua heard this, he acted as if he didn't hear it. He stood there motionlessly and coldly said, we're already enemies who won't rest until we're dead. What's there to be merciful about? They could just kill him. What secret? There are so many secrets in this world. But Qian Diheng was still somewhat hesitant and was about to ask again. Kuan Fian smiled and said, Junior apprentice brother Qian, we still have many things to do. Why are you thinking about the secret of the dust-repelling beast? If he let this guy go, who knew if he still had any fellow apprentices? It's better to listen to junior apprentice brother Xiao. As she said that, she rubbed her hands. The thunder-confining bead in midair suddenly spread out and circled above the head of the spirit husbandry sect disciple, surrounding him in an oval shape. Then, From one of the thunder-confining beads, lightning that had been stored beforehand struck down. In the time it took to smoke half a cigarette, the power of the thunder-confining bead started to decrease. The spirit husbandry sect disciple's magic weapon was also struck down. The yellow talisman in his storage bag had long been used up. Despair appeared in the eyes of the spirit husbandry sect disciple. When Qian Diheng heard Xiao Hua's instructions, he also had a plan in his heart. During this period of time, he had been forming hand seals to activate the Ming Hao halberd in midair. When he saw Kun Fian's attack slowing down, he laughed coldly. I was still trying to reason with you guys just now. You guys didn't listen at all. Why are you thinking of using the secret to exchange for your life now? Go back and dream. As he spoke, he finally completed the hand seal. Ming Hao halberd glowed with 3 different colors. 3 different lights rushed towards 3 parts of the spirit husbandry sect disciple's body. The spirit husbandry sect disciple's face turned pale. He didn't say another word. He clapped his hands and took out an old talisman. Under the activation of his magic power, the talisman instantly turned into a piece of crystal. He slapped it on his forehead. Howl. A painful howl came from the disciple's mouth. The disciple's body seemed to have inflated by 3 times. The Daoist robe on his upper body had already burst open, revealing his blood-red skin. Furthermore, mysterious blood marks had already appeared on his skin. As the blood marks became clearer, sharp blood thorns that were like hair gradually pierced out from the blood marks. Transformation talisman. When Xiao Hua saw this, he couldn't help but frown. Senior Kuan, hurry up and use more strength. Qian Diheng quickly called out to Kuan Fian as his magic power seemed to be lacking. All right. When Kuan Fian heard this, she gritted her teeth and replied while activating the thunder trapping pearl. At this moment, the upper body of the spirit husbandry sect disciple had already transformed into a blood-red spiritual beast. His face was also covered with blood thorns and his eyes were red. With a crisp sound, the first ray of light from Ming Hao halberd hit the body of the transformed spirit husbandry sect disciple. Howl. As if he had gone mad, the spirit husbandry sect disciple's body shone with light. He clenched his fists and roared towards the sky. Then, he raised his fist and smashed it towards the second ray of light. With a pang, the second ray of light from Ming Hao halberd was blocked by the fist. It seemed to have been destroyed. Then, the third ray of light flew over and merged with the second ray of light. It turned into another color and started to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. Go and die. The spirit husbandry sect disciple raised his fists and smashed it towards the ray of light. With a boom, the ray of light was destroyed by him again. All the rays of light turned into light spots and scattered in all directions. Qian Diheng's face was pale as he quickly turned his head to look at Xiao Hua. But at this moment, the spirit husbandry sect disciple roared again. His 2 fists first smashed the ground with all his might. Then, he strangely raised his fists and hit his own face. At the same time, the blood spikes on his face suddenly exploded, covering his entire face and covering it completely. Howl. Then, starting from his face, neck, shoulders, the blood thorns on his entire upper body exploded one by one. The spirit husbandry sect disciple was blasted into a bloody mess. At the start, he was still making some noises as he jumped up and down in midair. But in the end, he could only lie on the ground. His bloody fists smashed the ground powerlessly. What is going on? Qian Diheng and Kuan Fian quickly put away their magical artifacts and protected themselves as they dodged to the side. Pung! With a loud sound, the upper body of the spirit husbandry sect disciple that was lying on the ground exploded and disappeared completely. His flesh and blood were all over the ground. It was a tragic sight. Chapter 1747. Xiao Hua was in a good mood and took out the jade scroll again. When he checked it with his divine sense, he felt something was wrong because the soul-searching technique was cut off at the end. It didn't seem to have ended and there should be other contents. There seemed to be restrictions in the Jade Scroll, but his cultivation wasn't enough and he couldn't use it. Now that he thought of Buddhism, he naturally had to check it again with his Buddhist consciousness. It was when Xiaohua's Buddhist consciousness had just penetrated the jade slip. He only felt that there were many restrictions like black gas inside the jade slip. These restrictions were different from what he usually saw, and the place where the soul-searching technique was located had been broken by someone. I got the method to control Buddhist consciousness, but I didn't have time to practice it. Now I can practice Buddhist consciousness and break the restrictions at the same time. Xiaohua smiled and temporarily put the jade scroll into his space. He took out the golden puppet that Han Yi gave him and checked it with his Buddhist consciousness. He practiced the control of Buddhist consciousness one by one. A few days passed and Xiaohua was cultivating when he saw a communication talisman fly to his eyes. It was the one he left for Sun Shu. Xiaohua knew that the three of them should have finished resting and put the golden puppet and the jade scroll into his space. He opened the formation and left the cave. As expected, Qian Diheng and the others were waiting in front of the cave. When they saw Xiaohua coming out, they smiled and said, "Junior brother Xiao, we are ready. Can we set off today?" Of course, of course." Xiaohua smiled. "Senior brothers, your bodies are good so we can set off. What a pity, after fighting with the disciples of Spirit Husbandry sect, you didn't break through to Foundation Establishment." Qian Diheng said regretfully. "Foundation Establishment?" Kun Fian said sarcastically, "If you break through to Foundation Establishment, do you think you can still escape with your life when the 6 disciples of Spirit Husbandry sect are all in Foundation Establishment?" Then, he looked at Xiaohua and smiled. "If such a situation happens, even if junior brother Xiao arrives in time, the consequences will be serious." "That's right." Xiaohua smiled. "Let's go to Netherworld." Then, Xiaohua said to Sun Shu, "Senior sister Sun, do we still have to hide our tracks? What do you think, junior brother Xiao?" Xiaohua thought for a while and smiled. "Since we are already in Netherworld, we shouldn't be afraid of others finding out. There's no need to hide. And, if junior brother Xiao thinks there is no need, then there is no need." Qian Diheng laughed heartily and said, "If you keep hiding, it will make the disciples of my Imperial Thunder sect seem stingy." "Great." Sun Shu and Kun Fian clapped their hands. Under Sun Shu's guidance, the three of them flew towards Mingxi. Unknowingly, several months had passed. The weather was gradually turning cold. Autumn was coming, and the autumn wind and rain were very strong. As he gazed at the red leaves that covered the mountains beneath his feet, Xiaohua pointed with his hand and said with a smile, "We're not far away from Mingxi, and the best time for Mingxi to enter hasn't arrived yet. Why don't we descend and enjoy autumn first?" "Very good." Sun Shu's face lit up with joy. He clapped his hands and said, "To be able to steal half a day of leisure from a floating life, this is how it should be." Qian Diheng also agreed. Only Kun Fian was a little hesitant. He said in a low voice, "Junior brother Xiao, in order to enter the Netherworld, I still need to make some preparations. Looking at the time, if we delay again, all right then." Xiaohua glanced at the mountain range that was dyed red with frost, feeling rather regretful. Sun Shu was naturally unwilling. Qian Diheng rolled his eyes and said, "How about this? Since senior sister Kun is going to prepare something, I'm afraid it's not appropriate for us to wait at the side. Why don't we delay here for a day, and senior sister goes alone?" "Great." Kun Fian clapped his hands and said, "I will wait for you all in front. Senior sister Kun, be careful." Xiaohua said worriedly, "If there's any danger, we'd better follow along. It's also good to guard at the side." A slightly complicated expression flashed across Kun Fian's eyes. He smiled and said, "No need, no need. The people in front are also familiar friends. There won't be any danger." Then Kun Fian bid farewell to the three of them and flew away. Xiaohua and the other two landed in the maple forest. Senior sister Kun is a little strange. Qian Diheng had just landed when he said curiously, "Along the way, I've never heard her mention anything about preparing anything. Moreover, there's no town in Mingxi. Who did she find to exchange? Sun Shu said disapprovingly. Maybe she didn't find anything useful at the trade fair last month, so she sent a message to other familiar friends. That's even more wrong. The reason we went to Mingxi was to avoid people first. We didn't want others to know about that place. With her doing this, wouldn't everyone know that we went to Mingxi? Qian Diheng retorted. Then the two of them looked at Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua smiled and said, everyone has their own secrets. Didn't this little brother also separate from you all for a few days? With this little brother as a precedent, I'm afraid you can't blame senior sister Kun. The two of them nodded slightly. Xiao Hua took the two people up the mountain on foot. As they walked, they looked at the jagged rocks of grotesque shapes, the strange trees were hidden, and the palm-sized red leaves really looked like palms with 5-leaf tips. They faced the wind and swayed frequently, as if countless hands were beckoning them. Oh, right, senior sister Sun. Looking at the hands that looked like a sea of blood, Xiao Hua thought of something. He patted his hand and took out the jade slip that Sun Shu lent him. He handed it over and said, this little brother has already seen this jade slip and memorized the soul-searching technique. Sun Shu was obviously very confident in Xiao Hua's memory. She took it without saying anything. But, senior sister Sun, this jade slip seems to have a restriction. Xiao Hua glanced at Sun Shu, who didn't seem to care, and asked in a low voice. Master got this from a trade fair. Sun Shu put away the jade slip and said with a smile, it's said to be an item from Mianshan. I'm sure junior martial brother Xiao knows that those in Meng Mountains are soul cultivators, and they are very proficient in the cultivation of the soul. That's why their soul-searching technique is so unique that even chi-refining disciples like us can master it. It's completely different from the magic of our Imperial Thunder sect. Xiao Hua nodded. Exactly. As he spoke, he returned Qian Diheng's jade slip. When it comes to soul-searching technique, Mianshan's technique is still more powerful. Qian Diheng took back the jade slip and said, unfortunately, we are Daoists. It's fine if we play with the elementary soul cultivation technique, but if it's too advanced, it will affect our Dao heart. It's more than just affecting our Dao heart. Xiao Hua said with a smile, it's completely different from our cultivation technique. Qian Diheng and Sun Shu were descendants of the Imperial Thunder sect. Naturally, they were experienced and knowledgeable. After hearing this, they nodded repeatedly. They didn't know that Xiao Hua had been diligently practicing the control of Buddhist sense every day for the past few months, practicing how to break the restriction in the soul cultivation jade slip. But in the end, Xiao Hua found that his cultivation base was limited, and his understanding of soul cultivation was limited. It was impossible for him to break the restriction. At most, he could bypass the restriction and read the contents of the jade slip. At this point, Xiao Hua was already extremely satisfied. Wasn't his purpose to read the contents of the jade slip? Speaking of which, it was strange. This jade slip was from Mianshan's Mianshan, but the characters recorded in it were not the soul cultivation characters that Xiao Hua saw in the secret auction. Instead, they were the characters used by cultivators. It was the same as the soul-searching technique that he had already deciphered. Moreover, there was a lot of content behind the soul-searching technique. Although Xiao Hua couldn't practice it now, he still remembered it in his heart. Of course, in addition to the soul-searching technique, there was also a set of soul cultivation technique in the jade slip. It was an ordinary technique for cultivating to the human rank pure spirit heaven. Xiao Hua didn't understand what an earth rank technique was, but after reading the explanation at the back of the jade slip, he understood. It turned out that soul cultivators cultivated the 3 spiritual and 6 physical souls of people. There were 3 spiritual souls, 1 was the heaven soul, 2 was the earth soul, and 3 was the life soul. There were 6 physical souls, 1 was the heavenly charge, 2 was the spiritual wisdom, 3 was the power, 4 was the center, 5 was the essence, and 6 was the hero. According to the 3 spiritual souls and 6 physical souls, soul cultivators divided the realms into 4 stages: human, earth, heaven, and saint, which were collectively known as the 9 heavens of the spirit origin. Among them, the 6 heavens of the spirit soul were surrounding chi heaven, clear spirit heaven, bright Ruah heaven, full reality heaven, condensing channel heaven, and calming heart heaven. The 6 heavens of the spirit soul were surrounding chi heaven, clear spirit heaven, bright Ruah heaven, full reality heaven, condensing channel heaven, and calming heart heaven. Aura ring and pure spirit heaven were called human rank, bright Ruah heaven and abundant reality heaven were called earth rank, congealing heaven and heart calming heaven were called heaven rank, spirit binding heaven, origin void heaven, and silent void heaven were called saint rank. Furthermore, the jade slip clearly stated that the human stage was equivalent to the Daoist sex chi refinement stage, the earth stage was equivalent to the Daoist sex foundation establishment stage and golden core stage, the heaven stage was equivalent to the nascent soul stage and the spirit severing stage, and the sage stage was equivalent to the Daoist sex combination stage, tribulation stage, and Mahayana stage. Seeing this, although there was no explanation in the jade slip, Xiaohua already knew that the one who wrote this jade slip was not an ordinary soul cultivator, but a senior of Dao sect. This senior should have secretly learned this skill from millions of Meng mountains, and wrote this skill into the language of cultivation. Of course, Xiaohua did not know the fate of this senior, but since the soul cultivation skill was not spread on Xiaoyu continent, it was enough to show that his operation was not successful. By the way, Master seems to have said that people have 3 spiritual souls and 7 physical souls. Why do soul cultivators only cultivate 3 spiritual souls and 6 physical souls? What if one of the physical souls is missing? When Xiaohua saw this, he already had some doubts. At this time, he returned the jade slip to Sun Shu and asked, "Who knows?" Sun Shu was slightly stunned, and said with a smile, "The world often says that there are 3 spiritual souls and 7 physical souls, but some people also say that there are 3 spiritual souls and 6 physical souls. As for who is right and who is wrong, I don't know." Qian Diheng also scratched his head and said, "Since soul cultivators specialize in cultivating souls, they must be right? This person only has 3 spiritual souls and 6 physical souls. Anyway, this thing has nothing to do with our cultivation. What's the point of asking clearly?" That's true. Xiaohua did not know whether to laugh or cry. This thing really had nothing to do with him, and he did not intend to cultivate this soul cultivation skill that was only of human rank. Who cares if it was 3 spiritual souls and 6 physical souls or 3 spiritual souls and 7 physical souls? Huh. There seemed to be 2 injured cultivators in front of the mountain. While they were talking, there was some movement in the mountain ahead. Xiaohua's Buddhist sense swept out and found that there were 2 injured cultivators hurriedly descending from the sky, and without checking, they drilled into a cave. Chapter 1748. Damn it, did this guy go berserk? Qian Diheng saw the situation and shouted in shock. Disdain appeared on Kuan Fian's face as he said, "Definitely. If there wasn't any risk, this guy would have used it long ago. It's because he couldn't control this talisman that he forced himself to use it at the last moment." After that, the 2 of them walked in front of Xiaohua and cupped their hands. "Thank you, junior brother Xiao, for arriving in time, otherwise our lives would have been in danger." Xiaohua returned the greeting. "We are brothers from the same sect, so we should work together. There's no need to be so polite." "Yes, I need to consume some pills to adjust my breathing." "Junior brother, help protect me?" Qian Diheng asked politely. "Of course." Xiaohua said with a smile, "There aren't any traces of people nearby, so it's very safe here. Let's quickly recover our magic power." After 4 hours, the sun had already risen halfway into the sky. Only then did the 3 of them stand up one after another. After the 3 of them finished talking about what had happened, Xiaohua said in shock, "What, this dust-separating beast was killed by you guys? After you guys revealed your identity as Imperial Thunder Sex disciples, these 6 Spirit Husbandry Sex disciples still forcefully surrounded you guys and wanted to kill you and steal the beast? Junior brother Xiao, please understand. We wanted to go to the netherworld to train, so why would we get into trouble for no reason? Qian Diheng said with grievance. Furthermore, this dust-separating beast is indeed rare, but we wouldn't find trouble with 6 Qi refinement disciples for no reason, right? Looking at Qian Diheng's appearance, Xiaohua touched his nose and smiled. I'm not blaming you guys, I'm just curious. What's the secret of this dust-separating beast? It's actually worth them falling out with us Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples? From what I see, there might not be any secret. Kun Fian sneered. Those words were just a trick used by Spirit Husbandry Sect's disciples to gain fame. It can't be taken seriously. I have also encountered these things before, and there were a few times when I almost fell into their trap. Perhaps. Xiaohua smiled. It's a pity that we don't know the soul-searching technique, otherwise we could see what secrets they have. This brother's cultivation is too shallow. I have never thought of using the soul-searching technique. Qian Diheng said. A trace of hesitation appeared on Sun Shu's face, and he said in a low voice, this soul-searching technique is usually used by Golden Core Stage Seniors or Foundation Establishment Stage Seniors with special cultivation methods. However, I was very curious in the past and practiced a little. If Junior Brother wants to know, I can give it a try. Junior Sister Sun actually knows the soul-searching art? Kun Fian smiled and said, my Earth Thunder Palace's soul-searching art can only be viewed after Foundation establishment. I's soul-searching technique isn't from the Imperial Thunder Sect. It's something that Master obtained by chance during his travels. Sun Shu stood up and walked to the corpse of the Spirit Husbandry Sect disciple that was closest to him. As he walked, he said, this soul-searching technique is a little special. Furthermore, the shorter the target, the better. Now that a few hours have passed, I wonder if it will work. Senior Sister, give it a try. Xiaohua nodded. Okay. Sun Shu walked to the corpse and sat down cross-legged. Her eyes were tightly closed, and her hands slowly formed a strange seal. Gradually, a trace of black gas appeared in between her eyebrows. After she finished forming the seal, she shouted, quick! She tapped her forehead with her hand, then drew across the air and landed in between the eyebrows of the Spirit Husbandry Sect disciple. Following Sun Shu's finger, the black gas turned into a trace of black gas and entered the disciple's body. Rise! Following Sun Shu's shout, her finger moved up bit by bit, as if it was carrying a heavy object. As she raised her finger, a similar trace of black gas appeared in between the eyebrows of the Spirit Husbandry Sect disciple. When Sun Shu's finger was about 3 feet away, the black gas gradually condensed into the appearance of the Spirit Husbandry Sect disciple. Amazing! Xiaohua praised in his heart. However, at that moment, the black gas formed by the disciples of Spirit Husbandry Sect seemed to have been blown away by the wind and turned back into wisps of black gas. Sun Shu's face turned slightly pale. Sigh, Sun Shu sighed. She waved her hand, and the black gas dissipated in the air. She said, I failed. This Spirit Husbandry Sect disciple has been dead for too long, and I's soul-searching technique didn't work. It's fine. Xiaohua clapped his hands and smiled. It's already very good that I was able to witness this amazing soul-searching technique. Sun Shu's beautiful eyes moved, and she smiled. Junior Brother Xiao, do you want to practice this soul-searching technique? Xiaohua was overjoyed and asked, can I? Why not? Sun Shu smiled. This isn't a secret technique of my Imperial Thunder Sect. As she said that, she clapped her hands, and a slightly grayish-black jade scroll was taken out. She passed it to Xiaohua. This is from Master, you don't have to copy it. Take a look first, and return it to I after your training. Xiaohua was slightly stunned, then he smiled. Thank you, Senior Sister. However, Qian Diheng said, Senior Sister Sun, if it's inconvenient for you, I have the authentic soul-searching technique of my Imperial Thunder Sect. Junior Brother Xiao can practice mine. As he said that, Qian Diheng also took out a jade scroll from his storage bag. Why do you have it too? Xiaohua looked at the 2 jade scrolls in front of him and asked curiously. Hee, I have a lot of good stuff here. Qian Diheng patted his storage bag and smiled. Junior brother saved my life, and also protected my Imperial Thunder Sex cultivation technique. Letting you take a look is nothing. You can copy this jade scroll of mine. Great. Xiaohua stretched out his hand and took Qian Diheng's jade scroll. However, Sun Shu didn't retract her hand because Xiaohua took the jade scroll. She still placed the grayish-black jade scroll in front of Xiaohua and stared at him. This. Xiaohua smiled embarrassedly, stretched out his hand, and also took it. He said, "Junior brother will naturally accept senior sister's kindness." That's right. Sun Shu pursed her lips and smiled brightly. Alright, no matter what the secret is, let's pack up and get ready to leave. Xiaohua took the 2 jade scrolls and clapped his hands with a smile. That's right. Qian Diheng was exultant. I have long been envious of the spirit husbandry sex spirit storage bag. I didn't expect them to give it to me. Then, he looked at the spirit storage bag on Xiaohua's waist and asked, Junior brother Xiao, where did you get this spirit storage bag? It's hidden so well. The person who killed the spirit husbandry sex spirit insects must be, Qian Diheng and the other 2 had all participated in the Feather Immortal Gathering, so they naturally knew about the fight between Xiaohua and Fan Tong of the Changbai sect. The disciples of the Changbai sect even went to the Imperial Thunder sect for the superpower centipede. Xiaohua also laughed and didn't reply. There were 6 spirit husbandry sect disciples, and there were only 4 spirit storage bags. Moreover, all 4 of them were empty, and there were no spirit insects. However, it was just enough for 4 people, and each person had 1 spirit storage bag. Then, Qian Diheng took out the 6 spirit storage bags and magic weapons and placed them in front of Xiaohua, asking him to make the decision. Xiaohua originally wanted to reject it, but the 3 of them were willing to listen. Not to mention the fact that Xiaohua had saved their lives. Just by looking at Xiaohua's methods today, he had killed 4 12th-layer qi refining cultivators by himself. This had long since confirmed their thoughts. Xiaohua's cultivation level was the highest among them. If Xiaohua didn't make the decision, who would? After thinking for a while, Xiaohua smiled and said, how about this? I will first divide the items in the spirit stones and pills into 4 portions, and we will split them equally. As for the jade slips and magic tools, we'll follow the following order. I'll pick one first, then senior sister Kun will pick the rest, then senior sister Sun, then senior brother Kan, and then it'll be my turn. What do you all think? Great. Everyone was happy when they saw Xiaohua's arrangement according to cultivation. Thus, Xiaohua picked 3 jade scrolls and 2 magic weapons, as well as 1 portion of spirit stones and pills, and other miscellaneous items. Xiaohua's 2 magic weapons were of the worst quality, which made Kun Fian and the others feel very grateful. When it was time to divide the dust-repelling beast, none of them wanted it, and the entire dust-repelling beast was kept into Xiaohua's space. Xiaohua didn't stand on ceremony, because in the end, if he didn't appear, these things wouldn't be theirs, and even Sun Shu and the others would have to leave their lives here. What made Xiaohua the happiest was that there were actually 2 Qian Mo secret stones in the Spirit Husbandry sect disciples' storage bag. Xiaohua didn't stand on ceremony and put the 2 Qian Mo secret stones together. Since he was the one who picked it first, he put it into his own storage bag without a trace. He didn't know if Qian Diheng and the others saw it, but they were already amused by the things in front of them. Even if they saw it, they wouldn't say anything. After putting everything away, Xiaohua thought of another matter. Clapping his hands, he took out some qi replenishing pills and said with a smile, I have a request. I don't know if you 3 senior brothers can agree to it? Qian Diheng asked curiously, Junior brother Xiao can say whatever you want. Why are you taking these pills? I want to. Just now, you all got a lot of foundation establishment pills from the Spirit Husbandry sect disciples. I don't know if you can give the extra to me? I am willing to use these pills to exchange with you 3 senior brothers. Xiaohua said after pondering for a while. Foundation establishment pills? Qian Diheng was stunned. why do you want so many foundation establishment pills? Not waiting for Qian Diheng to finish speaking, Sun Shu clapped his hands, took out several jade bottles, and handed them over to Xiao Hua, saying, "This poor Daoist already has enough foundation establishment pills. These are just to exchange for some spirit stones. If junior martial brother has any use for them, take them." Seeing that Sun Shu didn't ask for the reason, Qian Diheng also scratched his head, taking out his extra foundation establishment pills and said, "Fine, it doesn't matter who I give them to, I'll give them to junior brother Xiao first." Kun Fian looked at the two, taking out 2 jade bottles and said, "I still have to leave some for junior sister, I won't give them all to junior brother Xiao." "Great." Xiao Hua was overjoyed, keeping the jade bottles, taking out pills and spirit stones, giving them to the 3 of them. Other than Sun Shu, who was determined not to take them, the other 2 also took them. Looking at the determination on Sun Shu's face, Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. Anything that could be solved with pills and spirit stones wasn't a big problem, but with senior sister Sun's situation, he really had to think carefully. After that, the 3 of them looked at Xiao Hua, and with a wave of his hand, the 4 of them identified the direction and flew towards Mingxi. Chapter 1749. The soul-searching technique recorded in senior apprentice sister Sun's jade slip is strange. Why is it completely different from the soul-searching technique of the Imperial Thunder sect? Xiao Hua sat cross-legged in a cave with 2 jade slips in his hands. He frowned as he thought to himself. It had already been over 10 days since they killed the cultivator of the spirit husbandry sect. During this time, Xiao Hua and the others had already flown extremely far away. They did not see any disciples of the spirit husbandry sect chasing after them, nor did they meet any other cultivators. Sun Shu and the others let out a sigh of relief. As a result, Sun Shu suggested that they take a short break. After all, the battle before involved their lives and everyone was exhausted. At this moment, the 4 of them were completely different from when they first came out. Xiao Hua already had the right to speak without a doubt. Just look at how quiet Xiao Hua's cave was right now. Under Xiao Hua's approval, everyone found a secret location. Qian Diheng no longer insisted on cultivating with Xiao Hua like before. Instead, he found a cave by himself. Today was already the 4th day of their rest. Xiao Hua had already finished reading the jade slip that Sun Shu had given him. He had never come into contact with soul-searching techniques before, so he did not take the cryptic words and strange technique seriously. However, when he finished reading the soul-searching technique in the jade slip that Qian Diheng had given him, he could not help but be stunned. Qian Diheng's jade slip did not only contain the soul-searching technique, but also a few other techniques. They were all techniques that foundation establishment and Aurus core stage cultivators could use. Qian Diheng had probably obtained them from one of his direct elders. These techniques were all upright techniques of the Imperial Thunder sect. Although they were extremely difficult to learn, they did not seem strange. This was especially true for the soul-searching technique that Xiao Hua paid attention to. Sun Shu's jade slip was exactly the same as the one she had used that day. It captured a person's soul and used torture methods to interrogate them. This kind of soul-searching technique was most suitable for people who had just died. However, it was extremely difficult for living people to use it. After all, a living person's soul was closely connected to their body. Of course, the reliability of this soul-searching technique was also somewhat reduced. After all, it was said by the soul. It was like extorting a confession from a person. In this kind of situation, it was hard to avoid lying. On the other hand, the Imperial Thunder sect's soul-searching technique was useful for living people. It directly used the technique on the person's head, directly searching the person's soul and finding the desired memories from the soul. The difficulty of this technique was naturally obvious. Just as Qian Diheng said, one must have the cultivation base of a Jindan stage cultivator to be able to use this technique. Of course, the things obtained from this technique were credible. Sun Shu's soul-searching technique is simple, but it seems like it's a devil cultivator. Xiao Hua very naturally thought of the demonic banner in his space. However, the soul-searching technique of the Imperial Thunder sect is even more frightening. It can actually search a living person's soul. The pain is obvious. Moreover, the consequences of the soul-searching technique are extremely serious. There's an 80 to 90% chance that it will turn others into idiots. This kind of idiot is better off dead than alive. Xiao Hua sighed. He made a copy of Qian Diheng's jade slip and stored it in the space. Then, his gaze fell on Sun Shu's black and gray jade slip. However, at this moment, a thought suddenly appeared in his mind. Xiao Hua immediately froze on the spot. Soon after, his entire body trembled, as if he had thought of something extremely terrifying. My mind is empty. I don't remember anything. Could it be that someone used the soul-searching technique on me? Xiao Hua's hands trembled. His teeth creaked as his pair of phoenix eyes widened. I'm afraid that's the case. Xiao Hua's eyes burned with raging flames of anger. If it wasn't the soul-searching technique, how could that kind of technique have such consequences? I can't just lose my memories for no reason. Who is it? This young master will definitely take revenge. Xiao Hua could no longer calm his mind. He jumped up from the ground with a whoosh. The mighty Vajra involuntarily emerged from his body along with his anger. Like an angry god, he flew into the air. Roar! Xiao Hua raised his head and roared. His left fist stretched out with a whoosh and hit the stone wall not far away. Rumble! There was a burst of sound. The milky white brilliance on the stone wall was intense in the cave. Soon after, it was gradually annihilated. Roar! 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 Xiao Hua roared again 3 times. The fist of the avatar hit the stone wall again. Fortunately, the magical formation set up by Xiao Hua's rabbit spirit talisman was very miraculous. It blocked Xiao Hua's fist that had the strength of 1,000 caddies. After the 4 punches, Xiao Hua could be considered to be relieved. His figure descended from the air. However, the anger in Xiao Hua's heart still hadn't calmed down. Xiao Hua's mind moved slightly. Soon after, he swung his fists and actually started practicing the Big Dipper magical fist technique in the cave. Immediately, that cold stream came out from his left foot. It slowly flowed through his entire skeleton along with the Big Dipper magical fist technique. After the 108 moves were finished, Xiao Hua's figure didn't stop. He started practicing again. At the same time that cold stream tempered the bones in his body, the Vajra avatar that Xiao Hua didn't absorb back into his body also had some golden light flowing faintly on its corresponding body. After an unknown amount of time, the cold stream of the Big Dipper magical fist technique gradually calmed Xiao Hua down. After waiting for the cold stream to stop, Xiao Hua sat down cross-legged again and absorbed the Vajra avatar back into his body. Sigh, I was too impulsive. At this moment, Xiao Hua was a bit scared. However, this was also normal. Ever since he had his memories, he had always been searching for his past. How could he not be impulsive when he suddenly thought that his soul might have been searched? In the future, if I can use this soul-searching technique, then I'll use it. If I can't use it, then I'll absolutely not use it. Xiao Hua thought to himself. Moreover, the soul-searching technique is only a guess. I may not be that unlucky. If my soul was searched and I still have my memories, now I can still recall my past memories from time to time, then I should have been searched by a powerful cultivator. How could such a cultivator make a move on a mortal like me? Those who can make a move on mortals are naturally low-level cultivators. If they use the soul-searching technique, can I still survive? Or can I still remember some things from the past? I still lost my memories for some reason. This was the conclusion that Xiao Hua came to in a calm state of mind. Soon after, Xiao Hua closed his eyes and calmed his breathing. After a moment, the technique in his hands slowly moved. It was the mysterious technique that Sun Shu used before. After a long time, Xiaohua suddenly stopped and said with a frown, "This soul-searching technique is extremely difficult in the end. Moreover, it's similar to the techniques used in the secular world to extort confessions. It's really sinister and vile, really harmful to human harmony. It's different from my way of thinking." But immediately, he laughed first. This kind of evil technique is naturally used on evil people. This kind of evil person is evil in life and evil in death, so why can't I use it? I'm not a good person, so what's there to be afraid of? Oh, right, isn't the Buddhist mantra Lin able to transcend the souls of the dead? If I use the soul-searching technique to capture them, then use the transcendence technique to tempt them, I'm afraid it'll also work. Ha ha ha, great, great. Xiaohua thought this through and couldn't help but applaud. Sun Shu's soul-searching technique was coercion, while Xiaohua's Buddhist mantra was temptation. The methods were different, but the results were the same. It could be said that they complemented each other. Chapter 1750. Xiaohua was in a good mood and took out the jade scroll again. When he checked it with his divine sense, he felt something was wrong because the soul-searching technique was cut off at the end. It didn't seem to have ended and there should be other contents. There seemed to be restrictions in the jade scroll, but his cultivation wasn't enough and he couldn't use it. Now that he thought of Buddhism, he naturally had to check it again with his Buddhist consciousness. It was when Xiaohua's Buddhist consciousness had just penetrated the jade slip. He only felt that there were many restrictions like black gas inside the jade slip. These restrictions were different from what he usually saw, and the place where the soul-searching technique was located had been broken by someone. I got the method to control Buddhist consciousness but I didn't have time to practice it. Now I can practice Buddhist consciousness and break the restrictions at the same time. Xiaohua smiled and temporarily put the jade scroll into his space. He took out the golden puppet that Han Yi gave him and checked it with his Buddhist consciousness. He practiced the control of Buddhist consciousness one by one. A few days passed and Xiaohua was cultivating when he saw a communication talisman fly to his eyes. It was the one he left for Sun Shu. Xiaohua knew that the three of them should have finished resting and put the golden puppet and the jade scroll into his space. He opened the formation and left the cave. As expected, Qian Diheng and the others were waiting in front of the cave. When they saw Xiaohua coming out, they smiled and said, "Junior brother Xiao, we are ready. Can we set off today?" Of course, of course." Xiaohua smiled. "Senior brothers, your bodies are good so we can set off. What a pity, after fighting with the disciples of Spirit Husbandry sect, you didn't break through to Foundation Establishment." Qian Diheng said regretfully. "Foundation Establishment?" Kun Fian said sarcastically, "If you break through to Foundation Establishment, do you think you can still escape with your life when the 6 disciples of Spirit Husbandry sect are all in Foundation Establishment?" Then, he looked at Xiaohua and smiled. "If such a situation happens, even if junior brother Xiao arrives in time, the consequences will be serious." "That's right." Xiaohua smiled. "Let's go to Netherworld." Then, Xiaohua said to Sun Shu, "Senior sister Sun, do we still have to hide our tracks? What do you think, junior brother Xiao?" Xiaohua thought for a while and smiled. "Since we are already in Netherworld, we shouldn't be afraid of others finding out. There's no need to hide. And, if junior brother Xiao thinks there is no need, then there is no need." Qian Diheng laughed heartily and said, "If you keep hiding, it will make the disciples of my Imperial Thunder sect seem stingy." "Great." Sun Shu and Kun Fian clapped their hands. Under Sun Shu's guidance, the three of them flew towards Mingxi. Unknowingly, several months had passed. The weather was gradually turning cold. Autumn was coming, and the autumn wind and rain were very strong. As he gazed at the red leaves that covered the mountains beneath his feet, Xiaohua pointed with his hand and said with a smile, "We're not far away from Mingxi, and the best time for Mingxi to enter hasn't arrived yet. Why don't we descend and enjoy autumn first?" "Very good." Sun Shu's face lit up with joy. He clapped his hands and said, "To be able to steal half a day of leisure from a floating life, this is how it should be." Qian Diheng also agreed. Only Kuan Fian was a little hesitant. He said in a low voice, "Junior brother Xiao, in order to enter the netherworld, I still need to make some preparations. Looking at the time, if we delay again, all right then." Xiao Hua glanced at the mountain range that was dyed red with frost, feeling rather regretful. Sun Shu was naturally unwilling. Qian Diheng rolled his eyes and said, "How about this? Since senior sister Kuan is going to prepare something, I'm afraid it's not appropriate for us to wait at the side. Why don't we delay here for a day, and senior sister goes alone?" "Great." Kuan Fian clapped his hands and said, "I will wait for you all in front." "Senior sister Kuan, be careful." Xiao Hua said worriedly, "If there's any danger, we'd better follow along. It's also good to guard at the side." A slightly complicated expression flashed across Kuan Fian's eyes. He smiled and said, "No need, no need. The people in front are all familiar friends, there won't be any danger." Then Kuan Fian bid farewell to the three of them and flew away from the original direction, while Xiao Hua and the other two landed in the maple forest. Senior sister Kuan is a little strange. Qian Diheng had just landed when he said curiously, "On the way here, I've never heard her mention anything about preparing anything. And there's no town in Mingxi, who did she find to exchange?" Sun Shu said disapprovingly, "Maybe she didn't find anything suitable at the trade fair last month, so she sent a message to other familiar friends. That's even more wrong. We went to Mingxi to avoid people first, we didn't want others to know about that place. With her doing this, wouldn't everyone know that we went to Mingxi?" Qian Diheng retorted. Then the two of them looked at Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua smiled and said, "Everyone has their own secrets. Didn't I also separate from you all for a few days? With me as a precedent, I'm afraid you can't blame senior sister Kuan." The two of them nodded slightly. Xiao Hua took the two people up the mountain on foot. As they walked, they looked at the jagged rocks of grotesque shapes, the strange trees were hidden, and the palm-sized red leaves really looked like palms with 5-leaf tips. They faced the wind and swayed frequently, as if countless hands were beckoning them. "Oh, right, senior sister Sun." Looking at the hands that looked like a sea of blood, Xiao Hua thought of something. He patted his hand and took out the jade slip that Sun Shu lent him. He handed it over and said, "I've already seen this jade slip and memorized the soul-searching technique." Sun Shu was obviously very confident in Xiao Hua's memory, so she took it without saying anything. "But, senior sister Sun, this jade slip seems to have a restriction." Xiao Hua glanced at the indifferent Sun Shu and asked in a low voice. Master got this from a trade fair." Sun Shu put away the jade slip and said with a smile, "It's said to be an item from Mianshan. I'm sure junior martial brother Xiao knows that those in Meng Mountains are soul cultivators, and they are very proficient in the cultivation of the soul. That's why their soul-searching technique is so unique that even chi-refining disciples like us can master it. It's completely different from the magic of our Imperial Thunder sect." Xiao Hua nodded. "Exactly." After saying that, he returned Qian Diheng's jade slip. "When it comes to soul-searching technique, Mianshan's technique is more powerful." Qian Diheng took back the jade slip and said, "Unfortunately, we're Daoists. The elementary soul cultivation technique is fine, but the advanced soul cultivation technique will affect our Dao heart." "It won't just affect our Dao heart," Xiao Hua said with a smile, "it's completely different from our cultivation technique." Qian Diheng and Sun Shu were descendants of the Imperial Thunder sect, so they were naturally experienced and knowledgeable. After listening, they nodded repeatedly. They didn't know that Xiao Hua had been diligently practicing the control of Buddhist sense every day for the past few months, practicing how to break the restriction in the soul cultivation jade slip. But in the end, Xiao Hua found that his cultivation base was limited, and his understanding of soul cultivation was limited. He couldn't break the restriction at all. At most, he could bypass the restriction and read the contents of the jade slip. At this point, Xiao Hua was already extremely satisfied. Wasn't his purpose to read the contents of the jade slip? Speaking of which, it was strange. This jade slip was from Mianshan, but the characters recorded in it weren't the soul cultivator characters that Xiao Hua saw in the secret auction. Instead, they were the characters used by cultivators. It was the same as the soul-searching technique that he had already deciphered. Moreover, there was a lot of content behind the soul-searching technique. Although Xiao Hua couldn't practice it now, he remembered it all in his heart. Of course, in addition to the soul-searching technique, there was also a soul cultivation technique in the jade slip, which was an ordinary technique for cultivating to the human rank pure spirit heaven. Xiao Hua didn't understand what an earth rank technique was, but after reading the explanation behind the jade slip, he understood. It turned out that soul cultivators cultivated the 3 souls and 6 spirits of a person. There were 3 souls, 1 was the heaven soul, 2 was the earth soul, and 3 was the life soul. There were 6 spirits, 1 was the heavenly charge, 2 was the spiritual wisdom, 3 was the power, 4 was the center, 5 was the essence, and 6 was the hero. According to the 3 spiritual souls and 6 physical souls, soul cultivators divided the realms into 4 stages: human, earth, heaven, and saint, which were collectively known as the 9 heavens of the spirit origin. Among them, the 6 heavens of the spirit soul were surrounding chi heaven, clear spirit heaven, bright Ruah heaven, full reality heaven, condensing channel heaven, and calming heart heaven. The 6 heavens of the spirit soul were surrounding chi heaven, clear spirit heaven, bright Ruah heaven, full reality heaven, condensing channel heaven, and calming heart heaven. Aura ring and pure spirit heaven were called human rank, bright Ruah heaven and abundant reality heaven were called earth rank, congealing heaven and heart calming heaven were called heaven rank, spirit binding heaven, origin void heaven, and silent void heaven were called saint rank. Moreover, it was clearly stated in the jade slip that the human rank was equivalent to the chi refining stage of Taoism, the earth rank was equivalent to the foundation establishment stage and gold core stage, the heaven rank was equivalent to the nascent soul stage and spirit stage, and the saint rank was equivalent to the combination stage, tribulation stage, and Mahayana stage of Taoism. Although there was no explanation in the jade slip, Xiao Hua knew that the person who had written this jade slip was no ordinary soul cultivator, but rather a senior from the Daoist sect. Presumably, this senior had secretly learned the technique from Millionaire Mountain, and had written it down in the language of cultivators. Of course, Xiao Hua didn't know what the senior's fate was. However, from the fact that the soul cultivator's technique hadn't been circulated on the Dawn Rain continent, it was obvious that his operation hadn't been successful. By the way, Master seems to have said that people have 3 souls and 7 spirits. Why do soul cultivators only cultivate 3 souls and 6 spirits? What if 1 spirit is missing? When Xiao Hua saw this, he already had some doubts. At this time, he returned the jade slip to Sun Shu and asked, "Who knows?" Sun Shu was slightly stunned and said with a smile, "The world often says that there are 3 souls and 7 spirits, but some people also say that there are 3 souls and 6 spirits. As for who is right and who is wrong, I don't know." Qian Diheng also scratched his head and said, "Since soul cultivators specialize in cultivating souls, they must be right, right? This person only has 3 souls and 6 spirits. Anyway, this thing has nothing to do with our cultivation. What's the point of asking clearly?" "That's true." Xiao Hua did not know whether to laugh or cry. This thing really had nothing to do with him. He also did not intend to cultivate this soul cultivation method that was only of mortal rank. Who cares if it was 3 souls and 6 spirits or 3 spirits and 7 spirits? There seemed to be 2 injured cultivators between the mountain peaks ahead. While they were talking, there was some movement between the mountain peaks ahead. Xiao Hua's Buddhist sense swept out and found that 2 injured cultivators were hurriedly descending from the sky. Without checking, they drilled into a cave. Chapter 1751. What's going on? Sun Shu and Qian Diheng also noticed and looked at Xiao Hua at the same time. Could it be that you 2 senior brothers want to steal the treasure? Xiao Hua glanced at the 2 and asked thoughtfully. Look at what junior brother Xiao is saying. We are the disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect. How can we be compared to the scum of the cultivation world like the Spirit Husbandry sect? We still have to care about the face of the Imperial Thunder sect. Not to mention that the other party is only at the 10th level of Qi refining. Even if they were at the initial level of Qi refining, I wouldn't care. Qian Diheng grinned and said casually. Just when Xiao Hua was praising in his heart, Qian Diheng unexpectedly said, besides, we don't know what kind of magic treasure they have in their storage bags. Hee hee, Xiao Hua rolled his eyes at him and said with a smile, if you have kindness in your heart, then you have it. Why do you have to find excuses for yourself? If you were as bloodthirsty as the scum of the Spirit Husbandry sect, then I wouldn't want to be associated with you. Hee hee, Qian Diheng also revealed a trace of an embarrassed smile. In today's cultivation world, killing and stealing treasures is common. If you don't kill a few cultivators and steal a few magic treasures, then you won't be able to call yourself a cultivator of the Dawn Rain continent. I also have no choice. For the face of the Imperial Thunder sect, for my background, I can only wallow in the mire with others. Forget about wallowing in the mire, it's better to stay untainted. Sun Shu pursed her lips and smiled. She was also a kind person and naturally agreed with Qian Diheng's idea. Of course, it's better to stay untainted. But if we meet someone who bullies us, we will deal with them with thunderous methods. Although the Dawn Rain continent is big, we will chase them to the end of the world and kill them. Xiao Hua seemed to have thought of something. He narrowed his eyes and said coldly. His voice actually had some deterrence. Qian Diheng's heart slightly trembled when he heard it. He looked at Sun Shu and seemed to have the same feeling, but he didn't know how to respond. A trace of eagerness flashed through Sun Shu's eyes as she said in a low voice, such a pleasant mountain scenery, let's just play casually. Hee hee, that's right, that's right. Xiao Hua laughed loudly and took the lead to leave. Looking at the red leaves covering the entire mountain, a ball of joy emerged in his heart. The three of them walked very slowly. After 4 hours, they finally got close to the cave where the two of them were hiding. At this time, 2 weak spiritual senses swept over the three of them. Immediately, a man and a woman flew out of the cave. The woman looked at them coldly with a yellow talisman in her hand and screamed, "You've gone too far. I just wanted to go in and take a look. I didn't offend you. Why did you chase me all the way here? Do you really want us to risk our lives?" Although the female cultivator said that, when she saw that the 3 12th layer aura refining cultivators in front of her were far from being a match for the two of them, how could she possibly dare to throw out the yellow talisman in her hand? As for the male cultivator beside the female cultivator, although his face was filled with grief and indignation, he clenched his teeth and didn't speak. His body was slightly tilted as if he was protecting the female cultivator. "Cultivator Yuna." Qian Diheng was furious. He pointed at the female cultivator and scolded, "No matter what, I'm still a 12th layer aura refining cultivator. How can a 10th layer aura refining cultivator like you not know how to respect me? I'm just here to sightsee. How can I be scolded by you for no reason?" "Sightsee?" The female cultivator was dumbfounded. She looked at the male cultivator beside her. Both of their eyes were filled with disbelief. "Hee hee, junior martial sister, don't panic." Sun Shu first comforted the female cultivator, then glared at Qian Diheng and said, "Junior martial brother Qian, these 2 junior martial brothers are injured and are currently in a state of panic. It's normal for them to react this way upon seeing us. You're so fierce, who wouldn't be afraid? 3 senior martial brothers, are you really here to sightsee?" The male cultivator finally spoke. He seemed very honest and considerate. Xiao Hua was helpless. He rubbed his nose and said with a smile, "Of course. Why would I lie to you?" "Ha, senior martial sister, aren't the 3 senior martial brothers, shut up." The female cultivator scolded, "You're so honest. You just listen to what other people say. You were tricked and sold, yet you still help them count the spirit stones." Oh. The male cultivator stammered, but his face didn't show any embarrassment. "Huh, forget it. If this junior martial sister doesn't believe me, we'll go somewhere else. Xiao Hua didn't find it strange. He waved his hand and was about to go somewhere else. Seeing Xiao Hua and the others turn around and leave, the female cultivator was stunned. However, she still didn't dare to relax the yellow talisman in her hand. Senior martial sister. The male cultivator said in a low voice, it seems, they really aren't, shut up. They're just playing hard to get. When we relax, they'll catch us off guard. The female cultivator glared at him. After a while, the figures of Xiao Hua and the others turned around and disappeared at the foot of the mountain. The male cultivator stamped his feet and said, Senior martial sister, they really aren't. Alas, we don't have enough medicinal pills. It's so hard to meet such easygoing cultivators. Are we just going to let them go like this? Who knows if it's true or not? The female cultivator was still reluctant to admit it, but her face clearly showed that she was very surprised. The male cultivator couldn't help but say, Senior martial sister, if they were the ruthless disciples of the splendid sect, how could they just leave like that? People say that 12th layer aura refining cultivators can kill us with a wave of their hand. Oh. That's true. The female cultivator looked at the yellow talisman in her hand and suddenly realized something. 12th layer aura refining cultivators could control magic tools. How could her yellow talisman fight against them? The female cultivator stamped her feet and explained, I just feel that these people aren't good. Then we'll do as senior martial sister thinks. The male cultivator didn't say anything and smiled apologetically. We'd better heal ourselves. Heal ourselves. How are we going to heal ourselves? The medicinal pills we brought from the clan have already been used up. There's no place to gather medicinal pills in the surroundings. Where are we going to get medicinal pills? The female cultivator said angrily. Since you know, why don't you? I'm just being vigilant. The female cultivator glared at him. I won't go, but I didn't say you can't go. Huh? The male cultivator was dumbfounded. Why aren't you going? The female cultivator urged. Alas, the male cultivator smiled bitterly. He helplessly activated his flying talisman and flew in the direction Xiao Hua and the others disappeared. Not long after, Xiao Hua and the others followed the male cultivator back with indescribable expressions on their faces. Seeing that Xiao Hua and the others had also returned, the female cultivator's face was very embarrassed. She glared at the male cultivator. Although she didn't say anything, her gaze seemed to want to gouge out a piece of flesh from his face. The male cultivator scratched his head and said helplessly, Senior martial sister, I had no choice. The 3 senior martial brothers said that if I didn't tell them why I was injured and why we came, they wouldn't give me medicinal pills. I had no choice but to bring them here. However, the female cultivator's expression immediately became serious. She bowed and said, Disciple is Zhong Yuan, and this is disciple's junior martial brother, Zhong Haoran. We are disciples of Meng country's cultivation families. Greetings, 3 senior martial brothers. May I know which family these 3 senior martial brothers are from? Chapter 1752. Zhong Yuan's gaze shifted back and forth between Sun Shu and Qian Diheng. These 2 looked older than Xiao Hua and their cultivation levels were the same. They must be Xiao Hua's senior martial brothers. However, the 2 didn't answer. Xiao Hua smiled and said, I am Xiao Hua, this is my senior martial brother Qian Diheng, and this is my senior martial sister Sun Shu. We're disciples of Shi's Imperial Thunder Sect. Hearing Xiao Hua's words, Zhong Yuan recalled that Xiao Hua was the first to leave. She knew the 3 of them were led by the youngest Xiao Hua. She was surprised and cupped her hands. So it's Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples. This disciple has admired you for a long time. Hee, we're all cultivators of the Dawn Rain continent. Don't be so polite. Xiao Hua waved his hand. Tell us what fellow Daoists encountered. Fellow Daoist Zhong, it's not that we're curious. It's just that we're also traveling here. If we know what happened to you, we'll also know. Zhong Yuehan nodded and said, that's what happened. Afterwards, Zhong Yuehan told them about how the two of them were injured. As Xiao Hua and the others listened, their faces unconsciously changed. They really didn't expect that Zhong Yuehan and Zhong Haoran's encounter was really related to them. It turned out that Zhong Yuehan and Zhong Haoran also came to Xi to travel. However, they didn't have a clear goal like Xiao Hua and the others. Instead, they went to many places and finally came to the vicinity of Mingxi. Of course, Mingxi was one of the 10 most dangerous places in the Dawn Rain continent. It was far from a place 2 10th layer Qi refining cultivators could go. At first, they just wanted to broaden their horizons, but when they arrived, they found there were actually many cultivators in Mingxi. These cultivators weren't just waiting around the entrance of Mingxi, there were also many cultivators who formed a formation and blocked the entrance. Zhong Yuehan and Zhong Haoran were only at the periphery at first, but after a long time, they understood that there was a great change in Mingxi. There was actually a treasure that could help Qi refining cultivators advance. The cultivators guarding the entrance of Mingxi were disciples of Splendid Sect, Qiqiao School, and Xuanyan School. They wanted to join hands to block the disciples of other sects so their 3 sects could get the benefits. When Zhong Yuehan saw this, she thought of her family's difficult situation and naturally had an idea. She and Zhong Haoran, who was not very willing, joined in the conflict with the Shanghua sect and the other 2 sections. They wanted to take advantage of the chaos to rush into the netherworld. Just as they approached the entrance, they were discovered by a Shanghua sect disciple. That disciple abandoned his opponent and attacked the 2 of them. The 2 of them used all of their strength to barely block the attack and were only able to escape with injuries. The Shanghua sect disciple didn't plan on letting the 2 of them go and chased after them. Fortunately, the 2 of them were lucky and there were other cultivators rushing in. The Shanghua sect disciple had no choice but to chase after them for a few kilometers before bitterly retreating. Therefore, Zhong Yuehan became a bird that was startled by the twang of a bow. When she saw Xiao Hua and the others appear, she thought that they were disciples of the Shanghua sect. This caused the so-called misunderstanding. He, fellow Daoists, are truly bold. Hearing the description of the 2, Xiao Hua's face changed slightly. He smiled bitterly and said, but no matter what kind of treasure it is, you still have to be alive to enjoy it. Shanghua sect, Qiqiao sect, and Xuanyan school are the 3 great sects of my country of Xi. How can you afford to provoke them? We're all aura refining disciples. Why don't we have the slightest chance? Zhong Yuehan said, unconvinced. Tch Qian Diheng looked at the aristocratic family's disciples who were even more arrogant than him and sneered, today, if it weren't for us, if it weren't for Junior Marshal Brother Zhao's kindness, you. I'm afraid your lives would really be in danger. If worst comes to worst, I'll just die. I already had this awareness when I came out for experiential learning. Zhong Yuehan was still stubborn. I already told you what happened. Fellow Daoists, can you give us the medicinal pills now? Oh, don't be impatient. I have 2 questions. Xiao Hua said with a smile, isn't there still some time before the entrance to the netherworld opens? How can it be open now? How would I know? Maybe something has happened inside, and the entrance to the dark mystery has changed. Zhong Yuehan shook her head and said, the opening of the netherworld entrance will change after a period of time. Maybe now is the time to change. And what is the treasure in the netherworld entrance that can allow aura refining cultivators to advance? This. Zhong Yuehan's face was embarrassed. She said in a low voice, I don't know. Xiao Hua was stunned. Zhong Haoran beside him also said with embarrassment, those cultivators only said there was a treasure, but they didn't say what it was. Xiao Hua glanced at Sun Shu. Sun Shu's eyes were also somewhat confused. I have another question, Xiao Hua asked. What are the cultivation levels of the disciples guarding the netherworld entrance? Naturally, they are aura refining disciples. Most of them are in the 12th layer of aura refining. Zhong Yuan said in a bad mood, if there are foundation establishment seniors, how would I dare to go forward? N. Xiaohua nodded and gave Qian Diheng a meaningful glance. Qian Diheng clapped his hands and took out the healing pills from the Imperial Thunder sect and handed them to Zhong Yuan. Zhong Yuan saw that Xiaohua did what he said, so she naturally beamed with joy. She told Zhong Haoran to use spirit stones to exchange for the pills. Soon after, she smiled apologetically and said, I don't know if senior brother Qian can give me more pills. These are only enough for me to heal my injuries. The journey back to Meng country is still very long. Junior sister Zhong, you don't have a reason. Just now when we met, you spoke so viciously. Now that you have a request from you want to take a mile after taking an inch? Qian Diheng said in a bad mood, Senior brother, I also came to travel. I also need these pills. If junior brother Xiao didn't want to ask you something, I wouldn't exchange these pills with you. Zhong Yuan's face turned red. She was clever and eloquent, but she wasn't shameless. She could only bite her lips and said in a low voice, in that case. Thank you, senior brother Qian. I will take my leave now. Sai Xiaohua looked at the two people and scratched his head. He clapped his hands and took out 4 bottles of pills. He threw them in front of Zhong Haoran and said with a smile, you two should quickly find a place to heal your injuries. Consider these pills as the fate of our meeting. See you later. After saying that, he flew towards Mingxi. Sun Shu and Qian Diheng also didn't delay. They cupped their hands and said, farewell. Then, they also flew away. This. Zhong Haoran held the 4 jade bottles in his hands. He looked grateful and said, Senior brother Xiao, don't go, this little brother will give you spirit stones. Dang. Zhong Yuan raised her head and knocked on his head. She scolded, you idiot, you don't want the things people give you? We don't have enough spirit stones. I'm afraid we can't pay for these 4 jade bottles of pills. But. Zhong Haoran handed the jade bottles to his senior sister and said with grievance, Senior sister, the Imperial Thunder sect is a cultivation sect that is not inferior to the Magnificent sect. How can their disciple be so humble and kind? This kind of broad-minded cultivator is a good friend for you and me. How can you take advantage of him? These are 4 bottles of pills from the Imperial Thunder sect. What are you going to use to return the favor? These pills are very precious in your eyes, but in Xiaohua's eyes, they are obviously worthless. Otherwise, how could he give them to you so easily? Senior sister, you can't say that. As the saying goes, a drop of water should be returned with a gushing spring. We must remember fellow Daoist Zhao's favor. If there is a chance in the future, we must return it. It doesn't matter whether he cares or not. Zhong Haoran said with a face full of worship, moreover, didn't you see this senior brother Xiao? He is so young, but his cultivation is actually higher than his 2 senior brothers. Those 2 senior brothers still have to listen to him. He looks young. That's because he took something to preserve his youth. Otherwise, how could he still look 18 years old when he is at the 12th level of qi refinement? Senior sister, even if he took something to preserve his youth and we can't see his exact age, but senior brother Qian also calls him junior brother. How old can he be? Maybe he is even younger than you and me. Tisk, how is that possible? Zhong Xiuhan curled her lips. She seemed to feel that it was not impossible and immediately changed the topic, we should hurry and heal our injuries. After we recover, we will contact third granduncle and the others and return to Meng together. Yes, senior sister is right. Zhong Haoran nodded, I wonder if third granduncle and the others found the Qian Mo's secret stone? Don't mention the Qian Mo's secret stone. If it wasn't for it, would our spirit stones have been stolen? Zhong Xiuhan said angrily. Can we not mention it? The magic tool that the clan refined was prepared to be an ancestral magic tool. Can we not use the Qian Mo's secret stone? Hurry and heal your injuries. Zhong Xiuhan glared and a jade bottle flew into Zhong Haoran's arms. The two of them then activated their flying talismans and flew into the cave. In the distance, Xiao Hua slightly frowned. He looked at Sun Shu, who also seemed to be thinking about something, and asked, "Senior Sister Sun, do you think the treasure that the Zhong siblings talked about and the thing we are looking for is the same?" Sun Shu seemed to have thought about it carefully and shook her head. In Ai's opinion, they are two different things. She then looked at Qian Diheng and said, "We had an agreement beforehand. When we arrived at Mingxi, we would clearly explain the ins and outs of this matter. Since Senior Sister Kuan is not here at this time, it would be better not to say it. However, Junior Brother Xiao can rest assured that the thing we are looking for is only effective for shaping the body and for practicing the lightning escape technique. I have not heard that it is effective for all aura refining disciples to increase their realm." Xiao Hua slightly nodded. He understood that Mingxi was one of the 10 most dangerous places in the Xiaoyu continent. If there was some kind of treasure that could increase the realm of aura refining disciples, it would not be strange. However, this treasure appeared at the wrong time. It actually conflicted with their plan. He was afraid that it would be a bit troublesome. "Huh," Qian Diheng laughed, "isn't this just right? We can kill two birds with one stone. We can get that thing and also the treasure to increase our realm. Isn't Senior Brother Qian too confident and too greedy?" Xiao Hua laughed. With Junior Brother Xiao here, and Shanghua sect having no foundation establishment seniors, who is afraid of who? Qian Diheng's smile became even brighter than before. This. Xiao Hua's heart was also moved, but he still said, "Let's wait for Senior Sister Kuan to come back and tell us the ins and outs of the matter. We will go and inquire about the origin of that treasure before making a decision." Chapter 1753. Kuan Fei Yan had only met up with the three of them at night. His expression was a little tired, and there was a rather gloomy look in his eyes. Xiao Hua and the others didn't ask much when they saw it. Only Sun Shu asked if things were going smoothly. She received a forced laugh from Kuan Fei Yan, and everyone found a place to rest. The next morning, Kuan Fei Yan's expression returned to normal. As the four of them flew towards Mingxi, Sun Shu also told Xiao Hua what they were looking for. "That thing is called Zhongya milk?" Xiao Hua frowned and asked curiously, "What does this thing have to do with lightning escape?" Qian Diheng smiled and said, "Junior Brother Xiao, as for what it is, we also don't know. However, a senior of my Imperial Thunder sect obtained a drop of Zhong Yao's milk in this dark mystery and used it to temper his body. Only then did he achieve great success in the lightning escape technique. Therefore, the upper echelons of the Imperial Thunder sect have this secret. It is said that the current sect master also came to Mingxi when he was young and obtained half a drop of Zhong Yao milk. Only then did he advance in lightning escape." Kuan Fei Yan added. "Unfortunately, this Zhong Yao milk is too rare. In the early years, I don't know how many outstanding disciples of my Imperial Thunder sect came here, but I have never heard of anyone who had such luck." Sun Shu smiled bitterly and said, "Moreover, 10 people came here and only 2 returned. Over time, this secret really became a secret. Using Zhong Yao milk to refine the body?" Xiao Hua thought to himself, "Why does it sound similar to refining the body with fire essence flame crystal? If it's the same, it's not that special that I can easily master lightning escape." After that, Xiao Hua asked, "Is there a special technique for refining the body with Zhong Yao milk?" He, of course." Sun Shu clapped her hands and took out 3 jade slips and handed them to Xiao Hua and the others. She said, "I have done my homework long ago. Senior sister and junior brother, please take a look at this body refining technique." Kuan Fei Yan and Qian Diheng took it and also clapped their hands. They took out a jade slip and handed it to Xiao Hua and said, "This is what I got. Junior brother, take a look and see if it's the same." Xiao Hua took the 3 jade slips and immersed his divine sense in them to carefully read through them. He nodded slightly. The records in these 3 jade slips are mostly the same, so they should come from the same source. As he spoke, he took out 3 blank jade slips and copied them before handing them to Sun Shu. Sun Shu looked at them separately and nodded. Great. Kuan Fian clapped his hands and smiled. Since that's the case, then there must be some Zhongmiao milk. Let's see how lucky we are. That's not all. Xian Diheng said with a smile. It said that there are treasures inside that can help Qi refining disciples advance. Don't you and I have 2 chances? What treasure? Kuan Fei Yan's eyes lit up as he asked in surprise. Didn't you find a fellow Daoist you were familiar with to exchange? How come you still don't know about Mingxi? Qian Diheng asked curiously. That fellow Daoist I met didn't come from Mingxi, how would he know? Kuan Fian said with a smile. Sun Shu told him what had happened. A trace of relief flashed across Kuan Fian's face, but then he said angrily, Shanghua sect, Qiqiao sect and Xuanyan school are too shameless. Last time when junior brother Xiao became a disciple, they seemed to have blocked the mountain path to Thunderclap Peak. Now they're blocking the entrance to Mingxi. How hateful. Yeah, if it's a disciple of a sect, then it's easy to deal with. We might be able to enter if we try our best. Sun Shu was a bit worried. This is 3 sects working together, the 4 of us. We're not strong enough. Aren't there disciples from other sects? We'll talk about it when we get there. Qian Diheng said with a cold smile. Let's act according to the circumstances. The 4 of them all had the same idea and flew towards Mingxi. A few days later, Xiaohua and the others felt that the spiritual qi of heaven and earth around them was beginning to become dense, and there was a heavy feeling in the midst of this density. This heaviness wasn't caused by their meridians absorbing the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, but it seemed to come from their hearts. In addition, when they looked up, they saw that in the distance, the sky was incomparably gloomy. In the thick darkness, there was a kind of grayish yellow. Countless funnel-like shapes hung between heaven and earth, still and gorgeous, appearing incomparably magnificent. This is Mingxi. Xiaohua saw this strange scene and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air, slowing down his flying speed. Although he already knew the general situation of Mingxi from the ancient records of Imperial Thunder Sect, seeing it with his own eyes still shocked him. Sun Shu was right next to him. When he saw Xiaohua's shock, a trace of a smile appeared on his face, and he said, Mingxi is not the same as the other 9 danger zones of Dawn Rain Continent. Mingxi originally meant the Eye of the Netherworld. It is said that this place is connected to the 9 underworlds. Those hurricanes are all blown from the 9 heavens and directly reach Mingxi. It is extremely powerful. In Mingxi, not only can we not get close to the big eye of the wind, we also have to be careful of the small eye of the wind. The endless suction force inside can suck a cultivator in as long as they get close to it. Unless you have an extremely powerful ability to escape, there is no way to survive. That's not all. Sun Shu's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said with a smile, it is precisely because the wind of the netherworld is strong that the space in Mingxi is unstable. Some places even have spatial cracks. Most of these spatial rifts are temporary, and their locations are generally fixed. However, there are also extremely powerful ones that randomly appear in various parts of the netherworld. These spatial rifts are rather fatal and are the greatest danger in the netherworld. Then where could Zhou Miaolu be? Xiaohua frowned slightly, secretly calculating in his heart. He couldn't think of where Zhou Miaolu would appear in this Mingxi. If I could think of it, Sun Shu and the others wouldn't have brought me here. Anyone can find where Zhou Miaolu is. Xiaohua immediately laughed inwardly. Qian Diheng continued to explain, it is also because of the instability of this space that people can't casually enter Mingxi. They can only enter through a stable entrance, otherwise, it is extremely easy to be sucked into the eye of the wind and unable to reincarnate. The space around the entrance of Mingxi should also have the wind of the netherworld. Moreover, it should only be stable or weakened during this period of time that people can enter. Kuan Fian said with a smile, now that the entrance has opened ahead of time, there must be a change in the wind of the netherworld. Let's go. This young master wants to see just why the Xianghua sect, Qiqiao sect, and Xuanyan school are so tyrannical. The treasures that can raise the level of qi refining are naturally nurtured by the heavens and earth, and are obtained by those who are fated to obtain them. What right do they have to block the entrance? When Xiaohua was chased by the Foundation establishment disciples of the three sects, he had long wanted to take revenge. Now that he heard that only qi refining disciples were at the entrance of Mingxi, wasn't this the perfect opportunity for him to bully others? Before they could fly to Mingxi, they saw several qi refining cultivators, like Zhong Xiuhan and Zhong Haoran, with injuries all over their bodies, fleeing in panic. Chapter 1754. There weren't any mountain ranges in the dark mystery, only a few short hills. The hills were covered with short plants. These plants were very strange and had many branches. They were grayish-black in color and didn't have any leaves. The hills were also a kind of burnt yellow, reflecting the grayish-yellow color of the horizon, giving people a sense of oppression. Countless tornadoes formed into pillars. The closer they were to the center of the dark mystery, the thicker they became. As for the dark mystery, it was surrounded by wind pillars that were several tens of meters wide. At the entrance of the dark mystery, there was a gap of several tens of meters wide between two wind pillars. Looking at the gap, it was as if there was one less wind pillar. At that moment, there were several tens of cultivators in different attire. They were divided into three groups, each holding the same magic tool in their hands. They formed an orderly formation and floated in the air above the gap. Beside these groups of cultivators, there were a few other cultivators flying sporadically. Although their attire was the same, the magic tools in their hands weren't the same. Several of them were holding rare magic treasures. There was an extremely strong wind at the entrance of the dark mystery, but there wasn't any dust floating in the wind. Perhaps it was because the wind had been blowing for many years, so the dust had long since been blown away. The entire ground was covered in a bright yellow light. The wind that covered the heavens and earth seemed to be able to blow everything away, but it was only able to blow away the clothes of the cultivators from the Xianghua sect. It wasn't able to blow away the scorching greed of the several tens of scattered cultivators in the air. That's right. When Xiaohua and the others arrived at the dark mystery, the two sides had just finished a conflict and were resting. The disciples of the three sects, led by Xianghua Zong, flew in the air. Their eyes didn't look into the distance, but instead, they took out medicinal pills from their bags of holding and consumed them. The eyes of the disciples flying outside the formation shone brightly. They released their divine sense and paid attention to the movements on the other side. When they saw Xiaohua and the others flying over, they just glanced at them and didn't pay too much attention to them. Looking at the scattered cultivators across from the three sects, they were gathered in groups of twos and threes. While taking medicinal pills, they were whispering to each other, as if they were discussing their next move. About 30 meters away from these cultivators, there were another dozen or so cultivators. These dozen or so cultivators were dressed differently, but their faces were gloomy and their emotions were somewhat agitated. They seemed to be debating about something. Before Xiaohua and the others could see clearly, one of the cultivators flew out from inside. He flew in front of the group of cultivators, waved his hand, and turned around to fly in the direction Xiaohua and the others had come from. Following this cultivator's gesture, a dozen or so disciples also flew out from the group of cultivators and left with that cultivator. Senior apprentice brother Can Shi Ming can? Seeing a few cultivators turn around, Qian Diheng exclaimed in surprise. Isn't that right, it really is senior apprentice brother Can. Kuan Fian's face also showed a trace of surprise. Sun Shu's eyes turned, and he couldn't hide the astonishment on his face. He pointed his finger and said, "Look, there are other Imperial Thunder Sect disciples. I didn't expect." At this time, the dozen or so disciples just happened to fly past Xiaohua and the others. Everyone's eyes naturally fell on Xiaohua and the others. When Qin Shi Ming saw Xiaohua and the others, his face showed joy. He waved his hand, said a few words to a few people beside him, and quickly flew over. At the same time, 3 Imperial Thunder Sect disciples also flew out from the group of cultivators. Junior Apprentice Brother Qian, Junior Apprentice Sister Kuan, you also came? Qin Shiming obviously didn't know Sun Shu and Xiao Hua. When he greeted Qian Diheng and Kuan Fian, he smiled and said to the 2 people, which Thunder Palace disciples are these 2 junior apprentice brothers from? He, this is Sun Shu from Sun Lei Palace, Senior Apprentice Sister Sun. Qian Diheng thought for a moment, and introduced according to the order of age. Before he could introduce Xiao Hua, the other 3 Imperial Thunder Sect disciples also came over, and all of them smiled and said, "Great, so it's Junior Apprentice Sister from Sun Lei Palace, what a strong support." Zhen Lei Palace, Zhen Yuhui, Zhen Jianxing greets Junior Apprentice Sister Sun, Qin Lei Palace, Qin Peng greets Junior Apprentice Sister Sun. The other 3 people came forward to greet Sun Shu. Sun Shu obviously knew the 3 people, and 2 of them also saluted. Qian Diheng and Kuan Fian also quickly saluted. Then the 4 people looked at Xiao Hua with a smile and said, "Which Thunder Palace disciple is this little junior apprentice brother from?" This little brother is Xiao Hua from Sun Lei Palace, greetings 4 senior apprentice brothers. Xiao Hua saw Sun Shu and the other 2 and knew that the 4 people in front of him should be famous senior apprentice brothers of Imperial Thunder Sect. He didn't dare to neglect, and went forward to salute. Xiao Hua? Sun Lei Palace? Hearing this, Qin Shiming's face was slightly shocked, and then he came to a realization, and a smile appeared on his face again, and he said, "I was wondering which Thunder Palace's outstanding disciple is it, so it's junior apprentice brother Xiao." The other 3 disciples also smiled, and looked at each other, and the disciple named Zhen Yuhui said, "Junior apprentice brother Zhao's reputation has spread through the entire Imperial Thunder Sect after the Feather Immortal Assembly. The 4 of us are also disciples who participated in the Feather Immortal Assembly 10 years ago, but none of us are as famous as junior apprentice brother Xiao." Please excuse me. Xiao Hua didn't want to know whether the reputation they mentioned was good or bad, and only cupped his hands and said with a smile, "So the 4 of you are the representatives of Imperial Thunder Sect in the last Feather Immortal Assembly, please excuse me. It's not your fault that you don't know. When we participated in the Feather Immortal Assembly, you hadn't entered Imperial Thunder Sect yet." Qin Shiming smiled and waved his hand, and said very generously, "And maybe this time junior apprentice brother Xiao will get Ming Shi's treasure, and can become a Foundation Establishment senior again." Thank you for your kind words, senior apprentice brother Can." Seeing the strange smiles on the faces of Zhen Yuhui and the other 2, Xiao Hua knew what the 4 of them were thinking, and only replied warmly. Afterwards, Qin Shiming ignored Xiao Hua, and said to Kuan Fian, "Junior apprentice Sister Kuan, it's great that the 4 of you have come, you have really increased the strength of Imperial Thunder Sect, and we have hope of breaking through the defense line of Shanghua Sect, Qiqiao Sect, and Xuanyan School." Kuan Fian glanced at Xiao Hua, and said in a low voice, "Senior apprentice brother Can, what treasure is inside Ming Shi? We don't know what's going on." We are the same as you. We all came here after receiving the news, but the disciples of Shanghua Sect are very tight-lipped about what treasure is inside, and they didn't reveal a single word. The cultivators on our side are the same as us, we only know that there is a treasure that can help Qi refining disciples advance, and for us, it is an opportunity to build our foundation. Do you think we don't know just because the disciples of Shanghua Sect don't say it? Zhen Jianxing sneered, "If there isn't a treasure that can help Qi refining disciples advance, why are there only Qi refining disciples here? Moreover, they don't dare to let us in? Forget it, let's not talk about it, you all should go back." Qin Shiming waved his hand and said, "As long as we attack, everything will be clear." "Oh, senior apprentice Sister Kuan, you all should also enter with junior apprentice brother Zhen and the others." Kuan Fian's face showed a hint of hesitation, and he looked at Xiao Hua. Senior apprentice brother Can, we just arrived, and we are a bit tired, so let's take a rest first, and it will be convenient for us to see the situation clearly. What do you think?" Xiao Hua cupped his hands and said. "And, do as you wish." Qin Shiming's face showed impatience, and he said, "If we can enter the formation early, then let's enter the formation early." The more effort we put in, the more benefits we can get when we attack Ming-Shi. After he finished speaking, he flew forward, and discussed with the other 10 people. Zhen Jiansheng and the others said, Junior Apprentice Brother Qian, you all should quickly take a rest, the attack is about to start. Let's not talk about this round, quickly come and help in the next round. Okay, I understand. Qian Diheng said with a smile. After the 3 of them flew away, Sun Shu said in a low voice, Junior Apprentice Brother Shao, what should we do? Hee, let's take a look first. Xiao Hua landed on the ground, and so did Sun Shu and the others. Sure enough, in the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, Qin Shiming and the others scattered, flying to different places. Clearly, they were the leaders of the various sections. Zhen Jiansheng's group, and the dozens of other cultivators all surrounded Qin Shiming, quietly waiting for his orders. After a while, these cultivators scattered again. Bam! An attacking yellow talisman was shot out from somewhere. Roar! The half of the Imperial Thunder School's disciples on the left all roared, and they either waved their yellow talismans or their magical artifacts. Colorful lights appeared from their hands, and they all attacked the Imperial Thunder School's disciples that were guarding Ming-Shi's entrance. Whoosh! Similar sounds rang out. Although the Imperial Thunder School's, 7 skill schools, and Xuanyan School's disciples all had different spells and hand gestures, they all waved their magical artifacts in unison. Instantly, 3 different colored lights flew out in unison, welcoming the attacks from the Imperial Thunder School's disciples. The attacks from the Imperial Thunder School's disciples were originally very orderly, but compared to the attacks from the Imperial Thunder School's disciples, it was very uneven. Even the lights from their attacks were divided into 2, and they were not as orderly as the attacks from the Imperial Thunder School's disciples. Moreover, the Imperial Thunder School's disciples were all using their magical artifacts, so the lights from their attacks were very uniform. On the other hand, the attacks from the Imperial Thunder School's disciples were much inferior. However, no matter how heterogeneous the lights were, they were still very powerful, comparable to the full power attack of several foundation-building cultivators. So this is the so-called group attack and group defense. Seeing the coordinated attacks from the Shanghua Zone and the other cultivators, Xiaohua suddenly realized, these dozens of qi-refining cultivators are using their magical artifacts or yellow talismans to attack at the same time. They can actually compare to a foundation-building cultivator's attack. Moreover, they can use both offensive and defensive spells at the same time, so they have an advantage over a single foundation-building cultivator. This is also the biggest advantage that cultivation sects have over cultivation aristocratic families, and even more so, over individual cultivators. And this is only the qi-refining disciples. If foundation-building disciples or golden core disciples use their magical artifacts or magic treasures to cast the same spell, then, what would it be like? Xiaohua thought, and a pensive expression unconsciously appeared on his face. Rumble. The attacks from the 2 sides finally collided. The sound of the collision reverberated through heaven and earth, covering the sound of the wind that had been whimpering all this time. Xiaohua squinted his eyes and carefully observed. It was very obvious that the Imperial Thunder School's disciples were at a disadvantage. The most powerful attacks were blocked, and the majority of the attacks were destroyed by the Shanghuazong's attack, and some were even counterattacked. Pa! Another transmission sounded. The Imperial Thunder School's disciples also moved. Just like the disciples on the left, they attacked at the same time. Chapter 1755. The right side of the Imperial Thunder sect was obviously more powerful than the left side. The spells they used immediately shattered the attacks of the Shanghua sect disciples, and they took advantage of the situation to attack the other side. However, the Shanghua sect disciple didn't panic at all. He waved the magic tool in his hand again and cast the same spell. Although it was much slower than the Imperial Thunder sect disciple's attack, its power was slightly stronger and blocked the Imperial Thunder sect disciple's attack. Good, now is the time. Xiaohua saw the tired faces of the Xianxia sect disciples and was overjoyed. He shouted, "Just one more attack, and the defense of the Xianxia sect disciples will be broken." But when he scanned the Imperial Thunder sect disciples with his divine sense, he couldn't help but sigh. The Imperial Thunder sect disciples were also tired, and their spiritual power consumption was similar to the Xianxia sect disciples. Even if they attacked half more, it wouldn't work. Sigh, I'm afraid it's always like this. If the enemy is strong, I'm strong, if the enemy is weak, I'm weak too. It's always a stalemate, and the Xianxia sect disciples have always had a slight advantage. Sun Shu also noticed it, and said in a low voice, "And now, even if we join Senior Brother Kan's side, the spiritual power of the four of us compared to dozens or even hundreds of people is like a drop of water compared to a stream. Hey, look over there." Kuan Fian pointed with his finger. At the edge of the battlefield, several disciples activated their magic treasures and attacked in the direction of the Xianxia sect. The power of the magic treasures was naturally different. The heaven and earth spirit chi gathered to form a gust of wind, and the light it emitted was also tens of feet wide. But, before those magic weapons landed, the disciples outside the formation also waved their hands, and different magic weapons appeared in the air to meet the attack. The power of those magic weapons was not inferior to the opponent, and the brilliance of those magic weapons was also dozens of feet. Sigh, no need to watch. Qian Diheng sighed, both sides have magic weapons, and no one is stronger than the other. It's still a draw. Sure enough, the collision of the magic weapons wasn't small, but they were still evenly matched. Soon, it was covered by the woo-woo sound of the wind. Hee, Xiaohua saw that the magic weapons of both sides only attacked once and then stopped. He already understood and couldn't help but laugh. Hey! Junior apprentice brother Xiao, you already have a good plan? Sun Shu could not help being pleasantly surprised when he saw the situation. It can't be. Junior brother Xiao, are you really that fierce? Qian Diheng was also overjoyed as he said, there are dozens or even hundreds of Qi refinement disciples. Compared to the 4 disciples of spirit husbandry sect. Sun Shu glared at Qian Diheng and scolded, Junior brother Qian, you can't speak carelessly. I won't. Qian Diheng covered his mouth and laughed, it's just that, if Junior brother Xiao breaks the array of the Divine Splendor sect, how many benefits will my Imperial Thunder sect get? Haggling is your specialty, this little brother isn't proficient at it. Xiaohua smiled, appearing very confident. Sun Shu frowned and whispered, what's the point of haggling with them? If Junior Martial Brother Zhao's magical powers are outstanding, why would we care about them when we rush over? But right at this moment, Ken Peng waved his hand from afar, indicating for Xiaohua and the rest to hurry over. Seeing Xiaohua and the rest standing there without moving, he couldn't help but feel annoyed. Then, seeing Qian Diheng flying over to find Qin Shiming, he immediately flew out from the crowd and blocked Qian Diheng's path, scolding, Junior brother Qian, why aren't you coming over to help? What are you going to do? He actually acted like a senior brother. Qian Diheng smiled apologetically and said, this little brother has some urgent matters to discuss with senior brother Kan. Are you all going to leave? Ken Peng said angrily, although we are at a disadvantage now, there are disciples from various sects rushing over. Since you all are here, the others will also come. But if everyone is like you all, hiding at the side and watching the situation, and then running away when the situation is bad, will my Imperial Thunder sect still have any face left? Senior brother Kan. The smile on Qian Diheng's face disappeared as he said coldly, we are all disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect. Although you are older than this little brother has to respect you as a senior brother. You can eat pills blindly, but you can't speak blindly. When did this little brother say that we were going to hide? Just now, senior brother Kan asked you all to join the attack, and you all said that you wanted to rest. If you are not lazy, then you want to sit on top of the mountain and watch the tigers fight. Ken Peng sneered and said, in these few days, I have seen many of your actions. I naturally can't care about others, but you are a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. I can't ignore you. Senior brother Qian, why are you not looking for senior brother Can? What are you doing here? Xiao Hua flew over and asked. What does it have to do with you? Stand aside. Qian Peng scolded, although you are in the limelight at the Feather Immortal Assembly, you are still our junior brother. When the senior brothers are talking, how can you speak? Senior brother Can. Kuan Fian also flew over and called out uneasily. If you still think that you are a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect, then hurry up and listen to senior brother Can's arrangement. Come to the Imperial Thunder sect's formation and contribute a little to us breaking through the Xianxia sect's defense. When we enter the netherworld in the future, we can also share some benefits with you. If you don't want to help, then hurry up and leave. But, when I return to the Imperial Thunder sect, I will definitely report this to the elders in the sect. Are you crazy? Xian Diheng rolled his eyes. You are older, and you have cultivated to the 12th level of qi refining earlier than us, but I don't have any reason to listen to your arrangement, right? Even if you don't listen to my arrangement, senior brother Qin Shiming's words, you don't want to listen? He is the oldest among the 8 disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect, and his cultivation is the highest. Qian Peng sneered, don't forget the sect's rules. Of course I know the sect's rules. Qian Diheng was so angry that he laughed. If you say that senior brother Qin Shiming is older, I have nothing to say. But if you say that his cultivation is the highest, I don't think so. If senior brother Can's cultivation is not high, who else has a high cultivation? Qian Peng laughed. You? Kuan Fian? Sun Shu? Or our junior brother Xiao who failed to build his foundation? Naturally. Qian Diheng gave a thumbs up. Just as he was about to speak, he heard someone from Qin Shiming's group in the distance send a message. I don't want to talk nonsense with you. Qian Peng didn't dare to be negligent. He quickly flew back to the group and said, if you don't want to be punished by the sect's rules, then hurry up and follow me. I just won't go. Qian Diheng showed his temper, and said stubbornly. You. Qian Peng was so angry that his nose was crooked. A bunch of old fools who take advantage of their seniority. Sun Shu also scolded, you haven't even built your foundation, and you're already using your seniority to pressure people. If you build your foundation, won't you let us directly fight with the disciples of the Xianxia sect? Chapter 1756. Sigh, there are always some people who don't understand the situation, don't know when to advance or retreat. Xiao Hua, who had been silent all this while, waved his hand and said, the next wave of attack is about to begin. All of you, come with me. We will go in by ourselves. Kuan Fian said in shock, junior brother Xiao, aren't we going to greet senior brother Qin Shiming? Sigh, senior sister Kuan, didn't you see the Xianxia sect disciples waiting for an exhausted enemy to arrive? Xiao Hua sighed and said, they've been in a deadlock for who knows how long. At this time, no foundation building seniors have appeared, so I still have some chances. If a foundation building cultivator appears, our plan will certainly be ruined. Yes. Qian Diheng clapped and said, it is to let those Canlei Palace disciples see that cultivation isn't determined by age. Junior brother Xiao, can you do it? Sun Shu didn't care about anything else and only asked with concern, a few months ago, you faced 4 spirit husbandry sect disciples. It was already difficult. These are dozens of Qi refinement level 12 disciples. Why don't we follow senior brother Can to the left? That place is unknown to others, only I know. Also, if we can't do it this time, we can just wait for the next opening. We really have no reason. Without waiting for Sun Shu to finish, Qian Diheng hurriedly said, senior sister Kuan, are you sure? That thing, we don't even know if we are fated to get it. Now that there are other treasures in the netherworld, if we can get it first, it will be a great opportunity. Don't say anything first. Let's see what junior brother Xiao decides. Kuan Fian looked at Xiao Hua and said softly. Sun Shu and Qian Diheng didn't say anything and waited for Xiaohua to speak. A smile appeared on Xiaohua's face, and his not-so-handsome face instantly revealed a strong sense of confidence. He laughed and said, "The last time I faced the spirit husbandry sect disciples was several months ago. Now, I have improved again. Furthermore, I'm not dealing with dozens of spirit husbandry sect disciples alone. Aren't there hundreds of other disciples behind us?" But Sun Shu hurriedly said, "Junior brother Xiao, you are a Qi refinement level 12 cultivator. If you don't build your foundation, even if you cultivate for more than 10 years, your magic power and skills won't improve much." Not waiting for Sun Shu to finish talking, Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "These little brothers all know. I know what to do. All of you, release your Dharma artifacts and protect yourselves. Just follow behind me." "Okay." Hearing Xiaohua's words, Sun Shu's worry was slightly relieved. He took out the lightning lock with some doubt. After a short while, the cultivators of the Imperial Thunder sect finished their rest. Qin Shi Ming and the others flew back to their respective disciples. Seeing Xiaohua and the others standing far away, a trace of anger appeared on their faces. That Qin Peng whispered something into his ear, making his face even more gloomy. "Pa!" Another yellow talisman flew into the air. This time, it was the Imperial Thunder sect's disciples' turn to attack first. Just like the previous round, many yellow talismans and magic tools were taken out. Everyone tried their best to cooperate and attack the three sects' disciples at the same time. Similarly, the disciples of the three sects of the Shanghua sect fought back again. Clearly, in Xiaohua's eyes, this round of attacks was a bit weaker than the previous round. What was different from before was that after the Imperial Thunder sect's cultivators finished attacking, the cultivators with Dharma artifacts didn't attack again. Instead, they quietly floated in the air. Clearly, their magic power wasn't enough to support 2 consecutive attacks. At this moment, just when the cultivators from both sides had stopped and were taking medicinal pills to recover their magic power, Xiaohua moved. A 1-foot-long bronze seal was raised in the air by Xiaohua. The brilliance of several tens of meters, the majestic aura, and the whirlwind formed from the surrounding heaven and earth spirit qi that was instantly sucked in, all of these clearly indicated that this was a magic treasure. However, the reaction of the three sects of the Shanghua sect was beyond Xiaohua's expectations. Although everyone's eyes were somewhat surprised, no one was extremely shocked. Aside from a disciple flying outside the formation who slapped his hand and a fist-sized pearl flew into the air, everyone else did what they were supposed to do. On the other hand, the 4 disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect revealed slight astonishment. However, that astonishment soon turned into disdain. Even Qin Peng had a trace of schadenfreude on his face. "Hee, wonderful." Seeing this, Xiaohua was very happy. He transmitted his voice, 3 senior martial brothers, take out your Dharma artifacts and follow behind me. Wait for me to transmit my voice again. When you see an opening, rush in. I understand. Junior martial brother, be careful. Sun Shu and the others nodded. Seeing that the Imperial Thunder sect's disciples' Dharma artifact flew into the air, it immediately expanded to several feet in size. The resplendent brilliance was like a sharp sword that pierced through the hurricane and crashed towards the cloud-suppressing seal. Go! Seeing this, Xiaohua's eyes narrowed. He grabbed with his hand and the cloud-suppressing seal suddenly expanded to more than twice its original size. It smashed towards the pearl like a mountain. Break, the opposing cultivator was also unconvinced. His face revealed a bit of confidence as he spoke the truth. Rumble, the 2 Dharma artifacts collided in an instant. The sound was actually not inferior to the collision of several Dharma artifacts just now. The Imperial Thunder sect's disciple's face suddenly turned pale. His body couldn't stand steadily in the air and fell down. He fell straight down for 10 feet before stabilizing his body. Looking at the pearl again, it was actually hit by the cloud-suppressing seal and fell down 10 feet. Its brilliance was abnormally dim. Go, Xiaohua rubbed his hands again. Magic power spread out. The cloud-suppressing seal made a loud buzzing sound and expanded to a height of 10 feet. Moreover, as the cloud-suppressing seal expanded, a cloud of several tens of feet appeared from the bottom of the cloud-suppressing seal. The power of this cloud-suppressing seal seems to be a lot stronger than it was a few months ago. Xian Diheng was somewhat stunned as he looked at the cloud-suppressing seal that was shining brightly in the hurricane. He seemed to understand what Xiao Hua said just now. Naturally, this was the result of Xiao Hua's several months of tempering his Buddhist awareness. He also practiced using the jade slip that Zhen Qing gave him to control the Dharma artifacts. Xiao Hua was now able to use the cloud-suppressing seal as a Dharma artifact's attack like a Foundation establishment cultivator. He didn't need to purely use the Dharma artifact strength as the most basic attack like before. Following Xiao Hua's finger, the cloud of heaven and earth spiritual energy below the cloud-suppressing seal immediately pressed down like a mountain. Although it wasn't as heavy as the cloud-suppressing seal's main body, the cloud-suppressing seal's boundless karmic power had already suppressed the 6-7 skills sect disciples who were floating in the air to the point that they almost couldn't breathe. When the cloud was only several tens of feet away from the cultivators, the 6 cultivators finally woke up as if they had just woken up from a dream. Unable to conceal the shock between their brows, they waved their hands and the Dharma artifacts in their hands flew out. They did their utmost to stimulate the magic power produced by the pills they had just refined, wanting to block the cloud-suppressing seal. Rumble, a series of sounds rang out as 6 different colored lights struck the cloud. Immediately after, the 6 Dharma artifacts' main bodies also collided. Naturally, Dharma artifacts couldn't be compared to Dharma artifacts. This was the general understanding of everyone present. However, since it was a Dharma artifact used by an aura refining disciple, then it must have been controlled by a special method. Perhaps, like Fan Tong, it must have been controlled by the power of his bloodline. This caused the Dharma artifact's power to be greatly reduced. Even if the 6 Dharma artifacts couldn't contend against Xiao Hua's Dharma artifact, they could still destroy the cloud of the cloud-suppressing seal. They could even block the cloud-suppressing seal's main body. This situation had already been proven more than 10 times in the past few days. However, when the brilliance of the 6 Dharma artifacts dimmed, the cloud-suppressing seal's cloud merely swayed for a moment before rapidly trembling and dispersing half of its form. Everyone's eyes widened as an extremely absurd feeling arose spontaneously in their hearts. However, when they looked again, the 4 disciples beside the 6 Dharma artifacts didn't dare to be negligent. They hastily brandished their Dharma artifacts and forcefully destroyed the remaining cloud. The cloud-suppressing seal's churning in the air once again let out a rumbling sound and once again shook a large cloud of several tens of feet in size. Everyone's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Is this really a Dharma artifact used by an aura refining cultivator? Everyone suddenly realized. How could an aura refining cultivator's Dharma artifact be able to mimic an attack? Wasn't it already burning incense to be able to use the main body of the Dharma artifact to attack? However, the cloud-suppressing seal's cloud didn't care about the 7 skills sect disciples' fluctuating moods and continued to rapidly smash down. It was at least twice as fast as when Xiao Hua used the cloud-suppressing seal's main body. Previously, the 10-7 skills sect disciples used their Dharma artifacts to block the first cloud. Their Dharma artifacts were almost completely exhausted. When they saw the second cloud with the same power smashing down, their faces were already ashen. They didn't doubt that when this cotton-like cloud fell down, it would really smash their bodies into minced meat like a mountain. Shift. At this moment, the 7 skills sect disciples heard a command. Their hearts were filled with joy. Their bodies swayed as they flew towards a certain location. At the same time, other disciples also flew towards their location. As soon as these disciples stabilized themselves in the air, they immediately waved their hands and 10 Dharma artifacts of different shapes and colors attacked the cloud. Amazing, as expected of well-trained disciples from a famous sect. Xiao Hua couldn't help but inwardly sigh as he watched the 10 disciples switch positions and attack in perfect coordination. At the same time, he stretched out his hands and continuously rubbed them together. His entire body's spiritual energy followed the spell seals and struck the cloud-suppressing seal. One cloud after another was formed and continuously smashed towards the same spot where the 7 skills sect disciples had formed their formation. Ah! The 7 skills sect disciple was dumbfounded. As he circulated his spiritual energy, he howled in agony in his heart. Whose disciple is this? Quick, Imperial Thunder Sect's Qin Shi Ming was the first to recover from his shock. He hurriedly transmitted his voice to the dumbstruck commander. Attack! My Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples will be able to help us break through the formation of these 3 sects. Chapter 1757. That's right. The disciple in charge suddenly came to his senses and clapped his hands in a flurry, sending a yellow talisman flying into the sky. Of course, this wasn't the time to attack yet. Many disciples were still taking pills and hadn't fully recovered their magic power yet. At this moment, the difference between these hastily assembled cultivators and Shang Huazong and the other 2 sects cultivators who had practiced countless times was obvious. The first round of attacks was very uneven and they were very flustered. However, even though it was a bit rushed, it was also something Shang Huazong and the other disciples didn't expect. At this moment, the 7 skills sect's disciples were still busy dealing with Xiao Hua's 4th cloud. Xiao Hua was still in the air, so they really couldn't find any disciples to deal with this round of attacks. Rise, the disciples in charge of Shang Huazong and the other 2 sects also didn't dare to be negligent. They calmed down a bit from the shock of the cloud-suppressing seal and quickly sent out a signal. On one hand, they ordered the 3 sects disciples to block the incoming magic tools and yellow talismans. On the other hand, they also ordered some disciples to block Xiao Hua's cloud-suppressing seal. Xiao Hua was overjoyed and quickly sent a voice transmission. Senior Sister Sun, come with me. As he spoke, he rubbed his hands together and another cloud bigger than the one before appeared from the cloud-suppressing seal. This was Xiao Hua using more than half of his magic power. This is bad. Seeing such a big cloud descend even more fiercely than before, the 7 skills sect's disciples' faces were already pale. After all, they didn't have enough magic power to activate magic tools. The yellow talismans they could use were like talismans in front of this magic tool. They felt like a delicate young lady facing a strong and burly man. They didn't feel safe at all and couldn't resist at all. However, the disciples in charge were even more difficult. Although the 7 skills sect's formation was very ingenious, there was a limit. This time, the disciples who were swapped in were the same as the current disciples. They had just been attacked by the Imperial Thunder sect's disciples. Even if they were swapped in, they still wouldn't be able to resist. Thus, the disciple in charge unconsciously looked at the surrounding disciples who could use magic tools. It would have been better if they hadn't seen it. After seeing it, the disciple in charge became even more discouraged. Their faces were filled with hesitation, and they shrank back slightly. Although they didn't say anything, anyone could tell that they didn't want to face this mature, magical treasure. Looking at the disciple who was fighting against Xiao Hua, he saw that he had already landed on the ground and was sitting cross-legged after taking a pill. Looking at his expression, it seemed that he wouldn't be able to recover in a short period of time. What should we do? The disciple in command hesitated for a moment, but Xiao Hua didn't give him any time to hesitate. After the cloud-suppressing seal released the clouds, Xiao Hua rubbed his hands together. The entire cloud-suppressing seal shone with an extremely brilliant brilliance. Soon after, it let out an intense rumbling sound. It slowly followed behind the clouds and smashed down in the direction of the clouds. Let's go. Xiao Hua sent a sound transmission. His entire figure flew up, and quickly landed under the cloud-suppressing seal. At the same time, Sun Shu, Qian Diheng, and Kun Fian also followed him into the brilliance of the cloud-suppressing seal. As soon as they entered, an indescribable throbbing and a feeling that they couldn't escape arose from the bottom of their hearts. The 3 of them trembled with fear, and at the same time, they couldn't help but want to take a look. A feeling of powerlessness arose in their hearts. It seemed that only today did they realize how terrifying this junior brother Xiao, who was originally a rogue cultivator, was. With a whoosh, the cloud-suppressing seal's clouds finally landed on the heads of the 7 skills sect disciples. At this time, the disciple in charge didn't make any sound. If they had listened to the disciple in charge, these 6 disciples would have had no choice but to use their bodies to resist. With a series of whoosh 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 sounds, the 6 disciples looked at each other with great tacit understanding, and each of them flew out. In the middle of the formation, there was a gap of several tens of feet. Naturally, the cloud fell through the gap. At this time, not only were the 6 people trembling with fear, but the disciples next to the gap were also trembling with fear. In their hearts, they were thinking if Xiao Hua pointed the clouds at them, would they also disregard the order to escape? Fortunately, Xiao Hua was so kind, how could he not take care of their feelings? Seeing that the gap had appeared, he quickly pointed his finger. Several clouds behind him scattered in all directions and shot towards the side of the gap. Under the defensive brilliance of the cloud-suppressing seal, he led Sun Shu and the others into the gap. The 7 skills sect disciples were flustered to deal with the incoming clouds. How could they still care about intercepting these 4 people? The most ingenious thing was that when Xiao Hua's figure landed in the gap, he didn't forget to turn around and smile at Qin Shiming, waving his hand. At that time, Qin Shiming's face flushed red. He couldn't describe the feeling in his heart. Was it jealousy, envy, or pride? However, he felt that his face had been slapped by Xiao Hua. But at this time, a disciple next to him shouted, "Good job." The Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples are indeed powerful. They actually risked their lives to do such a meritorious deed. Since they have already signaled us to attack, fellow brothers, why are we still hesitating? That's right. Qin Shiming immediately understood the meaning behind Xiao Hua's gesture and quickly transmitted his voice to the cultivator in charge. The cultivator also understood and quickly sent out yellow talismans to attack. Although the Imperial Thunder Sect disciples hadn't recovered much of their magic power, this was the best time to attack. Once they broke through the blockade of the 3 sects disciples, they would be able to see the treasure to advance to the Foundation establishment realm. Who would care about a slight injury to their meridians? Roar! The group of disciples seemed to have taken some kind of pill, and each of them unleashed their strongest attacks. Although the various colors of light were somewhat dim, they were still much stronger than the previous rounds of attacks. The Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples' attacks were clearly out of the expectations of the Shanghua Sect's disciples. However, he was also afraid. However, he had no choice but to ignore the fact that Xiao Hua had broken through the 7 skills sect's formation and quickly sent out his unprepared yellow talismans. Xiao Hua's figure landed in the middle of the 7 skills sect's disciples. He had long since prepared his flying sword. As long as he discovered any disciples who tried to stop him, he would kill them without exception. He was determined not to be held back by them and stay here. However, what Xiao Hua was afraid of was also what the 7 skills sect's disciples were afraid of. Which one of them would dare to face Xiao Hua alone? Moreover, all of the 7 skills sect's disciples were in a formation. Who would dare to slack off behind the formation? Great! Xiao Hua saw that there was no one behind him and was overjoyed. He waved his hand and the cloud-suppressing seal shrunk and fell into his hand. Just as he was about to call out to Sun Shu and the others to escape, a strange feeling came from his left hand. Chapter 1758. Just as Xiao Hua held the cloud-suppressing seal in his left hand, an intense feeling of exhaustion suddenly emerged from his Buddha Sarira. At the same time, an inexplicable throbbing appeared in the stomach of the Buddha Sarira, where the Naiwan Palace should be located. This is... Xiao Hua was flabbergasted. His left hand involuntarily twitched, and a sense of existence came from the palm of his left hand. Oh, so it's this thing. Xiao Hua suddenly came to a realization. When he saw the eye on Goldie's forehead, he vaguely felt that his left hand should also have one. The scar across his palm should be something similar to Goldie's eye. But for so many years, his left hand didn't seem to have any movement, and even his memory didn't awaken. Xiaohua had almost forgotten about this thing. Who would have thought that when he arrived at the netherworld, at the so-called netherworld eye, his left hand would actually have a faint movement? Just as this thought appeared in Xiaohua's mind, from the scar on his left hand, a powerful suction force suddenly appeared. This suction force directly rushed towards Xiaohua's Naiwen Palace. Unfortunately, his Naiwen Palace calmed down after jumping for a moment. The Buddhist consciousness of the Buddha Sarira, as well as the divine sense of the golden Buddha body, were all sucked away by that suction force. Moreover, the Buddhist consciousness was continuously being absorbed. Xiaohua's Buddha Sarira began to flicker at an extremely fast speed, gradually dimming down. Ouch! Xiaohua's head immediately felt a splitting pain. His figure swayed, and he was about to fall from the sky. Junior brother Xiao. Sun Shu had long been paying attention to Xiaohua's every move, fearing that Xiaohua would be injured in the battle with the dozen disciples. Seeing Xiaohua's abnormality, he was naturally the first to discover it. His figure immediately flew over, and without caring about anything else, he grabbed Xiaohua's waist. Junior brother Xiao. Qian Diheng shouted again. He quickly flew down, and used his hand to support Xiaohua's arm. But Xiaohua's face was pale, as if there was no blood in it. He was actually abnormally tired. Sun Shu retracted his hand without leaving a trace, and also supported Xiaohua's arm. A pair of autumn water eyes deeply stared at Xiaohua with deep concern. Xiaohua circulated the exquisite leaf scripture with all his might to resist the indescribable pain on his head. A bitter expression appeared on his face as he said in a low voice, "I'm afraid I can't fly anymore. I'll have to trouble senior brother Qian to take me away. Hurry up, don't let the Shanghua sect's disciples see any clues." "I understand." Qian Diheng pulled Sun Hua's arm and was about to fly away. How could Sun Shu let him pull him away by himself? As she held on to his other arm, she grumbled, "Junior martial brother, if you really can't do it, then don't." Sigh. Sun Shu wanted to complain, but he didn't know what to say. He could only look at Xiaohua's deathly pale face. Together with Qian Diheng, he hurriedly flew in a random direction. Kuan Fian looked at Sun Shu's back with a strange gaze. He gritted his teeth and chased after him. Since Xiaohua was injured, the search for the Zhongyao milk and even the treasures that could level up naturally had to be postponed. And without Xiaohua's support, Qian Diheng and the other two really didn't have the confidence to find any treasures on their own. Sun Shu and Qian Diheng flew for a while with Xiaohua. They saw that the wind pillars in front of them were getting thicker and thicker, and there were even slight space cracks blocking their way from time to time. They didn't dare to fly forward anymore. However, the terrain of Mingxi was special. There weren't any mountains that were too tall, only hills. It was difficult to even find a cave to rest in. Besides, Sun Shu and the other two understood that because the space of Mingxi was unstable, they also didn't know what was going on under the ground. They couldn't recklessly use Earth escape talismans. Otherwise, they would easily be injured by the space cracks. This kind of injury could easily damage their bodies, but in serious cases, they couldn't even keep their lives. Sun Shu looked at Qian Diheng and said in a low voice, "Junior martial brother Qian, how about?" Qian Diheng knew what Sun Shu wanted to say. He hurriedly shook his head, "Senior martial sister Sun, don't go looking for that place now. The current situation is different from what we expected. There are many disciples of the three cultivation sects here. Moreover, their cultivation bases are not inferior to ours. If junior martial brother Xiao can't recover before they find out, not only will we not be able to get the Zhongyao milk, we might even lose our lives." Xiaohua seemed to be extremely weak. He said in a low voice, "Let's fly to the other side of Mingxi first. Don't go inside. Let me recover first." But Qian Diheng was still somewhat hesitant. Mingxi really wasn't a place for qi refining cultivators. The reason why they dared to come here was naturally because they had made preparations beforehand. Moreover, they also knew that there was a safe path. Although Xiao Hua said to just fly to the other side and not go deep, in fact, it was still very dangerous. Let's listen to Junior Marshal Brother Zhao's instructions. Although there was a trace of hesitation on Sun Shu's face, she still nodded resolutely. Fine, Qian Diheng sighed. His divine sense swept towards the place where they came from. However, this sweep shocked him. Divine sense could only be used within a range of about 1 zhang. Any further and he basically couldn't go out. Fortunately, after searching for about an hour, they found a semi-shallow cave in a low-lying area between 2 hills. At this moment, Xiao Hua's severe headache was slightly alleviated. He endured the headache and laid down a formation. The 4 of them hid inside and rested. Seeing Xiao Hua meditating with his 5 centers facing the sky and the muscles between his eyebrows twitching from time to time, Sun Shu, although sitting far away from him, also felt her heart clench. Only after several hours did Xiao Hua's complexion gradually return to normal. 3 days later, Xiao Hua finally stopped the rapid circulation of the exquisite leaf scripture. The dim splendor of the Buddha's Sarira returned to its previous appearance. Not only that, after the absorption of the suction force and Xiao Hua's sleepless cultivation for the past 3 days, the Sarira became even more vivid. The surface of the Sarira faintly had a swastika appearing. Instead, it had made even more progress. What was even more strange was that in the space between the Sarira's eyebrows, under the swastika symbol, there was a vertical crack, just like a third eye. Delusion breaker Dharma eye. Although Xiao Hua didn't open his eyes, his left hand slightly opened. The crack in his hand also slightly opened. A flickering silver eye stared at everything inside the cave for a long time. The eye in my hand is actually called the Delusion Breaker Dharma eye. Xiao Hua couldn't help but set off a shocking wave in his heart. After all, everything he saw when he opened the Delusion Breaker Dharma eye made him extremely shocked. The cave inside the Delusion Breaker Dharma eye was different from what he saw with the naked eye. He only saw cracks as thin as an ox's hair, as well as different kinds of fluorescent lights beside the cracks. As for the stones and the ground, they were all muddy. Combined with what he remembered in his mind, Xiao Hua understood that these fluorescent lights should be the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and those thin cracks as thin as an ox's hair should be the so-called space cracks. This delusion breaker Dharma eye is controlled by Buddha's consciousness. It should have been asleep before. If I hadn't come to this dark mystery, because of some unknown reason, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to wake it up. However, right now, the Sarira's level is still too low. It still can't control the delusion breaker Dharma eye. Although Xiao Hua knew that the delusion breaker Dharma eye was a good thing, he still didn't know what it could be used for. Moreover, every time he opened it, his Sarira would feel tired, so he could only close it and slowly rest. Xiao Hua opened his eyes and looked at the group of people who were resting and patrolling in the distance. Without waiting for him to speak, Sun Shu very sensitively opened her eyes and called out very happily, "Junior Marshal Brother Xiao, your injuries have healed?" Xiao Hua secretly felt ashamed, but the corners of his mouth held a smile as he said, "Senior Marshal Sister, thank you for your concern. Little brother is already fine." "Alas, Junior Marshal Brother Xiao, you know. Forget it, I won't say it. In the future, when you control magic weapons, don't be so stingy with your magic power. Although magic weapons are useful, they're far from what aura-refining cultivators like you and me can use as we wish." Seeing Qian Diheng's concern, Xiao Hua took advantage of the situation and smiled apologetically. "Wasn't little brother forced to do this? If I didn't do this, how could we come in? And, that's right, how are Senior Marshal Brother Can and the others? Who cares about them?" Qian Diheng curled his lips, very disdainful. He waved his hand and said, "When I think of Can Peng's appearance, I just feel unhappy. What right does he have to be there to criticize us? If he had 80% of Junior Marshal Brother Zhao's divine power, I would listen to his nagging." "Don't," Xiao Hua hurriedly waved his hand, "maybe we should consider the big picture. We're really a bit willful. Kun Fian smiled and said, no matter, from what I see, the few of us were able to rush in from the Xianxia sect's formation. First, it showed the prestige of our Imperial Thunder sect, and second, the other disciples could also take advantage of the situation to attack. If they still can't take advantage of such a good opportunity, then they're a bunch of pigs. Qian Diheng continued. Qian Diheng was talking more and more nonsense, almost feeling like he was the junior martial brother. Xiaohua touched his nose and said, we've already rested for a few days, let's go to that place. Little brother can't help but want to see what Zhongyao looks like. Hee, junior martial brother Xiao, since we're here, we don't need to hide anymore. Qian Diheng glanced at Sun Shu and smiled. This kind of thing should have been explained to junior martial brother long ago. After all, it's all junior martial brother Zhao's credit that we're able to come here. Xiaohua asked curiously, senior martial brother Qian, why are you saying such useless things? Could it be that there's some twists and turns in the process? Sigh, there's no twists and turns. Sun Shu smiled bitterly and said, after all, when I was discussing with senior martial sister Kun and junior martial brother Qian, we already agreed that we wouldn't tell junior martial brother Xiao until the last moment. Of course, this isn't purposely hiding something, it's because this place is too important, only close descendants of the Imperial Thunder sect can know about it. If they can't enter the netherworld, the news will be leaked. Oh, I'm not afraid that junior martial brother Xiao will leak the news. Sun Shu thought of something again and hurriedly explained. Don't worry. Xiaohua himself had a lot of secrets, why would he care about other people's precautions? Moreover, Xiaohua wasn't blind, and he wasn't an ignorant youth. How could he not know about Sun Shu's performance along the way? How could he not understand Sun Shu's intentions? If Kun Fian or Qian Diheng would purposely hide something from him, Sun Shu definitely wouldn't. Chapter 1759. Since we've already come all the way here, let's not talk about unnecessary things. Xiaohua said with a smile, we're brothers from the same sect, some natural barriers can't stop us from having a common goal. Good. Qian Diheng clapped and laughed, Sister Sun, are you ready? Can you use that magic weapon? Of course. Sun Shu smiled and said, Brother Xiao has been recuperating these days, and I haven't been idle either, I've already adjusted my power to the best level. Kun Fian's eyes also flashed with a trace of surprise. He smiled and said, since that's the case, why don't you hurry up and cast the spell? I'll listen to Sister Kun. Sun Shu clapped her hands, and a palm-sized conch-like magic weapon was taken out by her. This magic weapon was different from the cloud-suppressing seal. It didn't seem to have any frightening power, nor did it have any dazzling light. This is a magic weapon of Ai's ancestor. It's called Searching Conch. It can record the places you've been to before using a special method, so you can easily find this place in the future. Xiaohua scratched his head, smiled and said, this thing is suitable for me. I've never had a sense of direction, I can easily get lost. Brother Xiao, don't underestimate this Searching Conch. Qian Diheng knew that Xiaohua didn't understand. He smiled and said, this place contains some formations, some secret places, and even some space cracks. What? Could it be done through an array? Through space cracks? Xiaohua seemed to wake up from a dream. He looked at the Searching Conch and said in shock, could it be that the place where Zhongyao is inside a space crack? Good. Qian Diheng's face was full of excitement. He clapped again and said, Brother Xiao, I just wanted to see your shocked face. I've been looking forward to it all the way. Today I finally see it. You didn't expect it at all, right? That thing is not only inside the dark mystery, but also inside the space crack. Xiaohua smiled bitterly, shook his head and said, I didn't expect it. Even if Brother Qian said it's a space crack, I don't know where it is. There are thousands of space cracks inside the dark mystery, how can I find it? So, it all depends on luck. Sun Shu pursed his lips and smiled. He looked at the foraging conch in his hand and said, "Moreover, this foraging conch doesn't only have the functions that junior brother Qian mentioned. According to the control method, I can also find a place that meets I's wishes within a certain range. Of course, this range and the chance of success is related to I's cultivation." "Oh. It is indeed a great magical treasure." Xiaohua nodded. In his heart, he understood that this function that Sun Shu was talking about should be the true value of the searching snail. "Senior Sun, please cast your spell." Kun Fei Yen squinted his eyes and urged. And Sun Shu sat down cross-legged and tossed the foraging conch into the air. He closed his eyes tightly and used his left and right hands as if he was holding an orchid. A seemingly elegant and mysterious spell was slowly cast. When all kinds of spells hit the foraging conch gradually emitted a red brilliance. After the red brilliance, it emitted a light green brilliance. Xiaohua carefully counted. When an extremely bright brilliance appeared, the foraging conch actually changed into 9 different colors in a row. When the bright light appeared, it transformed into the shape of a searching snail in front of Sun Shu's eyes. It was just that this searching snail's phantom followed the spiral of the searching snail and slightly rotated, making it look like a stream of light was flowing everywhere. When Sun Shu saw the phantom appear, she let out a long sigh of relief. Her hanging heart finally settled down. Soon after, Sun Shu's left and right hands formed different spells again. This time, it was abnormally fast. It was as if a phantom was flashing in front of her eyes. In the end, there seemed to be 4 jade-like soft hands dancing in the air. "Quick!" Sun Shu shouted, and the 4 palms suddenly disappeared. Only the thumbs of the 2 hands remained on her forehead. Those 2 hands transformed into a pair of wings. With a "pu" sound, Sun Shu's red lips opened and a mouthful of essence blood was sprayed on the searching snail's phantom. That phantom was still slowly rotating. The blood mist was evenly spread on the searching snail's spiral. Moreover, the strange thing was that after the blood mist covered the phantom, it still grew out of the phantom and gradually formed 2 small wings on both sides of the phantom. Sigh, Sun Shu let out a long sigh. Her face was abnormally pale. She forced a smile and said, "Junior brother Xiao, fortunately I didn't disappoint you. I finally activated the searching snail. Think about it, compared to junior brother Zhao's cloud-suppressing seal, it's really too different. Senior sister Sun, you've worked hard." Xiaohua said with concern, "It's better to quickly take the pill." Sun Shu's beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of warmth. She smiled and said, "It's not a problem." Although she said that, she still took out a scarlet pill from her storage bag and swallowed it. In front of Xiaohua, she sat down cross-legged and recovered her magic power. After a while, Sun Shu's face flushed red. Her eyes were still closed and she touched the searching snail. The searching snail didn't move, but the phantom moved first. The blood-red wings on the 2 sides of the phantom flapped slightly, and the phantom flew up into the air, flying out of the cave. "Junior brother Xiao, quickly remove the formation." Sun Shu suddenly thought of something and hurriedly shouted. "Yes." Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. As he spoke, he formed a seal and collected the dozens of talismans around the cave. Then, Sun Shu and the others flew out. They saw the searching snail phantom fly out of the cave. First, it stopped in front of the cave for a moment. Like a rolling wave, it turned wave after wave. After the time it took to burn a stick of incense, it slowly flew in a certain direction. Good. Seeing this scene, the 4 of them understood that the searching snail had found Zhong Yaolu's location. This trip wouldn't be a waste. "Senior brother Qian, senior sister Kun, we have prepared the magic tools. There are many 12th layer qi refining cultivators here. Maybe their masters will come too. We will protect the searching snail and senior sister Sun. Let senior sister Sun focus on controlling the searching snail." Xiaohua's divine sense swept and immediately knew that his divine sense was restricted. We will listen to junior brother Zhao's orders. Qian Diheng and Kun Fian each took out Ming Hao halberd and thunder-trapping bead and flew to the left and right of Sun Shu. Xiao Hua held the cloud-suppressing seal in his hand and flew slightly behind the three of them. The searching snail flew fast and slow. Its flight path was also winding, as if it was going in circles. It also seemed to be looking for something that was constantly changing its position. At first, the searching snail was still at the periphery of the netherworld. But after half an incense's time, the wind pillar gradually became thicker. Xiao Hua knew that it was going to enter the depths of the netherworld. Right at this moment, a swift and fierce sound of wind abruptly rang out 3 meters above Xiao Hua's head. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for it. Chapter 1760. While Xiao Hua was flying cautiously, he suddenly heard a loud ripping sound above his head. The wind was biting cold, and before he could raise his head, Xiao Hua's divine sense swept out and saw that above his head, a 1 zhang long and 1 qi wide spatial crack had appeared out of thin air. Ah! Xiao Hua was astounded because the smell of blood and desolation emanated from the spatial rift. It was even to the extent that an extremely icy cold blade of wind had swept out from within it. Although this wind blade was not enough to threaten Xiao Hua, but to ordinary people, it was a killing weapon. What was even more strange was that when Xiao Hua's divine sense swept over this spatial crack, a majestic spatial power came from all around, suppressing this spatial crack. Moreover, the spatial crack also had a kind of self-healing power, sealing this spatial crack bit by bit at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in a moment, it disappeared. The appearance and disappearance of the spatial crack naturally attracted the attention of Qian Diheng and Kun Fian. The two of them followed Sun Shu while looking back at Xiao Hua from time to time. When Xiao Hua flew closer with a strange expression, Kun Fian said in a low voice, "Junior brother Xiao, this temporary spatial crack is not the greatest danger of dark mystery." Qian Diheng was also unusually solemn and said, "It's also because junior brother Zhao's luck is good. If that spatial crack that suddenly appeared was 1 qi lower, junior brother Zhao's body, I'm afraid it would not be safe." And Xiao Hua himself also felt a little scared, looking at Kun Fian and asked, "Such a powerful spatial crack is still not the most powerful? Then the most powerful thing is the wind pillar?" Kun Fian shook his head and said, "Of course the wind pillar is powerful, if not a Fenshin cultivator, who would dare to go near it? However, this wind pillar is visible to the naked eye. Those spatial cracks that cannot be seen by the naked eye and divine sense are the most terrifying." Ah! There are spatial cracks that cannot be seen by divine sense? Xiao Hua was shocked. This was something he did not see in the ancient records. Senior sister Kun is right. Qian Diheng replied, "The space in Mingxi is not stable. There are fixed cracks that can be seen by the naked eye and fixed cracks that can be seen by divine sense. In addition to the temporary cracks that junior martial brother saw just now, there are many other cracks. Among them, the ones that can't be seen by divine sense are the most terrifying. It's like a trap. Once you jump into it, your body will be torn apart unknowingly. You won't have time to do anything to fix it. You'll only end up with your soul dissipating." When Xiao Hua heard this, his face turned somewhat pale. That's right, such a powerful spatial crack is simply an incomparably powerful magic treasure. It's simply, even more powerful than the lizard's invisibility. Seeing the change in Xiao Hua's expression, Qian Diheng couldn't help but laugh. He turned around and put his hand on Xiao Hua's shoulder, laughing, "Junior brother Xiao, you don't have to be afraid. Although this invisible space crack is powerful, it is in the depths of the netherworld. We definitely won't be able to see it on our way. Don't worry." "Oh, so it's like that." Xiao Hua let out a sigh of relief, but he still wasn't too reassured. He asked, "Since the space outside Mingxi is relatively stable, then, shouldn't the temporary cracks that appeared just now also not appear?" Hearing Xiao Hua's words, Qian Diheng suddenly woke up. The expression on his face immediately changed. At the same time, a trace of fear flashed across his eyes as he looked at Kun Fian. Of course, Kun Fian's reaction was the same as Qian Diheng's. He said in horror, Junior Marshal Brother Xiao is right. This temporary spatial crack should be in the depths of Mingxi. Here it definitely won't appear. Could it be that what Zhong Haoran and the others said, there really is a change in Mingxi? Junior Marshal Brother Xiao, should we continue? Qian Diheng took his hand off Xiao Hua's shoulder and asked hesitantly. Xiao Hua looked at Sun Shu, who was trying his best to control the snail and didn't have time to pay attention to this side. He thought for a while and said, in my opinion, let's not continue. Anyway, Zhong Yao Lu is there. If we don't look for him, others won't know. Let's wait for the next time. However, as soon as his voice fell, Qian Diheng and Kun Fian said in unison, no. Qian Diheng and Kun Fian felt that they were a little rash and disrespectful to Xiao Hua. They hurriedly explained, Junior Marshal Brother Xiao, no, sigh, Junior Marshal Brother, I won't say anything unnecessary. Could it be that you have lost your confidence after one failure and are not in a hurry to build your foundation? We came out with a bang, could it be that we have to go back with a face covered in dirt? Even if Master doesn't say anything, the senior martial sister of Earth Thunder Palace doesn't say anything, what about the others? What would the other disciples of Thunder Palace say? Kun Fian also said. Sigh. Xiao Hua naturally knew what they were thinking. He smiled and said, don't the disciples of Shanghua sect have treasures? Let's go there. Kun Fian shook his head slightly. Not to mention that there are too many monks and too little gruel. Even if we go, I'm afraid that only Junior Marshal Brother Xiao has the confidence to get that thing. What hope do we have? And since there are changes in the netherworld, I'm afraid there are also changes there. It's also not safe. After thinking about it, Zhong Yao Lao is still the most reliable. Junior Marshal Brother Xiao, if you don't want to go forward, you can go find Qin Shi Ming and the others. We definitely won't complain about anything. Qian Diheng gritted his teeth and finally said. Ha ha ha. Xiao Hua laughed loudly. Just like Qian Diheng, he flew in front of him and stretched out his hand to wrap around his neck. He laughed and said, you bastard, I'm just worried about your safety. I didn't say that I don't want to go. Why are you pushing me there? Ha ha ha. Qian Diheng also laughed. He turned his hand to wrap around Xiao Hua's neck and said, like I said, Junior Marshal Brother Xiao is the most straightforward. In the Thunder Palace, you are the only person I like. How can you not go with me? If you don't go, I'll go blind first. Hee hee. Kun Fian's face also showed a happy expression, but a trace of gloominess flashed in his eyes. After flying forward in a zigzag manner for the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, the space crack that suddenly appeared again. But this time, it was in the air a little further away from the four of them. Although it didn't hurt the four of them, Xiao Hua's heart suddenly tightened. He thought for a moment and released his Buddhist sense. However, Buddhist sense and divine sense were the same. Although it was more than 10 times farther, compared to the naked eye, it still couldn't reach far. However, when he released his Buddhist sense this time, Xiao Hua faintly felt that his Buddhist sense was a little different from before. It seemed that the degree of observation was a little higher. He could faintly feel the existence of those cracks in space. Great! Xiao Hua immediately thought of the third eye between the eyebrows of the Buddha relics. Wasn't that the mark of the awakening of the Dharma eye? Thinking of this, Xiao Hua withdrew his Buddhist sense. His left hand opened slightly, and the Dharma eye on his hand opened a small slit. Immediately, the third eye on the Buddha relics also opened. Although Xiao Hua didn't close his eyes, the third eye on his Buddha relics was actually the same as the Dharma eye. He could see the countless amounts of heaven and earth spiritual chi flashing faintly between heaven and earth, as well as thin, almost invisible space cracks. Wonderful. Xiao Hua raised his hand and saw a space crack slowly forming in midair. It then expanded, and a wind blade with countless amounts of pale yellow heaven and earth spiritual chi quickly streaked across that crack. Boom! A huge wind sound rang out, and in midair, another space crack appeared. Looking in front of the four of them, he could see everything within 100 feet. Looking further, Xiaohua felt an irrepressible exhaustion. Xiaohua understood that now he could only see about 100 feet. If his cultivation increased in the future, he should be able to see even further. And now, 100 feet was enough. Ouch! Xiaohua raised his left hand to look. Suddenly, he saw the phantom of the seeking conch flying across a 1-foot-long, 2-inch-wide space crack. Sun Shu didn't know that her towering chest was rushing towards the outline of that crack. Is this the invisible space crack? Xiaohua was shocked. He didn't have time to say anything to stop her. His figure quickly flew over, grabbed Sun Shu's waist, and suddenly flew up several feet, dodging that crack. Junior martial brother, what are you doing? Sun Shu was concentrating on casting her technique. She didn't think that Xiaohua would grab her waist. When she came to her senses, how could she stop Xiaohua? She could only wait for Xiaohua to stop, then she blushed and reproached him. Seeing the doubt in Sun Shu's eyes, Xiaohua didn't have time to explain. He turned his head and shouted, Senior Martial Brother Qian, Senior Martial Sister Kuan, fly past me. What? Seeing Xiaohua's sudden movement, Qian Diheng and Kuan Fian also found it strange. Qian Diheng's eyes even showed a playful look, but after hearing Xiaohua's warning, the two of them suddenly woke up and hurriedly stopped their speed. They slowly circled around Xiaohua and flew over. Sun Shu slipped out of Xiaohua's hands without leaving a trace. She looked behind Xiaohua with a complicated gaze and said in a low voice, Junior Martial Brother Xiao, you mean, Senior Martial Sister Sun naturally knows that my premonition is very strong, right? Xiaohua stretched out his right hand and pinched his chin. He also looked at the space behind him and said very calmly. Indeed. Sun Shu nodded. I already knew on the way back from the Feather Immortal Gathering. Good. Xiaohua waved his hand and said, I feel that there is something very dangerous in this area, but I don't know what it is. I was afraid that Senior Martial Sister would be injured, so I rashly brought Senior Martial Sister here. I hope Senior Martial Sister. Sun Shu bit her lips. She couldn't tell if she was disappointed or lucky. She didn't say a word. Junior Martial Brother Xiao, then, what kind of danger could it be? Kuan Fei Yan asked hesitantly. I really don't know. Xiaohua revealed a bitter smile and shook his head. I only have a feeling. But because of this feeling, I can't let Senior Martial Sister Sun take the risk. Sun Shu felt sweet in her heart. She also smiled sweetly and said, could it be the most powerful invisible spatial crack in Dark Mystery? Chapter 1761. Isn't that simple? Qian Diheng said with a smile, you just need to find something to test it out. If there isn't, then forget it, but if there really is. Damn it, Junior Brother Xiao, you are our lucky talisman. Lucky talisman? Xiaohua was stunned and asked curiously, there is such a talisman? Sun Shu was also in a good mood. She pursed her lips and said, don't listen to Junior Brother Qian teasing you. Where is there a lucky talisman? Xiaohua comes to his senses and punches Qian Diheng's shoulder. But Kuan Fian at the side had a smile that was not a smile. When Qian Diheng pretended to beg for mercy, he said with a smile, Junior Sister Sun, you are wrong. There really are lucky talismans in this world. What? Sun Shu was stunned and asked curiously, lucky talisman, isn't it a kind of jade pendant? Could it be that there is really a talisman that as long as you wear it, you will be blessed with a lifetime of peace and safety? Does Junior Sister Sun know about the 5 auspicious beasts? Kuan Fian asked with a smile that was not a smile. This. Sun Shu obviously did not know. She blushed a little and said in a low voice, I only know about the 4 mythological beasts. Senior Sister Sun has nothing to feel inferior about. Although I am in Heavenly Thunder Palace, I also only know that Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise are the 4 mythological beasts. Qian Diheng said disapprovingly, as for the 5 auspicious beasts, I also don't know. Azure Dragon? Xiao Hua's heart moved. He naturally thought of Little White. He rolled his eyes and said with a smile, Senior brothers, what are you talking about? I am a disciple of Heavenly Thunder Palace. I don't know about these mythological beasts and auspicious beasts. It seems that Heavenly Thunder Palace's library also doesn't have records of this? Hee, these are all passed down from ancient times. Who knows if it is true or false? The library naturally doesn't have it. Not to mention Heavenly Thunder Palace, even Heavenly Thunder Palace is the same. Qian Diheng said with a smile. That's right. Legend has it that in ancient times, there were 4 continents in the world, each occupying the 4 corners of the world. Each continent had a divine beast that guarded it. According to the positions of the 4 continents in the east, west, north, and south, they became the 4 spirits, which are the 4 divine beasts. They are the Azure Dragon, the White Tiger, the Vermilion Bird, and the Black Tortoise. Sun Shu explained with a smile, however, whether or not these 4 are really divine beasts, or a collective name for a group of spirit beasts, no one knows for sure. Then, he looked at Kun Fian and said, as for the 5 auspicious beasts that Senior Kun mentioned, I have never heard of them. Kun Fei Yen laughed coldly, just because it's unheard of doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Didn't the 4 great mythological beasts also become legends? Why do so many people believe it? That's because there are still some clues that can be found. Qian Diheng argued, isn't Tai Ching Sek's flood dragon spirit beast an example? What kind of dragon is that? Kun Fian laughed coldly, dragons are inherently lustful, the dragon species is already not pure. The so-called 9 sons of the dragon are all different, who knows how many dragon veins Tai Ching Sek's flood dragon has? That Azure Dragon has pure dragon veins, other than the 5-clawed golden dragon which is a descendant of the Heaven Realm's heavenly dragon, the others are all mixed. Speaking till here, Kun Fian's face turned slightly red and did not say any more. See. Hearing about the dragon veins, Xiao Hua's heart shivered again. Just as he was about to ask, he heard Qian Diheng cut in, Senior Kun, don't show off. Let's talk about the 5 auspicious beasts and the auspicious talisman first. Kun Fian nodded in satisfaction and said, the 5 auspicious beasts are Pai Xiu, Qilin, Peacock, Golden Toad, and Longevity Turtle. Ah. Xiao Hua and the other 2 were all shocked and asked curiously, where did the reason come from? Pai Xiu is a ferocious auspicious beast, the male is called Pai, the female is called Xiu. Pai Xiu is ferocious and mighty, it is in charge of patrolling the celestial realm, stopping demons, ghosts, plagues, and diseases from causing disturbances, thus it is called an auspicious beast. The male Qilin is called Qilin, the female Qilin. Their appearances are strange, they have a dragon head, antlers, horse hooves, oxtail, wolf forehead, and their bodies are covered with colorful scales. According to legends, wherever a Qilin steps, it will bring good luck to the people there, thus it is called Qilin auspicious, it is a symbol of auspiciousness. At the same time, Qilins are ferocious like Pai Xiu, they can eliminate disasters and expel evil spirits, thus it is also called an auspicious beast. Peacock is a descendant of the phoenix, its body is green, it has a chicken head, swallow's jaw, snake's neck, fish's tail, and its voice is loud and clear. Peacock is the same as the phoenix, it will not land in a place without treasures, thus it is called an auspicious beast. Golden Toad is a symbol of wealth, it only has 3 legs, the place it is at will always have extremely rare treasures, thus it is called an auspicious beast. Longevity Turtle is a descendant of the Black Tortoise, it is famous for its long lifespan, thus it is called an auspicious beast. Kun Fian said a lot with joy, Xiao Hua's eyes were full of splendor. Especially when he talked about Peacock, Xiao Hua immediately thought of the phoenix illusion in the space. That phoenix illusion was originally green, only when it was activated with mana, it would show 5 colors. It was very similar to the peacock that Kun Fian talked about. Fine, fine. After Kun Fian finished, Qian Diheng rolled his eyes and said, "What peacock? What longevity turtle? They are all descendants of the phoenix and black tortoise. That golden toad is a 3-legged toad. How can it be called an auspicious beast? But Pai Xiao and Qilin, they are abnormally ferocious. They can become spirit beasts." Kun Fian did not care about Qian Diheng's rebuke. He smiled and said, "If it is, then it is. If it is not, then it is not. I will not say things without reason. Also, from what I know, the talismans made from the fur and blood of these 5 auspicious beasts, when worn on the body of a cultivator, can reverse the cultivator's fate, turning misfortune into luck, disaster into auspiciousness." Ah. So it's like that. Xiao Hua suddenly understood. Spirit talismans were originally refined from the fur and flesh of spirit beasts. Although the 5 great auspicious beasts were powerful, they were still spirit beasts. Whoever could really use their fur and beast blood to refine spirit talismans might really be able to accompany Ji Xiang forever. Xiao Hua's eyes turned, he smiled and said, "Could it be that only talismans can be made? Didn't they say that jade talismans are more profound, so there is no auspicious jade talisman?" "Hee, junior brother Xiao is smart, I was just about to say." Kun Fian smiled and said, "The true auspicious talisman can only be made from the fur of these 5 auspicious beasts, although jade talismans are more powerful than spirit talismans, but in terms of auspicious protection, it is still inferior by a lot, falling into the inferior category." There is really a jade talisman that is similar to the 5 auspicious beasts? Xiao Hua's heart could not help but jump wildly. "Yes." Kun Fian smiled and said, "I know that there is a jade talisman in the shape of a qilin. Normally it looks very normal, but it can bring good luck to people, of course. As a jade talisman, using a special method, it can be used as a magic tool or treasure." "Special method?" Xiao Hua said anxiously, "What special method?" "I do not know about this." Kun Fian shook his head, after which he asked curiously, "Could it be that junior brother Xiao also has this kind of rare auspicious jade talisman? Calm to vote for me." Chapter 1762. Hee, I'm just a loose cultivator. How could I have such an opportunity? Xiao Hua bitterly smiled. "It's just that in the past, I saw a jade artifact that looked like a peacock that senior sister Kun mentioned. At that time, they said it was a good item, worth a few middle-grade spirit stones. Although I liked it, I didn't have that many spirit stones, so I could only leave. Now that senior sister Kun mentioned it, I remembered and felt a little regretful. I want to know what that special technique is. If I knew, I would exchange it for that jade artifact even if I had to sell it." Puchi. Kun Fian laughed out loud. If it's really like what junior brother Xiao said, then junior brother Xiao doesn't need to feel regretful. This kind of auspicious talisman can't be exchanged with spirit stones. Moreover, that special technique should be inside the jade talisman. If junior brother Xiao doesn't take the jade talisman back, how can you get it? This thing can't be confirmed in person. Although Kun Fian said so, Xiao Hua was still half believing and half doubtful. It's just that he was in Mingxi, so he didn't have time to take out the phoenix illusion that Xiao Xianrui gave him. Thinking of Mingxi, Xiao Hua couldn't help but laugh. They were just talking about the invisible space crack, and suddenly they talked about the auspicious talisman, the 5 auspicious beasts, and the jade talisman. He smiled and pointed forward. "Senior sister Kun, senior brother Qian, didn't you say you wanted to see if there was any danger here? Did we go off topic?" Hee, I saw that senior sister Sun was too tired, so we talked a little more and let her rest a little more. Qian Diheng smiled and took out a spirit stone. "I'll try it now." Sun Shu looked at Qian Diheng throwing out the spirit stone and smiled. "Thank you junior brother Qian for your concern." Xiao Hua also suddenly understood. He looked up and saw that the seeking conch was still in Sun Shu's hand, and that phantom also stopped above Sun Shu's head. Sun Shu's face was flushed red, obviously she was in good spirits. Qian Diheng drove the spirit stone to a 1 zhang radius behind Xiaohua. There wasn't any danger, so he smiled and said, "Junior brother Xiao, I'm afraid you're thinking too much. It's good to be a little more careful." Sun Shu quickly said, "If we encounter it, it won't be good." It's best if you don't. After all, the invisible space crack was extremely narrow and not very long. How could a spirit stone coincidentally touch it? Xiaohua didn't point it out and said while rubbing his nose. Haha, Xiao de Xiang talisman can't be made anymore. Qian Diheng waved his hand, and the spirit stone flew back into his hand. But at this moment, a light "pa" sound rang out, and the entire spirit stone strangely split into two. Ah! Qian Diheng laughed so hard that he couldn't close his mouth. With his eyes wide open, he stared at the two neatly separated spirit stones in a daze. Spatial crack. Sun Shu's expression suddenly changed. Wasn't the location of the spirit stone where she had just flown past? Isn't that the position where Xiaohua grabbed her waist and leaped? Immediately, cold sweat appeared on Sun Shu's forehead. There really are invisible spatial rifts. Xiaohua was also greatly alarmed. He blinked his eyes and stared at that place for a moment. Then, he similarly patted his hand and took out an empty jade bottle. He then threw it next to the spirit stone. With a pang sound, the jade bottle was also cut open by the invisible spatial rift, like a sharp blade. Damn it! This is really inconceivable. Qian Diheng waved his hand and kept the spirit stone. He looked at Xiaohua with a face of reverence. "Junior brother Xiao, you lead the way in front. This brother will definitely follow you and not deviate a single step." Kuan Fian's expression was also complicated. His body shrank back a bit. But Sun Shu looked at the searching conch and said with difficulty, "I can't fly behind junior brother Xiao." Xiaohua laughed. "Then this little brother will accompany senior sister Sun and be senior sister's auspicious talisman." Okay, Sun Shu's face was a bit hot, but her heart was sweet. She changed her hand sign and the searching conch's image flew up again. Her body also flew up. Looking at her expression, it was clear that she trusted Xiaohua and was not afraid of any danger ahead. After flying for another incense's time, Xiaohua unconsciously started to sweat. This was not because he was tired, but there were actually many invisible spatial rifts. Once or twice, Xiaohua could shamelessly say that it was just a feeling. But 3 or 4 times, no matter what, it could not be a problem of feeling. Seeing that there were actually 4 spatial rifts blocking the way ahead, Xiaohua's heart was anxious. He could not possibly ask for another detour, right? But at this moment, the searching conch's image suddenly stopped. It flapped its wings and fell from the sky, landing right on top of the searching conch. It disappeared without a trace. "Io, senior sister Sun." Xiaohua was shocked and turned to look at Sun Shu. Luckily, Sun Shu was not injured as he imagined. Her face was pale and her eyes were filled with surprise. Clearly, the searching conch stopping was also out of her expectations. What's going on? Kuan Fian and Qian Diheng could not help but fly up and look at her strangely. This. Sun Shu frowned and thought for a moment before shaking her head. "I do not know. After all, I have only used the searching conch a few times." Then, Sun Shu frowned and thought for a moment before saying, "According to I's understanding, the searching conch losing its effect is because the spatial rift Zhongmiao milk is in has already been destroyed. Everything in the spatial rift, including the Zhongmiao milk, has been destroyed." No way. Qian Diheng said with a sad face, "We worked so hard to reach the last step and it actually became like drawing water with a bamboo basket. This is really unacceptable to I." Kuan Fian and Xiaohua's faces were also filled with disappointment. Of course, what I said just now may not be true. Sun Shu hurriedly said, maybe some magic tools or treasures are also looking for the Zhongyao milk, or maybe they are inside the spatial rift, which can also affect the searching conk's effect. Hearing this, everyone's hearts were half happy and half worried. If someone was also looking for the Zhongyao milk, there was a 90% chance that it was a disciple of the 3 sections. Moreover, a disciple of the 12th level of Qi refining had set up a defense at the entrance of the netherworld, so it must be a disciple of the foundation establishment stage who went inside. This was not something that Xiao Hua and the others could deal with. But if there was a magic tool in the spatial rift that affected the searching conch, then this magic tool was worth looking forward to. How could they not be happy? The 4 of them looked at each other, then Sun Shu and the others looked at Xiao Hua's face. Xiao Hua thought for a moment before saying, if we don't go and see with our own eyes, I think we won't be willing. Moreover, according to Ai's thinking, if there is really a senior of the foundation establishment stage, why would the 3 sects work so hard to set up a defense at the entrance of the netherworld? Even if there is a senior of the foundation establishment stage, don't we still have other martial brothers? Let's go outside and take a look. If there is no chance, then we'll talk about it in the future, or find other opportunities. Sun Shu nodded. I also feel that the possibility of a senior of the foundation establishment stage is not big. After all, what they want is a treasure of the foundation establishment stage, and the difference between it and the Zhongyao milk is too big. We should still go, but how should we go? Kuan Fian said in a low voice. Naturally, we should continue to walk forward. Qian Diheng pointed at the location of the invisible spatial rifts. That's not right. Xiao Hua hurriedly stopped him and said with a smile, since the searching conch fell here, it's not auspicious to continue to walk forward. In my opinion, let's walk from the side and see if there is anything strange. This. Xiao Hua's explanation was very far-fetched. Qian Diheng was a little unhappy, but after looking at Kuan Fian and Qian Diheng, he could only say embarrassedly, let's listen to junior brother Zhao's instructions. Let's go. Xiao Hua was also not polite. With a wave of his hand, he led everyone to go around the invisible spatial rifts. Sun Shu did not take back the searching conch. She pointed her finger, and the searching conch spun quickly. The blood-like spiral spun round and round, floating above her head. After walking for about half a cup of tea's time, Xiao Hua felt that they had more or less gone around the spatial rifts. Then, he changed his direction again. Just as he was about to fly in the direction of the searching conch, Kuan Fian suddenly said in a low voice, Junior brother Xiao, look, what is that? Following the direction that Kuan Fian was pointing at, everyone lowered their heads to look. On the ground about 30 feet in front of them, there was a layer of yellow-black vegetation. And on top of that vegetation, there was an irregular black object the size of a palm. This object was not big, and mixed in with the yellow and black color, it was not particularly conspicuous. If Kuan Fian did not point it out, Xiao Hua and the others would definitely not be able to see it. At this time, everyone was suspicious of the searching conch's failure, so they were very sensitive to these things. Qian Diheng's eyes immediately showed a trace of eagerness, and he shouted, could it be a treasure? But when everyone flew closer, with their spiritual sense, although there were fluctuations of spiritual energy on that object, it was very weak. It was not something that could be emitted by any magic tool or treasure. Xiao Hua looked around very cautiously, but in his spiritual sense, he did not see anything special about this object. He also did not see any arrays in the surroundings. Thus, with a wave of his hand, that object fell into Xiao Hua's hand. When the object entered his hand, it was slightly heavy, and where his fingers touched, there was a kind of rough feeling. Looking at the edges were very smooth, as if it had been cut off by a sharp blade. There were traces of veins on the cut section, and he could not see what material it was made of. On the black surface, where the spiritual energy fluctuations were emitted, there were a few strange-looking runes. These runes were also cut off, and it was impossible to see what it was made of. Xiao Hua looked at this object and felt that it was somewhat familiar, but he could not think of anything in that moment. He passed it over to Sun Shu and the others, and when Qian Diheng also finished looking at it, he passed it over to Xiao Hua. Senior sister, can you see what this is? Xiao Hua's gaze landed on Kun Fian's face. Just now, regarding the information regarding the auspicious spirit talisman, Xiao Hua truly understood that the heritage of the descendants of the Imperial Thunder Sect's various great thunder palaces was far from what he could compare with by reading some ancient records. I only feel that this object is not a magic tool, and even more so not a fragment of a treasure. I can't see anything else. Kun Fian's eyes were also filled with confusion. Hee, junior brother Xiao, let us go look for it again, maybe there will be more. Qian Diheng raised his eyes and looked into the distance. Chapter 1763. As far as the eye could see, there was also a large area of low vegetation, but there was no fragment in Xiao Hua's hand. Let's go. Xiao Hua waved his hand and led everyone to fly towards the depths of Mingxi. Mingxi really had a huge change. At this time, they had just left the periphery of Mingxi and the wind pillar was much thicker. The hurricane that was constantly blowing made the surrounding area dizzy. The so-called east, west, north and south could not be distinguished at all. Fortunately, everyone was at the peak of qi refinement. They took out their respective magic tools and all kinds of brilliance protected themselves. They were not afraid of this hurricane. Look, look! Qian Diheng had been looking down and suddenly, like a child who saw a new toy, he pointed and shouted. Sure enough, on the ground about 4 zhang in front, there was a protrusion on the ground. On the side, there were 2 pieces of the same black fragment. Xiao Hua held the fragment in his hand and compared it with the fragment just now. It was obviously the same thing. However, the texture between the 3 did not match. They were not connected together. Strange. Xiao Hua also gave these 3 items to Qian Diheng while he himself stood in the air. His eyes were fixed on the 1-foot-long invisible space crack about 1 zhang in front of him. He seemed to be lost in thought. After a while, Kun Fian passed the 3 fragments to Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua took it and turned the 3 fragments over. He looked carefully and thought, so it was like this. However, I still don't know where this fragment fell from. Junior brother Xiao, did you find anything? Sun Shu saw Xiao Hua's expression and said with a smile. Senior brother Qian, take out the 2 spirit stones that were torn apart by the space crack. Xiao Hua smiled and said to Qian Diheng. What do you want my spirit stones for? Qian Diheng stared blankly. However, when he saw Xiao Hua take the spirit stone and compare it to the fragment, he immediately realized something and said in disbelief, could it be that this fragment was torn apart by a space crack? Senior sisters, take a look. Xiao Hua smiled and passed the spirit stones and fragments to Kun Fian. Kun Fei Yen took a look, nodded slightly, and said, as expected, they are all smooth. Although I cannot be sure that they were torn apart by spatial cracks, but under the heavens, in this world, there are many magic tools that can cut apart spirit stones and fragments. Qian Diheng said unwillingly. But how many can there be in the netherworld? Sun Shu said with a smile. At this moment, the rapidly spinning hunting conch above Sun Shu's head suddenly slowed down. The swaying blood-red color became longer and at the same time, the hunting conch's phantom emerged from the hunting conch again. It swayed slightly in the hurricane. Great! Sun Shu's face lit up with ecstasy when he saw this. He pointed his finger and said anxiously, let's go. Without waiting for Xiao Hua to speak, Sun Shu's figure flew into the air along with the searching conch's phantom. Fortunately, although the searching conch's phantom was in the same direction as the spatial crack, it was about 3 meters away from the spatial crack, so it could be considered safe. Xiao Hua breathed a sigh of relief and quickly flew to Sun Shu's side. Qian Diheng and Kun Fian were equally surprised and carefully followed behind Xiao Hua. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, during which there were several spatial cracks, but they were all outside the searching conch's route. Xiao Hua did not remind them, but what made Xiao Hua uneasy was that the dark fragments they saw before were increasing in number, and they were all near the spatial cracks. At the beginning, everyone was still interested in collecting them, but after seeing many of them, they already knew that these fragments were not precious, so they did not look at them anymore. Xiao Hua just kept the fragments and did not examine them carefully. Ouch! While they were walking, the searching conch fell from the air again, and Sun Shu could not help but exclaim again. Fortunately, after the searching conch's failure last time, although everyone's expression changed, they were still calm. Look! Qian Diheng, who was a little impatient, flew another 3 meters forward and pointed his finger and shouted, There seems to be a lot of fragments. After saying that, Qian Diheng flew forward first. Damn! Xiao Hua had just closed his delirium eye and wanted to use the exquisite leaf sutra to recover some of the Buddha's Sarira's exhaustion. Seeing that Qian Diheng was flying in the direction of the invisible spatial cracks, he could not help but turn pale with fright. Xiao Hua did not have time to think and use the awakening lightning escape, his figure fluttering in the wind, and like lightning, he rushed towards Qian Diheng. But Qian Diheng was also flying very fast, and the spatial cracks were also very close. Xiao Hua did not have time to catch him, and could only fiercely hit him from the side. Ouch! Qian Diheng was also a Qi refining stage 12 cultivator, how could he not notice? Feeling Xiao Hua's lightning-fast momentum, although he knew in his heart that Xiao Hua didn't have any malicious intent, his body involuntarily wanted to react. However, just as he raised his arm, Xiao Hua crashed into him. An unparalleled force sent Qian Diheng flying, and even his mind was confused for a moment. Looking at Xiao Hua again, after sending Qian Diheng flying, he took an extremely strange posture in midair. His feet were stepping on the void, but it also seemed like he was stepping on solid ground. His figure continuously swayed, obviously trying to avoid something. And just as Xiao Hua's figure stabilized, he immediately flew towards the direction Qian Diheng was flying. Because Qian Diheng was like a drunkard, falling down from the sky. Fortunately, Xiao Hua reached out to support Qian Diheng. Qian Diheng immediately woke up and said angrily, Junior brother, what are you doing? Hee, Xiao Hua scratched his head and said with a smile, Why are you so anxious after seeing the treasure? Why didn't you say anything to me? We should enjoy blessings and endure hardships together. Saying that, without waiting for Qian Diheng's reply, he flew past the spatial cracks and flew towards the direction Qian Diheng pointed at. You bastard! Hearing Xiao Hua's brainless words, Qian Diheng almost jumped up and shouted, This brother also did not intend to take all of them. You also collected so many of these fragments along the way, this. Before Qian Diheng could finish his words, he stood foolishly in midair. Above his right hand, the Daoist robe on his right arm was already damaged, and half of it had already been cut off. Ah! My Daoist robe is a magic treasure. Could it be that there was another invisible spatial crack just now? Qian Diheng was dumbfounded. Using his divine sense to scan the surroundings, that half of the Daoist robe had already been blown away without a trace by the hurricane. In an instant, Qian Diheng's back was covered in a layer of cold sweat. The magic treasure he was most proud of was like silk in front of a spatial crack. Just now, if not for Xiao Hua's collision, he would have already become a corpse, right? Come quickly, senior brother Qian. Xiao Hua's cheers came from the front again. This little brother knows what this fragment is. Chapter 1764. Qian Diheng anxiously and gratefully flew to Xiao Hua's side. In front of him was a pile of black fragments. But this time the fragments weren't as small as the last time. Or rather, they weren't fragments, but several large pieces. This is a puppet? Qian Diheng was naturally experienced and knowledgeable. Looking at the shape of the several large pieces, he immediately understood and shouted. Yes. Xiao Hua said with a smile. Little brother just felt that it was somewhat familiar, but I didn't think that these fragments were actually from a puppet. Of course, the several large fragments in front of them were in the shape of a human. It seemed that they were cut by the space crack that Qian Diheng encountered just now. The entire fragments were scattered on the ground, so it wasn't difficult to recognize. Why are there puppets here? Kun Fian and Sun Shu also flew over and asked curiously. Puppets have always been rare in our country of Shi. There isn't a sect that specializes in refining puppets. It seems that, in the entire Dawn Rain continent, only the puppet sect in the north of Meng country has the ability to refine puppets. Puppet sect? Qian Diheng shook his head slightly. I heard that puppet sect met with some disaster hundreds of years ago and was destroyed by a mysterious cultivator. Yes, because of puppet sect's destruction, there are fewer and fewer puppets in Dawn Rain continent. Sun Shu nodded. I didn't expect to see a puppet in this dark mystery. I don't know when this puppet was left here. Xiao Hua picked up a large piece of the puppet's remains and said in a low voice. But before his voice died away, a thought flashed through his mind. Yeah, since this puppet was torn apart when it was passing through the space crack, someone must have been exploring the space. Since that person was exploring the space, and was going in the same direction as we were looking for Zhong Yaolu, then, was that person looking for Zhong Yaolu as well? Moreover, this dark mystery only changed a few days ago. This invisible space crack also appeared recently. The person with the puppet must have just arrived a few days ago. Maybe he came in before the disciples of Shanghua sect surrounded the entrance to dark mystery. Or maybe it was because this person came in that the disciples of Shanghua sect and the other three sects knew that there were treasures in dark mystery. When Xiaohua thought of this, he suddenly raised his head. As expected, Sun Shu, Kun Fian and Qian Diheng also thought of this and raised their heads in shock. Sister Sun. Qian Diheng couldn't help but ask, about Zhong Yaoru. Do thunder-controlling sect, oh, no, puppet school disciples know about it too? You're asking me, but who should I ask? Sun Shu immediately replied, I also thought that only the disciples of our Imperial Thunder sect knew about this. Maybe it's just that the path is the same, but the things we're looking for are different. Kun Fian said in a low voice as he looked at the countless gigantic wind pillars in front of them. Let's go. No matter who they are, since they're already here, there's no need to think too much about it. We'll meet them sooner or later. At this moment, Xiaohua had already made up his mind. He waved his hand and the remains of the puppets were sucked into the space. Sun Shu's searching snail still couldn't be used, so he flew behind Xiaohua. Kun Fian flew a little slower, and came to Qian Diheng's side and asked in a low voice, Junior brother Qian, what happened just now? Why did junior brother Xiao suddenly bump into you? Nothing. Qian Diheng glanced at Kun Fian and said with a smile, junior brother Xiao was blown away by the wind and was flying around like a headless fly. He just happened to bump into me. TCH, Kun Fian rolled his eyes at Qian Diheng and sped up. Hee, Qian Diheng said in a low voice, what? Do you want to know a man's secret? I won't tell you. While speaking, he secretly looked at his Daoist robe and also flew away. Moving forward, it was incomparably smooth again. Not only did the wind weaken a lot, even the space cracks didn't appear again, which made Xiaohua a little confused. But looking at Sun Shu's face, there was a trace of joy. Seeing Xiaohua's somewhat doubtful gaze, Sun Shu smiled and said, Junior brother Xiao, you don't know, a place like this with a stable space is extremely rare. And in this kind of place, although the space cracks exist, they must be stable. And only in this kind of stable place, the space where Zhong Yao's milk is in can exist for a long time, and we can have opportunities. I see. Xiaohua nodded and asked, so, the direction and place we came from are not wrong? It should be right. Sun Shu nodded affirmatively. Good. Before Xiaohua's cheering stopped, the hunting snail above Sun Shu's head flashed again, and an illusion appeared again. Ha! Even Qian Diheng laughed loudly. It seemed that Zhong Yao's milk was about to be obtained. The hunting snail's illusion flew extremely fast, and in the time it took to eat a meal, it actually found a flat place. The wind here seemed to have stopped, and there were obviously several wind pillars in the distance, but the strong wind caused by those wind pillars seemed to cancel each other out. There was only a slight breeze, which was strangely warm. Moreover, the ground was a little different, it was actually a little green, and the low plants on the ground also had green lines on them. This place. As soon as he arrived at this place, a slightly dense heaven and earth aura rushed to his face, unexpectedly making Xiaohua feel a burst of freshness in his mouth and nose. How could such a strange situation not make him happy? Even if he didn't know if this was the place the hunting snail was looking for, he was already 30% sure in his heart. Ha, great! Seeing this, Sun Shu's face unconsciously showed a big smile. Xian Diheng even did a somersault in the air, smiled and said, I am indeed an extraordinary person. This is the place where I am destined to build my foundation. Such a difficult place to find, even without the hunting snail, I still found it. If I don't build my foundation, how can I live up to heaven's love? Haha, Kuan Fian's smile was also unusual. This flat place was not big, only about 10 zhang wide. Although Xiaohua's spirit sense couldn't reach far, he could see everything as far as his eyes could see. On this flat place, except for the slightly green plants and the flat terrain, there was nothing special about it. There were also no invisible space cracks in the air. If it was placed outside of Mingxi, it would definitely be extremely ordinary, and no one would take a second look at it. Sun Shu was happy, but seeing that the hunting snail still didn't have any reaction, he turned to Xiaohua and said, Brother Xiao, are you surprised? A little bit. Xiaohua slightly nodded, looked around, pointed and said, if Sister Sun didn't say it, I definitely wouldn't have thought that there was Zhong Yaolu here. I would have just rested here and left immediately. Rested a bit and then left? Xian Diheng also walked over with a smile and said, we don't know how big this Mingxi is, and how many dangers there are in it. This 10 zhang wide paradise is like an oasis in the desert, you can only find it by chance and not by searching. Brother Xiao, don't look at how easy it was for us to find it. If we didn't have the hunting snail, even if 10,000 cultivators came with us, none of them would be able to reach here safely. Indeed, Xiaohua nodded. Along the way, not to mention other things, just the space cracks alone, if not for his illusion breaker eye that could see invisible space cracks, the 4 of them would have died long ago. How could they have followed the hunting snail to this place? The hunting snail was good, but it couldn't see any space cracks. What do we do next? Xiaohua asked. Nothing else. Sun Shu spread out her hands, showing the curves of her body, smiled and said, we just need to wait for the space cracks to appear. Brother Xiao, the space crack where Zhong Yao Lu is hidden is a slightly stable space, and the area inside is also very big. This space crack will appear irregularly, and when it appears, we can go in to find Zhong Yao Lu. When we find Zhong Yao Lu and wait for the space crack to open, we can come out from inside. Kuan Fian explained. Sister Kuan, you actually know so much? Sun Shu's face was a bit awkward and asked, then, how do we find Zhong Yao Lu inside? I only know how to enter the space crack, I don't know anything else. Kuan Fian pursed his lips and smiled, I also got this from Master. She only knows this much. However, she said that entering the space crack is only the first step. We only know how to find Zhong Yao Lu, but we are still far away from finding Zhong Yao Lu. As for where Zhong Yao Lu is in the space, no one knows. Didn't the seniors of our thunder-controlling sect already get Zhong Yao Lu? Xiaohua asked, didn't they leave it as a mark? Hehe, the space crack is not stable at all, so Zhong Yao Lu will not be in a fixed place. Otherwise, how could so many seniors die or return empty-handed? The joy on Xian Diheng's face gradually disappeared, and he said seriously, it said that the space inside is even more dangerous than Mingxi. We have to be extra careful. Yes, Mingxi blocked 40% of the cultivators, and the danger inside the space blocked 55% of the cultivators. Only 5% of the cultivators have a chance to meet Zhongyao Lu. Sun Shu nodded and said. Xiao Hua heard and shook his head even more. Now I understand. Why is the information about Zhongyao Lu so secretive? This thing's effect is limited, and it's so dangerous. Only the disciples of our thunder-controlling sect would take the risk. Who else would come? Hee, not necessarily. Xian Diheng raised a finger and shook it slightly. Don't forget the master of the puppet. Exactly. As long as it's a natural treasure, which one of them is easy to obtain? Kun Fian continued, and who knows what other uses the Zhongya milk has. Everyone discussed for a while, then sat down cross-legged and closed their eyes to adjust their breathing, quietly waiting for the space crack to appear. Xiao Hua adjusted his breath for a long time and secretly opened his delusion breaker Dharma eye. He saw that this place was filled with a kind of earthy yellow spiritual qi of heaven and earth. Moreover, there were extremely fine cracks in the space. Different from other places, these cracks were actually slowly rotating and moving, as if they were being pushed by the huge wind pillars around them. I see. Xiao Hua understood that the space crack where Zhong Yao's milk was contained might be moving in the space like these tiny space cracks. Only after a certain time would it show up in here. Chapter 1765. Shui cast a spell and her body gradually turned over. Sun Ming looked at her with pity and withdrew her hand. Shui's long eyelashes trembled slightly. After a few hours, she fell from the sky. Shui opened her eyes and immediately fell to the ground. She kowtowed and said, "Thank you, Master, for saving my life." "Ah, Shui. Get up." Sun Ming looked at her with a complicated gaze and waved her hand. Shui's body involuntarily stood up with a look of panic on her face. Sun Ming stared at Shui for a long time and said sternly, Shui, I've told you clearly. With your talent, if you cultivate step by step, it won't be difficult for you to build your foundation. It's even possible for you to reach the golden core stage. But why didn't you listen to me during this closed-door cultivation? Is this the secret method to break through the 11th level of the Qi refining stage, a secret of your Misty Mountain? Yes. Shui bit her lips and said in a low voice, I'll punish you as you wish. Why would I punish you? Sun Ming sneered, it's not like I made the decision on my own and didn't put my own future in my eyes. I know I was wrong. Shui lowered her head and muttered. Remember that you promised me before you went into closed-door cultivation that you wouldn't advance prematurely. But why did you suddenly change your mind? Not only did you advance prematurely, but you also used the secret method of the Misty Mountain? Sun Ming's eyes flashed coldly and said sternly, don't you know that breaking through 2 levels at once, your future cultivation will be much more difficult? Shui heard and her face turned pale. She fell to the ground with a plop and tears appeared in her eyes. Master, however, Shui choked for a long time and didn't say a word. You're so stubborn. Sun Ming sneered, isn't it just the little guy called Xiao Hua from the Myriad Thunder Valley? Don't think that I don't know. Master. Shui's face turned red. She quickly waved her hand and said, this has nothing to do with Xiao Hua. What do you mean nothing? Sun Ming said with a straight face, I know everything about his shady business at the Feather Immortal Assembly. I've also heard about the matter between him and Huanhua Sect's fairy Hongxia. Master. Shui was a little embarrassed. She originally thought that Sun Ming did not care about the secular affairs of the sect, let alone the miscellaneous matters. Who knew that Master knew everything? This old one also knows about Xiao Hua's failure to build his foundation. Sun Ming sighed and said, this time, Sun Shu went out to train. Although she didn't tell this old body clearly who she went with, how could this old body not know? If it weren't for the fact that you and Xiao Hua have some sort of relationship, How could this old woman allow a rogue cultivator to taint the secrets of my Imperial Thunder Sex Lightning cultivators? Master. Shue's face was abnormally hot as tears welled up in her eyes. She said gratefully, "Your disciple has failed to live up to your expectations. Not only can I not compare to Fairy Xianxia in terms of looks, my cultivation level is also much lower. If not for your disciple, taking the initiative to look for him. I'm afraid, hee, you stupid girl." Sun Ming lovingly stroked Shue's head and said lovingly, "Master knows that you are very strong. Daring to love and daring to hate is what Master lacked when she was young. Isn't this the reason why you attracted Xiaohua? Just as you said, if you didn't take the initiative to confess and force Xiaohua to accept you, you only had to take half a step back and this opportunity of dual cultivation would have been gone." Master. Shue was incomparably bashful, as if all her inner secrets had been seen through by Sun Ming. "Don't be afraid, child. Don't you still have your master?" Sun Ming said proudly, "Although Huanhua Sex Fairy Xianxia has already built her foundation, with this old body here, you will catch up to her sooner or later. There is no need to be so rash. Besides, Xiaohua is my Imperial Thunder Sex disciple. You are in a favorable position, so how can you be afraid of Fairy Xianxia? Moreover, with this old body here, you only need to say a word to Myriad Thunder Valley's helplessness and everything will fall into place. It's fine if others don't know about your rash advancement, but if they know, they will think that you are in a hurry to do dual cultivation." Master. Shue's face was as red as dripping blood. She shyly said in a low voice, her voice like a mosquito, "That's enough. You should adjust your breathing." Sun Ming clapped her hands and took out a thin booklet. She handed it over and said, "This is our sex secret technique. You should carefully comprehend it. You rashly advanced 2 levels. It is truly dangerous. If you can successfully cultivate this secret technique, the aftereffects from just now can be eliminated by 90%. The remaining 10% is nothing to worry about. In addition, don't worry. This old body has a sense of propriety regarding the matter between you and Xiaohua." Shue was delighted. She kowtowed and said, "Many thanks, Master." "Humph. I actually want to see what virtue and ability this Xiaohua has to make you so infatuated." Sun Ming pretended to be angry and said, "This time, if he doesn't build his foundation, this old body, Master." Shue was afraid that her master would say something and hurriedly interjected, "I heard senior sister Sun Shu say that this time, she also doesn't have much confidence." "Don't mention Xiaohua, hee." Sun Ming laughed a few times. She floated up and said as she walked, "It is said that Fairy Xia's master is Kai Qin, a fickle female cultivator. I don't know if Fairy Xia will be the same as her master. Farewell, Master." Shue's face was filled with joy as she sent Sun Ming off. When Sun Ming's figure disappeared, Shue patted her storage pouch and took out a restriction token to activate the restriction in the quiet room. She then sat down cross-legged. The secret technique of Sun Lei Palace was spread out in front of her eyes. However, Shue's gaze did not fall on the booklet. Instead, she stared blankly at the sky in front of her. It was unknown what she was thinking about. After a long time, 2 drops of clear tears fell from the corners of her eyes. In the Huanhua Sex Cold Ice Valley, the bleak, biting cold, and knife-like wind wreaked havoc in a 1 li wide and 10 li long valley. On the valley's stone walls, there was a layer of ice that was as solid as a boulder and as transparent as a mirror. The climate in the cold ice valley was abnormal. It was completely different from the other places in the Huanhua sect. Not to mention that there had not been anyone in the cold ice valley for 100 years, even within 100 li of the valley, no one would come close for dozens of years or even hundreds of years. At this moment, in front of an exquisite cave, on a transparent platform sealed in ice, Fairy Xianxia was twisting her body into a strange posture. She was like a phoenix flying in the sky, but also like a floating cloud. One of her hands was placed on her forehead, while the other was placed on her back. Both of her hands were pinched together to form a mysterious hand seal. A faint green light flowed around her body. The path that the green light followed was not the usual meridians, but Fairy Xianxia's blood vessels. The green light not only formed a thin light shield around Fairy Xianxia's body, blocking the fierce cold wind in the cold ice valley, but also gradually gathered around Fairy Xianxia's body. After a few years of cultivation, it had gradually condensed into the shape of a phoenix. However, this phoenix formed by the green light was so green that it was oozing out. What was even stranger was that on Fairy Xia's forehead, there was also a small, lifelike green phoenix pattern. However, this green phoenix pattern on Fairy Xia's gradually turning green face seemed a little rigid. Chapter 1766. Not to mention that Xiao Hua and the others were sitting in meditation inside the dark mystery, waiting for the space crack to appear. Somewhere in the dark mystery, near a wind pillar, there were several 12th-layer qi refining cultivators standing quietly. These cultivators were dressed differently and their ages were also different. However, their bodies were suffused with a faint brilliance, resisting the huge attractive force of the rotating wind pillar. Moreover, these people's eyes were burning with passion as they stared at the huge wind pillar. This wind pillar was several tens of feet in size. The rotating hurricane stirred up the space, making it impossible to see everything inside the wind pillar. However, at the bottom of the wind pillar, a light blue brilliance was faintly flickering. It was clearly the outline of an orchid. Strangely, this light blue orchid wasn't torn apart by the hurricane. Instead, it quietly floated, and its brilliance became increasingly bright. After a moment, a slightly older male cultivator muttered, This is the Dark Yulan? The legendary treasure that is even more mystical than the Foundation establishment pill? Fellow Daoist Feng is wrong. A similarly older female cultivator next to him smiled and said, The Dark Yulan is even more mystical than the exquisite grass. Using the juice of the Dark Yulan to refine the Foundation establishment pill, only one drop is needed, and the Foundation establishment pill's attribute will immediately change. The previous Foundation establishment pill could only help the true qi in the meridians condense into true essence, but this variant Foundation establishment pill can directly condense true qi into true essence. You say, isn't this a treasure bestowed to us peak qi refining cultivators by the heavens? Ha ha ha. Exactly. Another thin cultivator with a slightly pale face twirled the short beard under his chin and smiled. The key point is that we traveled here together to look for an opportunity to reach Foundation establishment. Unexpectedly, we encountered such a useful treasure, which shows that our opportunity to reach Foundation establishment has arrived. Fellow Daoist Ming is right. That fellow Daoist Feng nodded and said, There's one more thing. This Dark Yulan is not the main ingredient of the Foundation establishment pill. Every time we refine a cauldron of Foundation establishment pills, we only need one drop. This Dark Yulan is enough for us and the junior brothers that we summoned. AI. If it weren't for the fact that we don't have enough confidence to take the underworld orchid out of the wind pillar, we wouldn't have needed to inform our fellow sect brothers and sisters. Once this information was sent out, it certainly increased our chances of success, but it also leaked the news. It is said that many disciples of other sects outside the Dark Insight have also received the news and are attacking the entrance of the Dark Insight. Fellow Daoist Ming sighed and said, This Dark Yulan orchid was discovered by the disciples of our 3 sections. What qualifications do other people have to obtain it? The female cultivator shrieked, Those disciples are nothing but chickens and pottery dogs. Kill them all. It's not that easy. Another cultivator said, Our sect's disciple has already come to report that a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect named Xiao Hua used a secret technique and repeatedly took out a magic weapon to tear apart the defensive line of our 3 sect's disciples. He and 3 other disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect were the first to enter the netherworld. This disciple called Xiao Hua doesn't want to live anymore? The female cultivator was shocked. How can we aura-refining disciples use magic weapons so many times? How can the meridians withstand it? Hee, that's right. This guy had just broken through and immediately fell from the sky. He must have been seriously injured. The cultivator sneered and said, "It's a pity that our 7 skills sex disciples are doing their best to resist the enemy's attack. Otherwise, they would have been killed on the spot." Even if they don't die on the spot, they won't be able to reach Foundation establishment in the future. The female cultivator sneered. As long as we guard the entrance of the dark insight, 4 people won't be able to create any big waves. Unfortunately, Xiaohua tore apart the defensive line of our 7 skills sex disciples. The other disciples couldn't save him in time. Several hours ago, over 100 aura refining cultivators from other sects had already entered the dark insight. The cultivator said regretfully. The female cultivator was startled at first, then she said disdainfully, "The dark insight is so big. How many people can reach this place? Not to mention that the dark insight has undergone some unknown changes. Spatial cracks have appeared without order. Out of 100 people who enter, no more than 10 will be able to leave. On the other hand, our 3 sex disciples have to use a secret technique to communicate. This wind pillar is just as fellow Daoist Feng said. It's actually weakened." As the female cultivator spoke, her face suddenly lit up with joy and she pointed at the wind pillar in front of her. Within the wind pillar, the hurricane was still surging violently. Even its momentum hadn't weakened in the slightest. However, everyone had taken out their magic treasures or magic tools to resist the wind pillar's rampage. Every change in the wind pillar was clearly visible to them. The female cultivator's words were all understood by everyone's magic power consumption. Thus, they all excitedly looked at the faint blue light within the wind pillar. However, what caused these peak chi refinement cultivators to blush with shame was that outside of the wind pillar, in the air 1,000 feet away, there was a 3-inch black dot flying in circles along with the air currents. If one could see it clearly, it was a small bird-shaped puppet. Thunder Control Sex Thunder Palace, a small palace. Within a quiet room, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth suddenly gathered, almost forming a gale. This gale lasted for the time it took to brew a cup of tea. Not only did it not show any signs of weakening, it became even stronger. There was a restriction outside the quiet room, but at this moment, it began to flicker with light. Not good, which junior martial sister's cultivation went awry. The disturbance caused by the restriction immediately attracted the attention of several 10th layer chi refining female cultivators. One of the female cultivators glanced at the jade medallion above the silent room and hastily clapped her hand, sending out a thunder sound transmitting talisman. The restriction of the quiet room gradually began to let out a slight rumble, as if to attract the attention of others. "Sunzhou." A gentle voice sounded from afar. When the female cultivator who sent out the signal turned her head, a golden core cultivator had already appeared behind her. "Greetings to martial ancestor Sun Ming." The female cultivators quickly saluted, and Sun Zhou quickly said, "Martial ancestor, the one inside the quiet room seems to be junior martial sister Shui. This old one knows. You all can go on patrol." Sun Ming's spirit sense swept over, and her face was a bit gloomy. She waved her sleeve and said, "Yes." The female cultivators didn't dare to say more, and quickly left after saluting. Sun Ming's bright eyes turned, and with a point of her hand, she used her mana to open the restriction of the quiet room, and her figure disappeared into the quiet room. In the quiet room, Shue's entire body was upside down in midair, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth swarmed in, gathering into her meridians. However, at this time, Shue's face was crimson red, and her body seemed to have grown by 30%. Her 2 hands were doing their best to form hand signs, but those 2 hands were trembling, and were unable to form. "Silly child." Sun Ming's face was full of regret, and her figure flew in front of Shui, and she slapped her hand, which was where Shue's dantian was located. Once Sun Ming slapped, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that was gathering in immediately stopped, and Shueishue's hands also stopped trembling, and she began to form hand signs. Chapter 1767. Shueishue cast a spell and her body gradually turned over. Sun Ming looked at her with pity and withdrew her hand. Shueishue's long eyelashes trembled slightly. After a few hours, she fell from the sky. Shueishue opened her eyes and immediately fell to the ground. She kowtowed and said, "Thank you, master, for saving my life." "Ah, Shueishue. Get up." Sun Ming looked at her with a complicated gaze and waved her hand. Shueishue's body involuntarily stood up with a look of panic on her face. Sun Ming stared at Shueishue for a long time and said sternly, "Shueishue, I've told you clearly. With your talent, if you cultivate step by step, it won't be difficult for you to build your foundation. It's even possible for you to reach the golden core stage. But why didn't you listen to me during this closed-door cultivation? Is this the secret method to break through the 11th level of the Qi refining stage, a secret method of your Misty Mountain?" "Yes." Shueishue bit her lips and said softly, "I'll accept any punishment." "Why should I punish you?" Sun Ming sneered, "It's not like I made the decision on my own and didn't put my own future in my eyes." "I know I was wrong." Shueishue lowered her head and muttered. Remember what you promised me before you went into closed-door cultivation, that you wouldn't advance prematurely. But why did you suddenly change your mind? Not only did you advance prematurely, but you also used the secret method of the Misty Mountain?" Sun Ming's eyes flashed coldly and said sternly, "Don't you know that breaking through 2 levels at once, your future cultivation will be much more difficult?" Shueishue heard and her face turned pale. She fell to the ground with a plop and tears appeared in her eyes. "Master." However, Shueishue choked for a long time and didn't say a word. You're so stubborn." Sun Ming sneered, "Isn't it just the little guy called Xiaohua from the Myriad Thunder Valley? Don't think that I don't know." "Master." Shueishue's face turned red. She quickly waved her hand and said, "This has nothing to do with Xiaohua." "What do you mean nothing?" Sun Ming said sternly, "I know everything about his shady business at the Feather Immortal Gathering. I've also heard about the matter between him and the Ruanhua sect's Fairy Xianxia." "Master." Shueishue was a little embarrassed. She originally thought that Sun Ming did not care about the secular affairs of the sect, let alone the miscellaneous matters. Who knew that master knew everything? This old one also knows about Xiaohua's failure to build his foundation. Sun Ming sighed and said, "This time, Sun Shu went out to train." Although she didn't tell this old body clearly who she went with, how could this old body not know? If it weren't for the fact that you and Xiaohua have some sort of relationship, how could this old woman allow a rogue cultivator to taint the secrets of my Imperial Thunder Sect's lightning cultivators? "Master." Shueishue's face was abnormally hot as tears welled up in her eyes. She said gratefully, "Your disciple has failed to live up to your expectations. Not only can I not compare to Fairy Xianxia in terms of looks, my cultivation level is also much lower. If not for your disciple taking the initiative to look for him. I'm afraid, you stupid girl." Sun Ming lovingly stroked Shueishue's head and said lovingly, "Master knows that you are very strong. Daring to love and daring to hate is what Master lacked when she was young. Isn't this the reason why you attracted Xiaohua? Just as you said, if you didn't take the initiative to confess and force Xiaohua to accept you, you only had to take half a step back and this opportunity of dual cultivation would have been gone." "Master." Shueishue was incomparably bashful, as if all her inner secrets had been seen through by Sun Ming. "Don't be afraid, child. Don't you still have your master?" Sun Ming said proudly, "Although Huanhua Sect's Fairy Xianxia has already built her foundation, with this old body here, you will catch up to her sooner or later. There is no need to be so rash. Besides, Xiaohua is my Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple." You are in a favorable position, so how can you be afraid of Fairy Xianxia? Moreover, with this old body here, you only need to say a word to Myriad Thunder Valley's helplessness and everything will fall into place. It's fine if others don't know about your rash advancement, but if they know, they will think that you are in a hurry to do dual cultivation. Master. Shue's face was as red as dripping blood. She shyly said in a low voice, her voice like a mosquito. That's enough. You should adjust your breathing. Sun Ming clapped her hands and took out a thin booklet. She handed it over and said, "This is our sect's secret technique. Carefully comprehend it. You rashly advanced 2 levels. It is indeed dangerous. If you can successfully cultivate this secret technique, the after effects from just now can be eliminated by 90%. The remaining 10% is nothing to worry about. In addition, don't worry. This old body knows what to do about you and Xiaohua." Shui was delighted. She kowtowed and said, "Many thanks, Master. I actually want to see what virtue and ability this Xiaohua has to make you so infatuated." Sun Ming pretended to be angry and said, "This time, if he doesn't build his foundation, this old body, Master." Shui was afraid that her master would say something and hurriedly said, "I heard Senior Marshal Sister Sun Shu say that this time, she also doesn't have much confidence." "Don't mention Xiaohua, hee." Sun Ming laughed a few times. She floated up and said as she walked, "It is said that Fairy Xia's master is Kai Qin, a fickle female cultivator. I don't know if Fairy Xia will be the same as her master. Farewell, Master." Shue's face showed joy as she sent Sun Ming off. When Sun Ming's figure disappeared, Shui patted her storage pouch and took out a restriction token to activate the restriction in the quiet room. She then sat down cross-legged. The secret technique of Sunlei Palace was spread out in front of her. However, Shui's gaze did not fall on the small book. Instead, she looked blankly at the sky in front of her. It was unknown what she was thinking about. After a long time, 2 drops of clear tears fell from the corners of her eyes. In the Huanhua sect, in the Valley of Ice, the bleak, biting cold, and knife-like wind wreaked havoc in a valley that was 1 li wide and several li long. On the stone walls of the valley, there was a layer of ice that was as solid as a boulder and as transparent as a mirror. The climate of this Valley of Ice was abnormal. It was completely different from the other places in the Huanhua sect. Not to mention that there had been no one in the Valley of Ice for 100 years, even within 100 li of the valley. No one would come close for dozens of years, or even hundreds of years. This cold wind was different from other places. Within the hurricane, there was an aura of the netherworld. There were even blood threads that were hard to see with the naked eye flying out. However, the moment these blood threads appeared, they immediately turned into ice and disappeared without a trace. At this moment, in front of an exquisite cave, on a transparent platform sealed in ice, Fairy Xianxia was twisting her body into a strange posture. She was like a phoenix flying in the sky, but also like a floating cloud. One of her hands was placed on her forehead, while the other was placed on her back. Both of her hands were pinched together to form a mysterious hand seal. A faint green light flowed around her body. The path that the green light followed was not the usual meridians, but Fairy Xia's blood vessels. The green light not only formed a thin light shield around Fairy Xia's body, blocking the fierce cold wind in the Valley of Ice, but also gradually gathered around Fairy Xia's body. After several years of cultivation, it had gradually condensed into the shape of a phoenix. Chapter 1768. However, the phoenix formed by the green light was so green that it was oozing out. What was even stranger was that on Fairy Xia's forehead, there was also a small, lifelike green phoenix pattern. However, this green phoenix pattern on Fairy Xia's gradually turning green face seemed a little rigid. At this moment, a strong gust of wind blew past. The green phoenix swayed a few times, as if it was about to be blown to pieces. Fairy Xia's eyelashes trembled slightly, and there was a strong sense of hesitation between her brows. However, this hesitation was immediately blown away by the strong wind. Fairy Xia's hands trembled continuously, as if the phoenix was nodding. As Fairy Xia's hand seals were formed, the green light around Fairy Xia shone brightly. The phoenix celestial body seemed to have received a source of energy, and it expanded rapidly. Not only did the feathers become clearer, even the head and plume of the phoenix celestial body appeared. Furthermore, the phoenix celestial body gradually rose in the strong wind, and it actually showed signs of breaking away from Fairy Xia's body. After a short while, a crisp phoenix cry resounded through the heavens and earth, and the strong wind in the entire valley of ice froze. Fairy Xia's phoenix celestial body spread its wings, its head raised high, and a pair of blurry phoenix eyes flashed with a cold light that looked down on the world. The celestial body trembled rapidly, and broke away from Fairy Xia's body. However, the moment the celestial body broke away from Fairy Xia's body, the green light around Fairy Xia's body flickered, and gradually dimmed. Fairy Xia's face was filled with despair. GGA. The phoenix celestial body also cried out, and the arrogant eyes of the phoenix also showed the signs of nirvana. Shue's chi deviation was in the Sunlei Palace, and there was a junior sister from the Imperial Thunder sect who reported it, and Master Sun Ming who helped her. However, where was Fairy Xia? How could anyone discover her in this uninhabited valley of ice? The green light around Fairy Xia's body hardened, forming a layer of green ice. Bit by bit, it froze Fairy Xia's body from the surface. However, within Fairy Xia's body, there was a little bit of heat, burning more and more. Darling Xiao. In Fairy Red Dawn's gradually blurring consciousness, there was no Kai Wuxia, no Kai Haifeng, and the others. Instead, there was Xiao Hua's figure. Xiao Hua's slender phoenix eyes similarly had an aura that could overlook the world. This aura made Fairy Red Dawn feel incomparably close to him, giving birth to an unparalleled attraction. It made her feel like a moth flying into a flame. Fairy Xia finally understood why she fell in love with Xiao Hua at first sight, Netherworld. Xiao Hua and the others sat cross-legged on a small flat area that was warm and tranquil, and they were completely unaware of the numerous unexpected events that had occurred outside the Netherworld. SSSSSS, the sound of sand falling to the ground grew louder and louder, like the noise of silkworms chewing on mulberry leaves. Great! Sun Shu was the first to open her eyes. She saw that the searching conch that she had been using all this time had begun to slowly turn. The faint red screw spun round and round, and the illusion no longer appeared. The entire searching conch flew towards a place on the other side of the flat area. Needless to say, that place was the place where the sound was coming from. When the searching conch came to a stop in the air, the screw stopped spinning. The sound was like the sound of waves crashing against the shore, gradually turning into a roar. Xiao Hua and the others were naturally overjoyed. This strange phenomenon was far from the spatial rifts that they had encountered earlier. There was definitely something strange going on. Indeed, at the place where the searching conch had stopped, a small yellow dot of light suddenly appeared. This dot of light did not stop at all. It gradually elongated and widened. In the time it took to brew a cup of tea, a 1 zhang long and 3 qi wide spatial rift had appeared in the air. Gusts of cool wind blew out from that spatial rift. That wind was so rich in natural aura that it was at least a few times richer than the natural aura in this flat area. Xiao Hua scanned the spatial rift with his spiritual sense and suddenly understood. The natural aura in this flat area was coming out from this spatial rift, which was why the vegetation on this flat area was so abnormal. Only such rich natural aura could produce Zhongya milk. Quick, Sun Shu first put away the searching conch. Then, as soon as she saw the spatial rift taking shape, she urged Xiao Hua, then patted her hand and took out a shiny talisman from her storage bag. She handed it to Xiao Hua and said, "Junior brother Xiao, please stick this talisman on the edge of the spatial rift." Yes, Xiaohua knew that Sun Shu had used up a bit of his spiritual power. Although he had been meditating for a few days, he had been using the searching conch all this time. Therefore, he did not refuse and activated his spiritual power. The talisman emitted a bright light green light and gradually enlarged. It only stopped after absorbing 30% of Xiaohua's spiritual power. Seeing that the talisman had expanded to about 1 qi, Sun Shu was clearly surprised. She looked at Xiaohua with a complicated gaze, then looked at the spatial rift and said, "Junior brother, this spatial rift is about to shrink. You don't have to use all of your spiritual power." And, seeing that the spatial rift was indeed shrinking rapidly, much faster than before, Xiaohua agreed and waved his hand. The talisman flickered and landed on the edge of the spatial rift. Immediately, the spatial rift stopped shrinking. "Let's go," Sun Shu waved his hand and entered first. Xian Diheng and Kun Fian, who had been silent all this time, looked at each other and entered one after another. Xiaohua was the last to enter. Just as Xiaohua entered, at the edge of the spatial rift, the light green light flickered and then separated from it. It turned back into a talisman and landed on Sun Shu's hand, who had been waiting for a long time. This. Xiaohua landed in the spatial rift and immediately felt a heavy feeling on his shoulder. It was quite uncomfortable. Moreover, the spatial rift was yellow. Although he did not know where the light came from, it was like there was a layer of fog. The naked eye could not see far. He tried to release his spiritual sense and Buddhist consciousness. Just like Ming Shi, they could not go very far. They could only reach within 10 zhang. Xiaohua could not help but frown. Sun Shu took the talisman and handed it to Kun Fian, saying, "Senior sister Kun, this time I will have to trouble you to activate this talisman and strike it near the spatial rift. I can use this talisman to return here later." "Okay." Kun Fian obeyed and struck the talisman. Sun Shu patted his storage bag and took out 3 light green-yellow talismans. He handed them to the 3 people and said, "The time we have to search for Zhongyao milk is limited. This is a child talisman. After 6 hours, no matter if we find Zhongyao milk or not, we have to activate the child talisman. The child talisman will bring us here." Sigh, only 6 hours. Xian Diheng howled, "We worked so hard to get to this spatial rift, but we only have 6 hours. When they were resting on the flat ground, Sun Shu had already told them about the things they needed to pay attention to. Xiaohua already knew the time limit and smiled, "If senior brother Qian is willing, then you can stay here for a long time. Not only will you have Zhongyao milk, you will also have rich earth attribute spiritual energy. You can cultivate until you reach the yuanying stage before coming out. I have a thunder attribute physique, why would I cultivate here?" Xian Diheng curled his lips and said, "Moreover, we don't know where this spatial rift is usually. All the cultivators who entered the spatial rift and didn't get out in time all died. I have no reason to take that risk." "Hee, then let's go." Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "Senior brothers, where do you all go?" "I will go last." "All right," Xian Diheng glanced at it and casually pointed, "Then I will go there." After saying that, Qian Diheng didn't fly over. He patted his hand and Ming Hao's halberd appeared in the air. "I will go in this direction." Kun Fian didn't stand on ceremony and found a direction opposite to Qian Diheng and hurriedly left. Junior brother Xiao, Sun Shu waited for the 2 of them to leave before saying in a low voice, "This spatial rift doesn't seem dangerous, but in reality, there are many things that we cultivators can't understand. If we are not careful, we can be buried here. Junior brother must be careful." "I know." Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, "Senior sister Sun, which direction do you want to go?" Sun Shu didn't pay attention to him and looked straight at Xiaohua. She seemed to have some desire. She opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but when she reached her mouth, she changed her words. "Actually, junior brother's power is really beyond I's expectations. That talisman just now. Senior sister Kun could only activate it to half a foot in size." Hearing Sun Shu talk about some irrelevant things, Xiaohua already understood that Sun Xu's cultivation was stronger than Xue Xue's. Along the way, she had a tacit understanding with him. However, he and Fairy Hongxia were close. Although they weren't as straightforward as Xue Xue, the feeling of their hearts being connected was far from what others could understand. Other than Fairy Hongxia, Xiaohua had somewhat rashly accepted Xue Xue. In his heart, he originally felt that he owed her. How could he provoke another female cultivator? Although he knew that Sun Xu had deep feelings for him, Xiaohua still smiled deeply at her and said, "Senior sister, we don't have much time. Let's hurry and find Zhong Yaolao. I think Xue Xue should be coming out of seclusion in Sun Lei Palace soon, right?" Sun Xu's face suddenly turned red, then pale. She bit her lips and said in a low voice, "I have always envied junior sister Xue Xue. She is straightforward and straightforward. She pursues according to her own preferences. Even if she suffers a setback, she knows where she failed. Unlike us, who are vague and don't dare to understand. Even if there is a chance in front of us, we will still miss it. Sigh, after this parting, although it will be 6 hours, I'm afraid we may not meet again. There are some things that I have always wanted to say, but I can't. I always feel that there will be a long time in the future, but in the end, it is the time to say it." Xiaohua's heart was filled with an indescribable feeling. He also sighed, some things can be said, but some things can't be said casually. "Ha ha ha, I understand." Sun Xu raised her eyebrows and laughed, "I will go this way. Junior brother, I wish you great fortune and great fortune. I hope you can get Zhong Yaolao soon. If I get it, I will definitely give senior sister 10%. Xiaohua said without hesitation. Sun Xu smiled bitterly, "Junior brother Xiao, don't be so nice to others." After saying that, she turned and left. However, after taking 2 steps, she turned back and said, "Junior brother, remember, don't use the Earth Escape Talisman. This space is within the chaotic netherworld storm, and there are spatial cracks all over the ground." Chapter 1769. "Yes, I understand." Xiaohua said bitterly, "This Zhongyao milk is really hard to find. There is no Zhongyao milk in the air, there is no Zhongyao milk on the ground, there is only condensation at the bottom of the trenches. We can't go underground to find it." Looking at Xiaohua's exaggerated bitter smile, Sun Xu felt an unspeakable pain in her heart. She just wanted this trip to be as long as possible. Seeing Sun Xu standing there in a daze, Xiaohua hurriedly waved his hand and said, "I'm leaving. Senior sister, be careful too." And Sun Xu came back to her senses and nodded sadly. She walked forward reluctantly. Xiaohua walked a few steps and waited for a moment. After releasing his spiritual sense, he activated his Buddhist consciousness and opened his delirium breaker Dharma eye. Inside his Dharma eye, there were yellow dots of light. It was the brilliance of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. There were very few lights of other colors in this space. Just as Xiaohua was walking slowly, his Dharma eye suddenly saw a dozen or so slightly bright dots of light in the air. Could this be Zhongyao milk? Xiaohua was overjoyed and flew up. However, just as he flew up, he was surprised. The earth element's spiritual energy in this space was so thick that not only did it press down on his body, it was also very strenuous for him to fly. How could Xiaohua be compared to an ordinary cultivator? He had always been the master of breaking through with force, why would he care about this little bit of weight? Xiaohua still effortlessly flew up into the air and put those tens of thumb-sized beads into his bag. Looking at those thumb-sized beads, Xiaohua seemed to be lost in thought. This bead was crystal clear and had a yellow color. It was the essence of earth power, not the Zhongyao milk. What a pity, I have a fire element physique and also cultivate a fire element cultivation method. Xiaohua giggled as he kept the beads. He thought to himself, I can't use these earth elemental essences. Otherwise, the earth elemental cultivation method jade scroll I got from the spirit husbandry sect disciple last time would be equivalent to several years of cultivation outside if I were to cultivate for 6 hours in this space. Previously, when Xiao Hua killed 4 spirit husbandry sect disciples, he left behind a foundation establishment realm cultivation technique. Sun Shu and the others didn't care about it, so Xiao Hua had no choice but to take it himself. Now that he saw that the earth element spirit energy in the space was abnormally dense, he couldn't help but sigh. After putting away the earth condensed pearl, Xiao Hua landed on the ground and used his transcendence vision to observe the underground. Although his transcendence vision could only penetrate several zhang deep into the ground, there were many spatial cracks and a lot of scarlet and sticky things. With just a glance, one could tell that it was not something easy to deal with. Without Sun Shu's warning, Xiao Hua would not have casually used Earth Escape. The space seemed to be very big, and one's eyes and spiritual sense couldn't go far. Xiao Hua was like a headless fly, unable to distinguish north from south. Although he said that he was going forward, the ground was sometimes high and sometimes low, and there were no obvious signs. After a short while, Xiao Hua was completely lost. Perhaps it was because the spiritual qi of the earth was very rich. There were no plants in the space, let alone spirit beasts. Along the way, there was only earth and stones. These stones were very hard. Xiao Hua was very interested in them at first, thinking that they were some kind of spirit stones. Unfortunately, after seeing a few of them, he even used his devil hammer to smash a few of them. However, the spiritual qi inside these stones was much more than ordinary stones, even inferior to low-grade spirit stones. However, Xiao Hua had the illusion breaker Dharma Eye, so he collected a lot of earth condensed pearls along the way. As he walked, a deep gully appeared in front of him. Great, could it be that there is zhongyao milk? Xiao Hua was overjoyed. He used his spiritual sense to scan the area and took out the cloud-suppressing seal to protect himself. Then, he opened his illusion breaker Dharma Eye. The spiritual energy in the space was abundant, and the cloud-suppressing seal's aura was different. The rosy clouds were clearly longer than outside, and the spiritual energy it absorbed was also more. The gully wasn't very deep, it was only about 10 meters long. Following the gully's direction, they walked another 30 meters before reaching the end. Xiao Hua was slightly disappointed in his heart. He understood that zhongyao milk shouldn't exist in such a shallow place. What is this? At the end of the gully, there was an inch-sized earth-condensed flower on the stone wall on his left. The flower was in the shape of a hexagonal crystal, sparkling and translucent. It was many times more beautiful than the earth-condensed pearl that Xiao Hua had obtained before. Unfortunately, the spiritual energy condensed by this earth-condensed flower was much less than that of the earth-condensed pearl, so he couldn't see it clearly with his illusion breaker Dharma Eye. Great! Xiao Hua carefully pulled out the earth-condensed flower and stared at it for a long time. He sighed in his heart. Although the illusion breaker Dharma Eye could see the essence of spiritual energy, it could see all kinds of spiritual energy, but it ignored the appearance of things. Although for cultivators, the essence was the most important thing, since the Creator had already determined the different forms and appearances of all things, there must be a reason for people to admire them. Seeing a mountain as a mountain is the knowledge of the naked eye, seeing a mountain as not a mountain is the power of the Dharma Eye. Or, when the Dharma Eye is the naked eye, and the naked eye is the Dharma Eye, I'll enter the realm of seeing a mountain as still a mountain? This young master's cultivation is still shallow, I'll slowly see a mountain as not a mountain. Xiao Hua smiled and put the earth-condensed flower into his space. But at this moment, his smile froze on his face. He stared at the stone wall next to the earth-condensed flower with a trace of surprise and joy in his eyes. Next to the earth-condensed flower, there was a palm-sized mark. It looked like it was stepped on, but it also looked like it was touched. This stone wall is so hard, how could someone step on it with their feet? Even if a cultivator came here, they wouldn't touch the stone wall with their feet, right? Xiao Hua frowned and pondered. Then, his eyes lit up. He clapped his hands and took out the puppet wreckage that he had collected in dark mystery. He found a similar wreckage and compared it with the imprint. Although it's not a complete match, the size and shape are similar. This mark was probably left by a puppet. Xiao Hua thought. From the dark mystery to the spatial crack, there were puppets walking in front. Needless to say, there must be a puppet cultivator who knew about Zhongyao. The puppet fragments must have been torn apart by the spatial crack when the cultivator controlled the puppet to explore the path ahead. At the beginning, there were few fragments, but that was because the cultivator cleaned them up. In the end, it was because he didn't have time to clean them up. Since there are puppet footprints here, it means that this place should be the direction to find Zhongyao. But, we've already reached the end, could it be? Thinking about this, Xiao Hua slightly wrinkled his brows. Just a moment ago, he had already opened his illusion breaker eye. Behind the stone wall, sure enough, it was just as Sun Shu said. After one zhang, there were only space cracks or scarlet liquid. There was simply no place to pass through. But if there is no path, the puppet wouldn't have stopped here for no reason. Xiao Hua rolled his eyes and activated the exquisite leaf sutra, opening his illusion breaker eyes again. He saw that behind the stone wall where the earth condensed flower was, the spatial cracks were rapidly rotating, causing the scarlet liquid to flow in a disorderly manner. It looked very strange, no different from what Xiao Hua had seen before. Xiao Hua restrained his anxiety and patiently watched. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the spatial cracks suddenly slowed down, and the scarlet liquid suddenly began to rotate in a regular pattern. Just as Xiao Hua's face revealed a happy expression, the scarlet liquid unexpectedly rotated into the shape of a channel, and this channel gradually expanded under the push of the spatial crack, until it was about the size of a table, then it stopped. Ah! Xiao Hua opened his illusion breaker eyes and looked at the passage that was formed one zhang away. He felt an indescribable sense of absurdity in his heart. This is a natural passage? Or, was it cast by an almighty person? What is behind this passage? It's said that there are spatial cracks outside this space, and no one dares to go out. Since such an opportunity is in front of me, how can I not go and take a look? Xiao Hua quickly made a decision. Forming a hand seal, Xiao Hua took a step forward and his entire body disappeared into the stone wall, heading towards the passage that had already taken shape. The distance of one zhang was covered in an instant. Xiao Hua didn't dare to take the risk. He originally wanted to use the cloud-suppressing seal, but he was afraid that the power of the magic treasure would destroy the passage. After thinking for a moment, he clapped his hand and the black iron needle quietly flew out. When Xiao Hua's figure appeared from the stone wall, there was no scarlet thing in front of him. Instead, in front of him, there was a passage formed by a whirlwind that led straight to the distance. Oh, that scarlet thing is actually this whirlwind. No wonder people say that the wind in this place blows from the 9 heavens to the 9 underworlds. This wind is also strange. Xiao Hua looked at the passage and thought to himself. The passage formed by the whirlwind was 1 zhang wide. Its periphery and surroundings were chaotic spatial cracks. Only the center of the passage, which was about 5 zhang wide, was a relatively stable place. Needless to say, if one wanted to fly through the passage, they could only go through the center. Xiao Hua clapped his hand and held the tip of the devil's spear in his hand. He then controlled the black iron needle to fly in front of him and flew into the passage. The passage was very noisy, like thunder and tides. It shook Xiao Hua's mind to the point that he almost fell out of the passage several times. Xiao Hua was alarmed and immediately operated the thunder cleansing sutra that he had no choice but to impart to it. Only then did he feel his ears and eyes become clear. Damn it, this passage isn't like it at all. Xiao Hua flew for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. He saw some light in front of him and knew that he had reached the end of the passage. He couldn't help but curse in his heart. Although there aren't any powerful restrictions, this natural sound is comparable to the 10,000 Thunder Valley's 10,000 Thunder Valley. Even ancestor Zhen Qing's sound attack can't compare to it. Seeing that he had reached the end, Xiaohua released his divine sense. "Io, this place, why is it so strange?" When Xiaohua's divine sense reached the outside of the passage, he immediately felt a huge force pulling his divine sense downwards. He couldn't extend his divine sense further. Go, Xiaohua controlled the black iron needle. Unexpectedly, the moment the black iron needle rushed out of the passage, it was immediately attracted by an incomparably powerful force. Xiaohua's divine sense was unable to control it at all. With a "pa" sound, it fell to the ground and couldn't fly anymore. This is... Xiaohua was greatly alarmed. He stopped at the edge of the passage and didn't dare to move forward. Chapter 1770. Xiaohua's figure stopped at the edge of the passageway, not daring to move forward. He tried to slowly release his divine sense and felt the suction force outside the passageway. Suddenly, he came to a realization. This seems to be magnetism. A kind of magnetism that can attract everything. Magnetism was something Xiaohua had read about in the ancient records of the Imperial Thunder Sect. He never thought he would encounter it here. Magnetism is also divided into 5 elements. Different magnetism has the strongest attraction force to different elements. It is said that the most powerful magnetism can attract all 5 elements in the world. Unless something not in the 5 elements is not affected by it. But how can there be something not in the 5 elements in the world? Xiaohua thought to himself, the black iron needle should be of the metal element. The magnetism here can attract metal things. But other elements can also be attracted by it, just that the attraction force is not as strong as the metal element. And, the magnetism here can even absorb divine sense. I'm afraid it is a bit strange. Xiaohua paused for a moment, then opened his delirium vision again. He saw that outside the scarlet tunnel, strands of earthy yellow light were falling down like rain. Oh, I understand now. Xiaohua suddenly realized, the magnetism here is not only attractive to metal things, it is also attractive to earth element's spiritual energy. Because of this, there is zhongyao milk in this kind of place. Thinking of this, Xiaohua did not stay any longer and flew out of the tunnel. Before Xiaohua flew out of the tunnel, he first formed his heart technique into a cloud and circulated his magic power around his body, preparing to resist the magnetism force at any time. Who would have thought that when Xiaohua flew out of the tunnel, only a kind of pressure similar to the one in the space just now pressed on his shoulder, far less heavy than he imagined. Strange, Xiaohua was happy. Could it be that I am of the hidden fire element, this metal and earth element magnetism? Who? However, before Xiaohua's smiling face could be seen, that smile froze on his face. Xiaohua suddenly turned around, only to see a 10 zhang tall dark puppet had appeared behind him at some point in time, and blocked the hurricane tunnel. The dark puppet was similar to a human. It had large hands and feet, especially on its large head. Its facial features were very similar to a human's, and it looked extremely ferocious. It seemed to have been specially made by the person who made it. Oh. Xiaohua saw the dark puppet's body and already knew that this puppet was the puppet fragment he encountered when he entered the dark mystery. Could it be, this puppet also? Oh, I understand, this puppet has runes on it. It can resist the magnetism force here. Xiaohua saw the strange runes on the puppet's body quickly flowing, faintly emitting a black light, and immediately understood. These puppets actually came out of the ground. At this time, around Xiaohua, 3 similar puppets drilled out from the ground and surrounded Xiaohua in a shape. Damn it, they still want a gang fight? Xiaohua said in his heart, and then he raised his voice and said, this humble Daoist is Xiaohua of the Imperial Lightning Sect, and I unintentionally intruded into this place. I wonder which senior has arrived first. Just as Xiaohua's voice fell, the radiance on the bodies of the 4 3-meter-tall puppets gradually grew stronger, and they let out a rumbling sound like bees spreading their wings. "Io, they want to fight?" Xiao Hua was furious. He slapped his hand and summoned the cloud-suppressing seal. However, just as the cloud-suppressing seal flew into the air, it was immediately pulled by a huge force. It let out a mournful cry and fell to the ground. "Bad." Xiao Hua was slightly shocked. He pointed his finger, and the cloud-suppressing seal was barely absorbed into his space. With a boom, the 4 puppets around Xiao Hua each waved their big fists and smashed towards Xiao Hua from all directions. It's a kind of formation. Seeing the fists of the 4 puppets coming from all directions, blocking the space around Xiao Hua immediately understood. Then, his figure fluttered and flew into the air. Pooh! When the 4 puppets saw Xiao Hua flying away, they followed him like shadows. They flew from all directions and attacked the top of Xiao Hua's head. Damn it, it's not over yet. Xiao Hua saw the 4 big fists and didn't know how powerful they were. He didn't dare to meet them head-on. He slapped his hand, and the devil hammer appeared in his hand, wanting to deal with them. In his opinion, although he couldn't use magic treasures, the devil hammer was a devil artifact. It shouldn't be affected by the magnetic force, right? Who knew that the devil hammer was originally heavy, and under the magnetic force's effect, it was even heavier. Xiao Hua's hand slipped, and he couldn't help but fall to the ground. Magic treasures can't work, devil artifacts can't work, let alone artifacts and yellow talismans. Xiao Hua immediately understood the power of the magnetic force here. Fortunately, he wasn't affected by the magnetic force. Although he was trapped in the formation of the 4 puppets, with his martial skills, he wasn't in any danger. However, these 4 puppets are also very powerful. No matter where Xiao Hua flies to, they are able to surround Xiao Hua. And Xiao Hua's awakening lightning escape is greatly affected by the magnetic force. He is unable to break away from these 4 puppets. With a "pa" sound, Xiao Hua's fist collided with a puppet's fist. Xiao Hua felt a slight pain, but the puppet didn't feel it at all. It waved its fist and smashed it again. Xiao Hua had seen the materials used to refine these puppets before, and knew that it was a foreign object. Using his own body to collide with them wasn't a wise move. The only one who would suffer would be himself. Forget it, these puppets are already so powerful. Moreover, under the magnetic force, I can't gain any advantage. If I wait for them to come out, I won't even have the chance to escape. Xiao Hua saw that the puppets were powerful, and naturally thought of the puppet's master's power. He was afraid that they weren't just chi refinement cultivators, and unconsciously thought of retreating. However, just as he used the ethereal steps to dodge, a thought flashed through his mind: how am I stupid? Under the power of magnetism, all spells become illusory. One can only rely on their physical body or special runes to resist the power of magnetism. I'm not good at anything else, but I have martial skills and strength. Isn't that my strength? Finished thinking, Xiao Hua laughed loudly. His figure floated, and he didn't use any magic power. He only used the Big Dipper Divine Fist and the ethereal steps to tangle with the 4 puppets. Pa pa pa, sounds rang out in succession. Xiao Hua's fists and feet all landed on the puppets' bodies. Although they were all blocked by a black brilliance and couldn't cause any harm to the puppets, Xiao Hua understood that he should have grasped the initiative. That's right, doesn't this young master still have the Great Wisdom Sword? Xiao Hua punched out, and with a clap of his hand, the Great Wisdom Sword fell into his hand. Ha ha ha. Great kindness, it really is an object from beyond the heavens. Seeing that the Great Wisdom Sword was in his hand and wasn't affected by the magnetic force, Xiao Hua couldn't help but laugh loudly. Using his hand to grasp the sword embryo, the heaven-piercing staff technique was like a shadow that could topple mountains and overturn seas as it smashed down. The 4 puppets were admittedly powerful, but they couldn't compare to Xiao Hua. In just a short moment, they were beaten by Xiao Hua, and if it wasn't for Xiao Hua having other intentions in his heart, they would have been beaten to a pulp by Xiao Hua. However, just as Xiao Hua was about to win, from behind the 4 puppets, more than 10 puppets that were several times taller quietly drilled out from the ground. Chapter 1771. Oh my, there are still so many. Seeing another dozen or so puppets that were a bit bigger than the previous ones crawled out from the ground, Xiao Hua was not alarmed, but happy instead. His eyes curved into crescents as he looked at these puppets with interest, as if they were already in his bag. It was not that Xiao Hua was arrogant. After all, under such powerful metal and earth magnetism, any cultivator's ability would be reduced. As for Xiao Hua's current cultivation, yes, his cultivation was also affected. But wasn't Xiao Hua's martial skills exceedingly high? Not to mention a middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator, even a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, Xiao Hua was confident that he could put up a fight. Of course, Xiao Hua could not understand the ability of a golden core cultivator, so he naturally would not consider it. And if there really was a golden core cultivator here, how could the Shanghua sect disciples outside of Mingxi form a formation? The puppets in front of Xiao Hua were somewhat different from the previous 4 puppets. Not only were the runes on their bodies incomplete, but their bodies were also clearly damaged. It was obvious that they were damaged underground. It must be because the puppets above ground that were specifically responsible for blocking Xiao Hua's path could not block him, so these puppets were summoned. Moreover, among these dozen puppets, 30% were humanoid puppets, and the other 70% were all kinds of strange shapes. Some were like spiritual beasts, some were like birds, lions, tigers, and even centipedes. Divine power centipede? Xiao Hua did not have the habit of using spiritual pets to attack, so he had long forgotten about this thing. Now that he saw a centipede puppet, he almost slapped his forehead. However, he immediately smiled bitterly. The magnetic force was so powerful that even his own magic power could not circulate. How could the divine power centipede fight? Roar! Just as Xiao Hua's mind was spinning, the bird puppet actually let out a roar similar to a lion or tiger. It spread its wings and pounced toward Xiao Hua. Those 3 feet long wings flashed past like 2 rows of sharp swords in front of Xiao Hua's eyes. At the same time, this roar was like a signal to attack. All the puppets attacked, and only the lion and tiger puppet stood motionless in the distance. The first 4 puppets attacked from all directions. The next few humanoid puppets formed hand seals, and runes flowed around their bodies. Light condensed in their hands, and the centipede-like puppets actually slithered on the ground, attacking Xiao Hua. Ha ha ha, interesting. Xiao Hua's eyes lit up when he saw the puppets' various attacking methods. He beamed with joy. In his mind, the puppets were just like the puppets in his space, dull and wooden. He had never imagined that they could be refined to be so flexible. They were simply not inferior to a 10th layer qi refining cultivator. However, before Xiao Hua's laughter could land, 2 hands suddenly stretched out from the ground under Xiao Hua's feet and firmly grabbed his feet. Ouch! Xiao Hua was shocked. This attack was really out of his expectations. He originally wanted to use ethereal steps to dodge these attacks. But now, he couldn't move his body, so how could he dodge? Swoosh! The bird puppet's wings first slashed down from the sky. The sharp sound of the wind clearly showed the power of these sharp blades. Xiao Hua didn't doubt that if he didn't have the protection of his magic power, his head would have been split in 2 by these wings. Humph! Xiao Hua waved his left hand, and the great wisdom heavy sword really blocked the space between the 2 wings. Caw caw, 2 sounds rang out. The puppet's wings hit the sword embryo, but it didn't leave a single mark on the sword embryo. Xiao Hua's hand slightly shook, and the great wisdom heavy sword hit the puppet's back. The force was so heavy that the bird puppet's body flashed, and it fell from the sky like a real bird. At the same time, the hands that were tightly grabbing Xiao Hua's feet suddenly produced a great force. A force similar to magic power directly rushed into Xiao Hua's meridians. Humph, is it that simple? Xiao Hua urged the dragon transformation secret art. His entire meridians shook like a dragon's body. That magic power simply couldn't enter his meridians. Come out. Xiao Hua supported himself with one foot on the ground, and the other foot kicked up. On one hand, he blocked the centipede puppet's attack, and on the other, he separated the hands of the person on the ground. That person naturally also did his best to grab Xiao Hua's legs, but his great strength was only relative. Compared to Xiao Hua's bone-tempering divine power, it was still lacking by a lot. Caw, it seemed to be the sound of the bones of the person on the ground moving. That person was clearly shocked by Xiao Hua's divine power. His two arms were pulled extremely far away. Only then did he wake up and quickly let go of one hand. The other hand, in a panic, clenched into a fist and directly smashed towards Xiao Hua's leg. How can this person also have such great strength? While Xiao Hua was astonished, the attacks of the four puppets had already closed in on him. Moreover, the spells of several humanoid puppets had already formed. As the puppets waved their hands, they actually attacked the place where Xiao Hua was about to dodge. Strange, why aren't these puppets' attacks affected by the magnetic force? Xiao Hua was slightly stunned. Moreover, these puppets seem to have been working together for a long time. They actually know where I'm going to dodge. Let's deal with the master of these puppets first. Xiao Hua's gaze swept over, and his entire body twisted in an extremely strange manner, as if his entire body was folded up. His back was facing the ground, and one of his hands caught that person's fist that was smashing towards his leg socket at lightning speed. Xiao Hua's movement was very sudden, and it was absolutely strange. He dodged all the attacks. The person hidden underground simply didn't think of it, and naturally didn't have time to dodge. Come out. Xiao Hua grabbed that person's hand. At first, he was stunned. It seemed to be somewhat ice-cold to the touch, quite different from an ordinary person's body. But he didn't have time to think too much. With a loud shout, he actually pulled that person out from underground. But when that person's real face was revealed, Xiao Hua couldn't help but be stunned. This person was actually also a puppet. However, this humanoid puppet was about the same size as a person. Its skin was slightly pale, and it was also wearing a Daoist robe. If it weren't for the fact that its facial features were somewhat stiff, and the gaze in its eyes was somewhat lifeless, perhaps it would be the same as a real person. Taking advantage of Xiao Hua's shock, that humanoid puppet suddenly struggled, and actually broke free from Xiao Hua's hand. Moreover, that humanoid puppet suddenly flew up, fluttering out of the encirclement of the other puppets, and landed on top of the liger puppet outside. Could it be that this is a puppet with a mind of its own? Xiao Hua's heart gave birth to an even more absurd feeling. His figure didn't straighten up, and instead flew out while sticking close to the ground. After breaking out of the encirclement of the puppets, it directly somersaulted, and stood upright in midair. You're an aura refining cultivator. How come you're not afraid of the magnetic force? That humanoid puppet unexpectedly let out an astonished voice. This voice was mellow and smooth, and it wasn't as stiff as Xiao Hua imagined it to be. This young master is an aura refining cultivator. What about you? Xiao Hua laughed involuntarily, and asked that puppet with interest. Chapter 1772. Ha 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 ha. Although there was no smile on the puppet's face, its laughter was very loud and clear. How could a brat at the peak of chi refinement like you know who I am? You're just a puppet refined by someone else. What cultivation are you talking about? Xiao Hua sneered. Puppet? Ha ha ha. The laughter was even louder, practically mocking, ignorant brat. This is my divine sense possession technique. If my main body was here, I would have already killed you with one palm. Divine sense possession technique? Xiao Hua was slightly stunned. He didn't know anything about puppet techniques, so how could he know so much? He waved his hand and said, "If you're a senior expert, please show yourself. Otherwise, what I is facing is just a puppet, so I can't be considered a senior." "Ha ha ha, brat, you're really stubborn." The puppet sneered, "For you to be able to come here, I'm afraid you followed my tracks. And it should be those puppet fragments that were torn apart by the spatial cracks. Since you've received my favor, then return it to me now." While speaking, the runes around the puppet's body overflowed, and a faint green chi formed on the puppet's body, quickly gathering in the puppet's hand. "Go!" The puppet shouted, and a sword light like a flying sword flew out from its hand, stabbing towards Xiao Hua with incomparable speed. "Huh? Why isn't your technique affected by the magnetic force?" Xiao Hua was slightly startled, and while asking, his figure swayed in the air. That swing was like a hammer suspended in midair, seemingly slow but actually swift. It looked very easy to dodge the sword light. "Hee hee, if you tell me why you're not affected by the magnetic force, then I'll tell you the reason." The puppet's voice was also somewhat unexpected as it replied. Xiao Hua himself didn't know why he wasn't affected by the magnetic force, so how could he answer it? He shouted, "It's impolite to come and go." Brandishing the great wisdom sword, he pounced towards the puppet from a strange angle with the heavenly staff technique. Here, the puppet wasn't nervous in the slightest, and with a wave of its hand, a sparkling small green shield appeared in its hand. It raised it very casually, blocking in front of the great wisdom sword. "Hee hee." Xiao Hua's face didn't change in the slightest, but he was secretly delighted in his heart. When the great wisdom sword struck the small shield, a loud "kacha" sound rang out. The small light green shield was actually shattered into dozens of sparkling green fragments by the great wisdom sword. With a "shwa" sound, the fragments fell into the air. "Io, you were born with divine strength?" The puppet was slightly shocked, and there was a hint of delight in its voice. "Or, are you a body cultivator?" Hearing the puppet's delight, Xiao Hua felt a little uneasy in his heart. He rolled his eyes and said with a smile, "Why are you asking so much? Hiding in the shadows can't be considered as open and above board." "Ha ha ha, open and above board. What year is it now? Why are you still talking to me about this?" The puppet let out a hearty laugh and clapped its hand. A 3-inch long azure sword appeared in its hand. With a wave of its hand, it pierced forward again. Why would Xiao Hua be afraid of this? His figure flickered, and he started to fight with him in the air with ease. As for those puppets from before, apart from the 4 humanoid puppets that were still standing in 4 different directions, surrounding Xiao Hua and that puppet, the other puppets once again sank into the ground and disappeared without a trace. In terms of close combat, if Xiao Hua claimed to be number 2, perhaps no one would dare to claim to be number 1. In merely the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Xiao Hua had already clearly figured out the puppet's background. Immediately after, Xiao Hua didn't hesitate. With 3 consecutive pa-pa-pa sounds, he forced the puppet's flying sword to collide head-on. The puppet's entire figure was shaken by Xiao Hua and fell back several zhang. "Ha ha ha," Xiao Hua laughed loudly. His figure flew to the side of the puppet like a wisp of smoke. He waved his hand and shouted, "Eat this young master's stick." The puppet lost its balance, but its left hand still raised the flying sword, wanting to block the great wisdom sword. With a loud "pa" sound, it was exactly as Xiao Hua had expected. Under the great wisdom sword, the flying sword simply didn't have the power to fight back and was immediately smashed into pieces. As for the puppet, it sped up its descent from the sky. "Come. You." Xiao Hua's figure sped up again. In an instant, he swept to the puppet's side. He stretched out his hand and placed it precisely on the puppet's shoulder. With a thought, he actually put that puppet into his storage bag. Ha ha ha. Xiao Hua saw that his plan had succeeded and didn't hesitate any longer. His entire figure turned around and flew towards the passage of the hurricane. Xiao Hua's movements were truly fast and absolutely out of the expectations of bystanders. The 4 puppets surrounded him and simply didn't have time to react. They saw Xiao Hua sweep past the top of a puppet's head and use his hand to scoop it up. He even put that dumbfounded puppet into his storage bag as if he hadn't had enough. Just as Xiao Hua's figure flew in front of the passage and was about to sweep in, a similarly light cyan brilliance flew out from the ground in front of the passage. It was several times faster than the flying sword in the puppet's hand and stabbed towards Xiao Hua's leg. This is bad. Xiao Hua saw the cyan flying sword stab out and secretly complained in his heart. He waved the great wisdom sword in his hand. With a ka sound, the 2 swords collided. However, that flying sword only slanted forward and didn't shatter like Xiao Hua expected. Xiao Hua saw that the flying sword was sent flying, but his figure still didn't stop and still rushed towards the passage. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A series of sounds, for light cyan flying swords suddenly appeared in front of Xiao Hua's eyes. Like weaving a net, they shuttled back and forth in midair, blocking Xiao Hua in midair. This. Xiao Hua's eyes narrowed slightly. Looking at the 5 flying swords cruising in midair, the expression on his face was extremely unsightly. Ha ha ha, what a bold brat. A familiar voice came from behind Xiao Hua. It was the voice that came from the puppet just now. N. Xiao Hua suddenly turned around, only to see a thin old man wearing a green Daoist robe standing about 10 meters behind him. His hair was a bit white, and his face was thin. There was a mocking expression on his face as he stood there very indifferently. Middle stage foundation establishment. Xiao Hua looked at the old man's cultivation and the astonishment on his face disappeared in a flash. What a powerful brat. The old man looked at Xiao Hua with interest and sneered, "You're called Xiao Hua? Are you a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect?" "That's right." Xiao Hua's heart trembled. It turned out that this cultivator had already noticed him and remembered the name he reported when he entered this place. He hurriedly cupped his hands and said, "Senior, which sect are you from? Please bestow a name." "How can I tell you my name so easily?" The old man sneered, "I didn't expect that there was a body cultivator among the Imperial Thunder sect's disciples and that you even have the habit of stealing. Hee, if I didn't set up this Azure Essence sword formation in advance, I'm afraid you'd have run away long ago, right?" Azure Essence sword formation? Xiao Hua was slightly dazed. Looking around, he saw several flying swords cruising in midair and laughed bitterly. This cultivator didn't show himself all along and only relied on a puppet to fight with him. He thought that the other party was looking for Zhong Yao Lu and didn't care about him. Who knew that the other party actually set up a sword formation near the passage and waited for him to walk into the trap? Sword formation, that was a type of formation among flying swords. Once trapped, it wasn't just 1 or 2 flying swords alone. Xiao Hua had only heard of it. "What's wrong?" "Scared." Seeing Xiao Hua's expression change, the cultivator sneered, "Do you think it's so easy to take away my puppet? Quickly take out the puppet and I can still consider sparing your life. Otherwise, when I capture you, the pain of soul searching isn't something that you can escape from just by begging for mercy." Humph! Seeing the cultivator mention the puppet, Xiao Hua's heart shook, and he sneered, "This isn't Senior's place. I just came to take a look, why would you kill me like this? Your puppet isn't a match for me, so it naturally belongs to me. If Senior captures me, I'll immediately destroy that puppet before I'm captured." Humph! A trace of fierceness flashed through the cultivator's eyes, and a sense of regret arose in his heart. He attached great importance to this puppet of his and was very confident in it. He simply didn't expect that Xiao Hua would be able to easily defeat the puppet and even take it away. "How about it, Senior? If you let me go, I'll swear a blood oath that when I pass through the passage behind me, I'll definitely release this puppet." Xiao Hua was secretly delighted in his heart and said in a low voice, "In my hands, in my sword formation, you don't have the power to fight back." The old man sneered, and with a clap of his hand, a foundation establishment pressure pressed down on Xiao Hua. Moreover, that sword technique was constantly being shot out from his hands. The flying swords that were as docile as fish immediately became ferocious and flew towards Xiao Hua from all directions. Roar! Xiao Hua had long been paying attention to the old man's pressure. This was also the only thing he was afraid of. Seeing that the pressure wasn't affected by the magnetic force, he sighed in his heart. His mighty Vajra Dharma body shook and broke free from his body. Ah! True spirit bloodline. True spirit Dharma body. Seeing Xiao Hua's Dharma body, the old man was stunned and blurted out. True spirit bloodline. True spirit Dharma body. Xiao Hua was slightly taken aback, but the current situation was urgent and he didn't feel like answering. The Vajra Dharma body appeared and blocked the old man's foundation establishment pressure. Go! The old man pointed with his hand, and several flying swords flashed with light blue sword light and stabbed towards Xiao Hua. At the same time, he laughed nastily. Since it's the legendary true spirit bloodline, that's even better. I'll extract the true blood from your bloodline and give it to my puppet to use. It's definitely more effective than some Zhongya milk. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Xiao Hua steeled his heart. The Dharma body waved its fists and struck towards the flying swords, while he swung the great wisdom sword and directly attacked the old man. How can you guess the divine ability of a foundation establishment cultivator? The old man chuckled and rubbed his hands. The flying swords dodged the Dharma body's fists and stabbed towards Xiao Hua one after another. Moreover, a blue brilliance appeared around his body and gradually condensed into an oval-shaped light shield. It was at least 3 inches thick and blocked in front of the great wisdom sword. Go! Xiao Hua knew that this light shield was condensed from a foundation establishment cultivator's true essence. Although his great wisdom sword could block it, it probably couldn't break it. Moreover, several biting cold flying swords were already close to him. If he didn't counterattack, his life would be in danger. Thus, Xiao Hua opened his mouth, and the green and red executioner dream also flew out. Chapter 1773. Xiao Hua didn't dare to hold back anymore. He opened his mouth, and the green and red dream executioner flew out. The dream executioner was refined using Tai green qi, which was born from Xiantian gold qi. As soon as it flew out, a tyrannical magnetic force appeared from the ground, pulling the dream executioner down. Rise! The Buddha Sarira outside Xiao Hua's Naiwan palace emitted a faint Buddhist light. The Buddhist sense was activated with all its might, controlling the dream executioner. With a swoosh, the dream executioner's sword tip tilted, and immediately split into 2. Then 2, 4, and in the blink of an eye, the dream executioner turned into 8 identical flying swords. 5 of them flew towards the cultivator's flying sword, while the other 3 whistled and pierced towards the cultivator's forehead. Ah! Flying sword? The cultivator was stunned and said in shock, when did the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples learn the sword cultivator's flying sword? Io, this flying sword is strange. The dream executioner's boundless negative karma power also had a strong effect on foundation establishment cultivators. That cultivator was obviously plagued by negative karma, and he could clearly feel the dream executioner's deterrence. Hee, I'll let you have a taste of I's methods. Xiao Hua saw that the dream executioner was effective, and a cold smile appeared on his face. He activated his Buddhist sense to resist the magnetic force while fighting against the cultivator's green essence sword array. Just a small trick. Although the cultivator said this, he didn't dare to be negligent. With a wave of his hand, not only did the 3 puppets beside him pounce over, the several strange puppets that were previously buried in the ground also jumped out and attacked Xiao Hua from different directions. Damn it, do you still want face? Why are you ganging up on me? Xiao Hua cursed. No matter what, you're still a Foundation Establishment senior. Humph, taking your life is the right way. The cultivator didn't feel the slightest shame. He clapped his hand and took out a foot-long bamboo covered in green runes. He activated his magic power, and the bamboo emitted a faint light and stopped above the cultivator's head. Seeing the cultivator take out another magic tool, Xiaohua's gaze swept over, and he was shocked. However, he didn't have time to care. The Vajra Dharma body faced the 3 human-shaped puppets, the 5 flying swords tangled with the green essence sword array, and the 3 flying swords fighting against the strange puppets. Thanks to Xiaohua's several months of training, he could divide the dream executioner into 8 swords and split his attention to control the flying swords. But because of this, he couldn't use the great wisdom heavy sword array. The magnetic force here was very strong. Xiaohua used all his strength to urge his Buddhist sense to control the dream executioner. Although it was very strenuous, it was extremely beneficial to the tempering of his Buddhist sense. It was far more effective than his own aimless cultivation. Moreover, the cultivator's green essence sword array was also quite marvelous. Xiaohua's 5 swords were at a disadvantage at first, but after the time it took to eat a meal, not only did Xiaohua finally find some traces of the sword array, he also became more proficient in controlling the dream executioner. He actually gradually turned the situation around and was able to tie with the green essence sword array. The cultivator standing in the distance looked at Xiaohua's divine bravery. At first, he was shocked, then angry, but gradually, joy appeared on his face. Roar! Xiaohua's Vajradharma body roared angrily. He suddenly waved his left fist, which actually had the flavor of the Big Dipper divine fist. With a bang, it smashed into the centipede puppet's back. With a bang, the light on the puppet's back flickered. Then, the puppet's joints were broken inch by the Dharma body and scattered on the ground. Hiss! That cultivator sucked in a breath of cold air, his heart slightly aching. Pay attention, fellow Daoist Xiao. That cultivator pointed his finger. The bamboo stopped in midair, flew up and attacked Xiaohua's head. Xiaohua was greatly alarmed. He simply didn't think about why that cultivator would warn him. While he was busy, he took the opportunity to swing the great wisdom sword in his hand forward. With a boom, it actually blocked the green light scattered by the bamboo. Xiaohua's hand, however, sank. The great wisdom sword dropped half a foot. Return! Taking advantage of Xiaohua's distraction, that cultivator waved his hand. 5 flying swords flew in front of Xiaohua. They spun a few times in midair and flew to Xiaohua's side, blocking him from the passage. Stop! That cultivator chanted an incantation. The several puppets also stopped and returned to their original positions. Seeing that the cultivator took the initiative to withdraw, Xiaohua's heart relaxed. He opened his mouth, and the dream execution turned into a sword light and flew back into his mouth a bit crookedly. To be honest, the magnetic force here affected the flying swords too much. Although Xiaohua had the Buddha Sarira, if he fought for another hour, Xiaohua definitely wouldn't be able to hold on. After retrieving the dream execution, Xiaohua slanted his great wisdom sword. He didn't dare to withdraw the Dharma body outside his body. His gaze swept over the bamboo that flew back to the cultivator's head, and he sneered, "Senior, why did you stop? Don't you want Junior's true spirit bloodline? Hee, don't be complacent, brat. I just saw that you have some use and wanted to make a deal with you." That cultivator said with a smile that didn't reach his eyes, "If you can help me get the earth crystal ya milk, what would I want your true spirit bloodline for?" Earth crystal ya milk? Xiaohua was stunned. His eyes turned a few times, and he asked curiously, "Didn't you want to find Zhongya milk?" "I wanted to find Zhongya milk before, but since I met you, didn't the heavens send you here?" "Why would I want Zhongya milk?" The cultivator said with a smile. "What is this earth crystal ya milk? If you don't tell me clearly, I definitely won't make a deal with you." Xiaohua shook his head like a rattledrum. What a joke, how could he dare to take something that even a foundation establishment cultivator couldn't get? Take out this old man's puppet, and this old man will naturally tell you. The cultivator pointed with his hand and said. Hee, senior, that puppet is now surnamed Xiao, how could Junior take it out so easily? Xiaohua's smile was like a flower, and he cupped his hands and said, moreover, this Junior still doesn't know Senior's origin, how could I dare to make a deal with Senior? That's true. This old man was a bit careless. That cultivator also squinted his eyes and smiled. This old man is the founder of the Great Bamboo Sect, Mo Qingyuan. Great Bamboo Sect? Founder? Xiaohua was stunned. He looked at the puppet at the side and said, isn't Senior from the puppet sect? Hearing Xiaohua mention the puppet sect, Mo Qingyuan's face turned cold. As expected of a famous sect in the country of Xi, you even know of the puppet sect in the country of Meng. Unfortunately, the current Xiaoyu continent only has the Great Bamboo Sect, and no longer has the puppet sect. Great Bamboo Sect. Xiaohua slightly nodded and pointed with his finger. Could it be, this bamboo is what Senior relied on to come to this magnetic land? You actually thought of it? Mo Qingyuan's face was astonished, and he asked back, then why aren't you affected by the magnetic force? What do you think? Xiaohua didn't answer and also asked back. Mo Qingyuan's expression slightly changed, but it quickly returned to normal and said, since you already guessed it, this old man won't hide it. This old man obtained this kuragi bamboo in the northernmost desert of the Xiaoyu continent. It's an innate wood artifact, and it's not affected by the magnetic force of metal and earth here. These puppets, and Senior's flying sword, they were also refined from kuragi bamboo, right? Xiaohua said with a smile. Yes, that's right. Mo Qingyuan nodded and said. Great, this Junior has been longing for the refining method of puppets for a long time. Xiaohua smacked his lips and said very embarrassedly. What? The refining method of puppets? Mo Qingyuan's expression changed drastically, and he waved his hand. Impossible, this old man absolutely won't give it to you. Xiaohua's face immediately changed into a pained expression, and he spread out his hands. This is troublesome. This Junior originally wanted to part with it and return this puppet to Senior under the circumstances of peeking into the art of puppets. Moreover, this Junior also planned to make a deal with Senior. This Junior still has to see how to get out. As he spoke, he looked at the hurricane passage in the distance. Mo Qingyuan stared at Xiaohua, and after a long while, he sneered, Xiaohua, you've got guts, actually daring to bargain with this old man. Well. Xiaohua's Vajradharma body stretched deeply, and his main body said, this Junior is just stating facts, I dare not threaten Senior. Isn't it just a true spirit bloodline? What's so great about it? Mo Qingyuan glanced at the Vajradharma body that was dozens of feet long and sneered, seeing that your Dharma body is incomplete, I know that your bloodline is impure, and I don't know what true spirit your bloodline belongs to. Although it's quite similar to the sky ape, why does it look so ugly? Xiaohua frowned and said very sincerely, this Junior also doesn't know. Before joining the Imperial Thunder sect, I obtained an incomplete cultivation method from the ancestral hall in the clan, and this thing appeared as I was practicing. If Senior knows, can you enlighten me? Of course I can tell you, but this is my puppet. Oh, then there's no need to trouble Senior. Xiaohua shook his head and said, since this Junior is now a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect, there's no need to talk about the bloodline from before. All right. Mo Qingyuan gritted his teeth and said, since you don't want to know, this old man won't tell you either. However, it's impossible for you to obtain the complete art of puppetry. This old man can only give you the most basic and allow you to refine a simple puppet. Xiaohua was overjoyed in his heart, but his expression didn't change, and he shook his head and said, that won't do. This Junior wants to refine a puppet that can do battle. Since Senior isn't willing, then this Junior will use Senior's puppet. Dream on. This old man's puppet has my divine sense attached to it, so how can you use it? You just have to take out the puppet from your storage pouch, and it'll attack you right away. Mo Qingyuan roared with laughter. This is already my greatest concession. If you don't agree, then this old man will kill you on the spot even if I have to give up the puppet. As he spoke, he pointed with his hand, and the bamboo flew over again. All right. Xiaohua glanced at the bamboo and could only sigh. I'll do as Senior says. Great. Mo Qingyuan clapped his hand and took out a green jade slip, and he said, take out the puppet, and we'll exchange it together. Xiaohua immediately shook his head when he heard this and said, don't, Senior. In this junior's opinion, let's wait until we're out of the hurricane passage. In here, this junior is afraid. Mo Qingyuan's teeth creaked as he said coldly, could it be that you're not afraid of me after arriving in the netherworld? Senior is a Foundation establishment cultivator, how can this junior not be afraid? This junior has already thought it through. Before leaving this spatial rift, I'll have to ask Senior to make a blood oath. Xiaohua said very calmly. You're tuning into the Carefree Valley YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.